Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space for another week of LCK Spring 2024. This is the pre-show. This is where we go through everything that happened last week and have a look forward to what's happening this week. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Hooney and Wolf today as we look to break down all of the action. Gentlemen, how was your esports weekend and how are you feeling after week one?
Lots of challengers over the esports weekend was really fun, very relevant, potentially going into this week. But I'm looking forward to a week two where we do see some more meta developments. But I gotta say, I think the results on this week almost feel predetermined overall.
I mean, for me, it's like as a ex-pro, like it was like really wholesome to see like there was a lot of new key player that has come up the stage and actually just they are trying to, also they are performing. So that was really good. It was like really enjoyable.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the standings and what had occurred after our very first week. Some understandable positions for a lot of our teams, and I feel like we have, even though there are some 1-1s that are sneaking over to the other side, it feels like there is a clear definition as to who is where and who is going to be on the left and the right.
Yeah, I think it's very fortunate for the standing screen that T1 and D+ both have that +1 so that we can differentiate them, because this makes it very clear we have a west side and an east side. And before the season started, we knew the teams on the left side of your screen were likely going to end the regular season on the left, and teams on the right were going to end on the right. Nothing so far has led us believe that's going to change, but maybe this week we'll see some upsets. It's, like I said, a week that feels somewhat predetermined, but we do have a clear top and a clear bottom half.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Nongshim and FureX, those two teams, I'm actually eyes on it. I mean, everyone feel like, I think they're going to be thinking the same as me, like, we've seen this, you know? We've seen this multiple times, and we've seen this, like, for last year, so I think it's going to be, hopefully, I mean, there's some underdog, there's going to be more rivalry, so I think I'm looking forward to see it.
Speaking of underdogs, we have a rookie in first place for our POGs, tied with Chovy and aiming. There is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest surprise of these POG standings is perfect, having two great performances already in week one. And the guy is really showcasing that he has a lot of talent, and he's really gelling well with KT early. And that's a big surprise for me as, speaking of surprises, some of these 50-50s, you know, they didn't go my way this week.
No, but they went our way.
I don't think it's a 50-50. It was kind of abuse for us.
You just have to be smart, basically.
Yeah, You just learn more League of Legends, and you will know eventually.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what it is. Hooney and I on the same page there. 9 out of 10s, you know, is basically the rating that we're generally given. Let's have a look at some of our stats from Pick and Ban, though, because these are some interesting ones. We have the big ol' 0% for an Ashe that was basically permabanned all week.
Yeah, I mean, Taeyun kind of dropped the ball on that one, but more on that later. The big standout for me is Milio here, who's sitting at an 80% win rate, 8-2. You know, with such a high priority, this pick has been utilized by a lot of our supports extremely well. It feels like a get-out-of-jail-free card against Engage, and the range allows you to dominate bottom lane so much that I think the priority of this pick is going to remain very strong going into week two.
Yeah, I mean, also the presidency actually was really high, but there is a game that is not like 100%. There is a game that actually got ignored and also got lost on the stage. I think it's gonna be presence. Probably my expectation will be a little bit lower, and also Azir Orianna is like not really performing, but it's just a probably also weaker team that actually peaking, so that data is like not huge, so we can't really 100% believe it.
Yeah, and this is all about how many people are playing these champions the most as well. So there are a lot of our teams have been picking both Orianna and Azir, much to some people's chagrin. This pick, however, has been going completely ballistic. Rakan 8-0 here in the LCK. We've got a lot of great Rakan players, and Delight, of course, is at the forefront of that list, but he is only 25% of these wins.
I think it's an Engage meta where you're seeing a ton of Engage, and Rakan can follow up on Engage extremely well. I think the difference between a champion like Rakan and Leona, who can follow up from long range as well, is that Rakan offers you lane sustain, and he has a ton of survivability. It's very difficult to kill him, so it's easier for him to clear vision, for example. He does too many things for him not to be relevant, and you can see the players that played him are really strong. Execute picking up a win here as well, but I think this pick is actually arguably even underrated at this moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, Rakan is such a stagey champion that it's like when you see the montage on the League of Legends whole tournament history, it's like there is always Rakan. Always. Because the stage, you just go later, you just win team fight, you just flip the Nexus.
That's how it kind of works. He is pretty ridiculously strong at the moment. And speaking of things that are ridiculously strong, here is Frozen Heart. We've had League of Atma's Impaler, we've had League of Warmogs, League of Blade of the Ruined King, League of Black Cleaver, so many different leagues, and now we're currently in League of Frozen Heart.
We're not really in a meta where the mid laners are actually doing long-term damage output, any sort of long-term AP damage, with somewhat the exception of Azir. But if you have an Orianna, a Nico, for example, it's really just engage you're looking for. We're seeing a lot of Tristana mid, for example. Armor is just more valuable than magic resistance a lot of the time. But there are other items you can build with Frozen Heart to get the best of both worlds as well.
I mean, I think the problem is that it's just too cheap. Like that 2.3 thousand gold is like it hit the power spike so fast, and even impactful against Azir, which is who out attack, and also we talked about it, like even Orianna passive. Like there's just so many things like that. Lich Bane Orianna. Don't forget.
yes, absolutely. Of course, Showmaker demonstrating that one. Didn't necessarily win, but we saw what he was thinking about. Let's have a look at the fanny pack or the claw, depending on which resolution you're viewing the image in. This is the Rookern, and this item has been built on almost everyone.
So you're saying that you can get health and a ton of magic resistance plus regen, so if they do break through your magic shield, you'll just heal it back anyways, and then you'll just get the shield back after 12 seconds. This item seems really broken, and for good reason. Basically every top laner is building it, a lot of junglers building it as well.
I mean, the problem is the same thing. It's just it just rebuild, but after 12 seconds, probably the number of the seconds like has to be adjusted. And also it scales with the maximum health. That it's just a tank. It's just super good tanky item right now, and also it's not too expensive. Even first item rushing, we've seen sometimes when enemy top laners actually like AP, like especially like Rumble, and they can't do anything basically.
Yeah, exactly. This item is feeling a little bit overtuned, and when you pair that with all of the armor on a Frozen Heart for a budget price at the moment, does mean that our tanks are eating pretty well at this point in time. Speaking of eating pretty well, the rookies of the LCK, another thing to talk about here. In our first week, we had a lot of debuts of a lot of players that we've been pretty interested in. You saw already that Perfect was able to pick up 2 POGs, but Sponge has made his way in. Execute has made his way in. We'll start with him as he's had some ups and downs, but man, every game has been entertaining.
Execute's the type of player that you have to be on the edge of your seat the entire time if you're playing with this guy on this team. And I think, you know, this team has a coordination problem, but at least they have a player who's willing to say, I'm going in first. I think as the coordination improves, Execute will look better. But he's a player I'm scared to watch, to be frank, right now, because I'm holding my breath every time he walks towards the enemy team, whether it's going to be a good one or a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, he executed perfectly. And speaking of the Sponge, also, like, I think he was basically everywhere in the map. Like, he's the one of the most consistent member in DRX, which is like, that's crazy. You know, we consider as a him rookie. He was mid, he was a top, and is playing with the Poppy is like actually really, really aggressively, and he delivered it to win.
That was the weirdest highlight as well that we chose that particular moment. Was a very odd situation there. But Lucid, he started off pretty slow, I felt, here in the LCK, but then really did show some of his challenger aggression in that second series.
Yeah, I feel like some people looked at Lucid's performance being disappointed compared to the hype. I still think it's early. I think that he has a lot of challenger in him and that he doesn't always know when to be measured. He just kind of goes in, and he was from a challenger team that always won and always just continued to snowball and steamroll. Hasn't always been the case so far this season, but I think that he will continue to grow with this team, and, you know, obviously experience comes with time.
I mean, I really like him because he was actually camping top, and that's my boy, you know? That's how you play jungle.
Heck yeah. Speaking of top, here is our other rookie, currently leading the POGs. This is Perfect. We have chosen to omit one of his games, as it wasn't exactly the greatest, but we'll probably have a look at the one that he played immediately afterwards.
Yeah, this game he ended up getting really fed. He was POG, and then he just kind of controlled the entire Rift, and it was kind of a win more game for him, but he deserved the POG, played super well. Second game that you're talking about in that D+ series where he did go 0-7 on the Udyr, we'll let that one slide. But his Gnar performance was actually insane, and this was the really standout game for most people. Gets a solo kill onto Kingen in the laning phase. Wasn't Kingen's greatest game, but his team fights were fantastic. And this is, for me, the biggest surprise of the rookies we listed. You know, going into week 1, I thought Perfect would do okay, but we watched him in Challengers. He wasn't standout. That completely changed. When he's on a good team, he looks much better.
And we might have some more players to introduce as well. Earlier on in the week, Taeyoon actually played in Challenger, and this could be the player moving up if, in fact, Taeyoon is going to remain in Challenger for this week. This is Bull, and he's going to be joining Bull.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double down on the Bull, you know?
Yeah, so much. I mean, it is Bulldog.
So, I mean, personally, I think just changing the member, like, necessarily, I don't think it's like Bull is actually better than Taeyoon, like 100%. I can't be sure, but the thing is, like, just swapping the member and benching out, that makes the new air, and then it got so refreshed as a team. That's gonna make like at least like no matter what better. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I think Huni definitely has a really strong point there. I just want to caution the fans, even though he's 4-1, Kwangdong have historically been a weaker team in challenges. A lot of it due to his weak performances in bottom lane. I actually think Taeyoon is a much stronger player than he is, but change is good. We might see him come in at some point this week, and then we'll see Taeyoon come back in. You got to put the pressure on Taeyoon as well after what was a really rough performance in week 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's sort of like comparing the bottom of the barrel a little bit here, unfortunately, for the Kwangdong Freaks. They don't exactly have the best replacement to come in, but I think Huni has a good point. Fresh in the air a little bit, and that might be why they will bring him up. Of course, all speculation at the moment, and rosters will be revealed a little bit later on. And now it is time to jump into a new award. This one is courtesy of Uribank, and this is the Gold King Award. Basically, what you can do is you can download the Uribank app here in Korea, and you can predict who is going to earn the most gold on average for the week. And that does mean that we can give the award to the person who got the most gold, and that is going to be Aiming. Congratulations! And if you predicted Aiming, then you are able to pick up 40 gold, which is the in-app currency for the Uribank app. And just, participation award, you can get 10, which is kind of fun.
You can quadruple your gold earnings if you actually get it right. And I think oftentimes betting on an 80 carry is the way to go, considering how much gold they are able to pick up.
They do like gold.
Game. Yeah, they farm a lot. They get a lot of the kills secured. So Aiming, he did a lot of that on his Xayah in particular, had a great starting week. And Aiming, a player who we really highly regarded at the end of 2023, and he started off 2024 with a bang too.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's either mid laner or an AD carry. Like mid lane, like there's a Tristana farmed pretty well, and the side laning. I mean, it's just a week 1 of the Aiming. He also getting the pentakills. Like he really well deserves like also gold or as the performances. I think he played really well in week 1.
He was absolutely amazing, and that is not where it ends. We have more awards. Allow me to present to you the OPGG Player of the Week. That one is going to be revealed now as well. Quite a few different options here. I think a lot of voting based on impact in individual games, because of course there is a number that OPGG provides for us based on performance, and that is a little bit ignored here, as Pyoshik is the one that will pick it up.
I think Pyoshik was so high impact and ended up actually having one of the better jungle OPGD scores, actually, as it wasn't the greatest week for junglers in terms of that score. But I voted for Pyoshik. I thought his performances and his ability to save KT in that D+ series by getting Aiming with that really great wraparound. His early games were great. I was really, really, really surprised to see Pyoshik, this is that play I was talking about, return to the LCK with such vigor. I thought it would take weeks for this to happen. He actually has bounced back right away.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen those, like, he was at LCS and came back LCK and performing. That's me. So he's actually walking on the my road.
Yeah, I was a numbers voter this time around. Delight just had the much larger number compared to everyone else. But he hasn't really changed, right? And he's sort of upgraded his lane partner. So I like the fact that Pyoshik does get it, because I think that his impactful moments were much, much higher. Now it is time to look forward. We've done a lot of looking back. It's time to look forward. Let's have a look at the schedule for this week and bring that one up onto our screen now. Quite a few very interesting matches here. You're going to have to get your coins out and at the ready for a few of these matchups. But otherwise, things looking a little bit set in stone.
There are no wrong answers for match 15 and match 20. Like, neither prediction, I feel, is as accurate per se, because T1 showed a weaker week 1 than KT did, but you could argue that they kind of messed around a little bit. We weren't seeing their full form. The same thing with T1 versus Hanwha Life. Those are the two matches you just don't know. Everything else to me feels very straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I think there's just a little bit some of the game, like Kwangdong Freaks, for let's say they took actually the first all of the season against KT. I still remember that game, and also the Nongshim against the Kwangdong Freaks. That's still probably question mark possible, you know, like Guangdong Freaks, they are probably potentially trying new things, especially this week, and they've shown really strong performances on tops of the map. And as you said, I think the T1, this series is unpredictable.
Yeah, KT versus T1 is, no idea. My coin actually flipped at the last second. Not gonna lie to you guys. I initially put T1 there, but I just felt like I needed to go with my gut, you know, reflip the coin, and it landed on a different
I feel
side.
like a coward because I also really wanted to predict KT there. I couldn't do it. I had to stick with T1, but I feel like that series is going to be extremely close on Friday.
I'm just glad that I did switch, because otherwise everyone would have exactly the same predictions.
Yeah.
And it's very similar on the Korean side as well.
Yeah, you got the point. So, I mean, I was also kind of really considering it, but like, I trust the KT in the week 1. I got it right. So this time, I'm not trusting.
That is actually the best way to do it, because it's not about consistency. It's about completely
That's a KT rule,
mixing
sir.
up what you expect every single time. It's absolutely incredible. Now, because we're so extraordinarily efficient here on the space, we have a couple of minutes to play with. So we can open the floor to some extra discussion about anything else. Are there any players that you want to watch out for this week? Anything else that we want to discuss? Maybe how does the bottom teams, the teams that are on the eastern side at the moment, how are they going to be able to get themselves out?
Two players I'll mention briefly I think really need to step it up this week that I think underperformed are Bulldog, who had a really rough week 1 for Quantum Freaks, definitely way better than he showed, and Gideon for Bro. I think Gideon actually has the potential to be a strong player. We've seen him actually at, like, his highs actually be like a top 4, top 5 jungler in the LCK in several games, right? I know the potential is there. I think these two players underperformed a little bit, and I don't want that to be a trend. I want it to be an outlier, because if it continues the way it is, the hopes for these two teams are pretty low for me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's gonna be, since as I'm top laner, which is like,
Yeah.
I think I'm looking forward to see like the perfect against Zeus. Like, which is like, that's gonna be kind of cool. And also, the problem is like the perfect, he's shown the really weak performances at the same time. He is at the peak. So both of it, he's shown the both, and I don't know where he's gonna be at. And I think that's really important for a rookie to be able to find as soon as possible the consistency that showing able just show off the stage, like whenever he can actually just feel comfortable, just pick whatever he want and play however he want.
Oh, and also, we do have a few seconds left. Huni, what is the perfect Rumble build that we're looking out for today? What is the checklist to be looking for?
I mean, if I see one more the swiftnesses, I'm done. If I see the swiftnesses or like Protobell, like please no, like Leandris, man.
Okay. We'll try to tie him down, and then Huni will be okay. We'll just sing him songs about Sork Pen boots. It is now time to get into the intro and get into day 1.
Born above the stars, with iron in my heart and steel inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna break, no. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here on a Wednesday. I am Valdez. With me is Ox here once again, and I'm just so happy that League of Legends is back here for the week. We're starting off with a very fun matchup for this first one. FearX up against Life Esports. What do you think, Ox? What are we going to get from this one?
I mean, I think a lot of people looking at Life Esports as a favorite, so I think that's quite obvious. But FearX, you know, they've shown a little bit in their week one. I'm hoping they put up a good challenge. That's what I'm hoping for from the series.
Yeah, it's definitely very important. I think that FearX have shown some good stuff, but this is going to be one of their first challenges in Life Esports, who have looked pretty strong with their new changes to the roster. And let's take a look at the matchup of the two teams striving for early momentum. FearX scoring their first win. Will they halt Life Esports on a 2-win streak? Life Esports have not lost a game yet.
Yeah, I think that'll be the first step, getting that one game against Life Esports. Big confidence boost for FearX, so got to come in strong on this series or it'll just be 6-0 for HLE.
Might just happen. This is definitely one of the squads that people are looking at as one of the best, especially the bottom lane with Viper and Delight joining forces for this year. Key to victory, though, what will today's jungle picks be? Because Willer has been playing all sorts of stuff, including showing off the first jungle brand in the LCK and playing 4 unique picks in 4 games. Whereas Peanut's just kind of playing the standard meta tank junglers at the moment.
Yeah, we've kind of seen that from not only Peanut, but Canyon as well, have just lent on like these big tanky junglers, things like the Maokai, the Sejuani, the Rel. I actually think that is a point where FearX could look to punish the brand, a really fast-paced tempo jungler. We saw Willer really effective on that. Could actually cause some issues if you are playing one of these tank junglers who don't have as much threat onto something like a brand.
Yeah, definitely could be a game-changing factor. Which support will lead the team to victory? Execute is actually a madman. This guy is going to flash on you 1v2 with Renata. How will he play against Delight, the master playmaker, the Rakan player that somehow is just getting Rakan again? You know, our pre-show did a great job of pointing out that Rakan is 8-0, but it still feels like he's a little bit underutilized?
I think it's going to be super contested in this series for sure. Both players really excellent on it.
Yeah, should be one of the big picks, I would imagine. FearX coming out here. The Desert Foxes, the Fearless Foxes. No fear is their name. And they're going to need that kind of mindset coming into this matchup. Their first match they played against KT, that was a quick 2-0, but they turned it around against OK Brion later on in the week. So they're looking to start off strong here and maybe link together 2 match wins.
And honestly, I think part of the issue in that KT series was like the high priority Renata into Thwei from Beryl, which he was super effective on. I think draft is going to be a big factor in this one, ensuring that Execute has a pick where he has agency, has a good matchup, will make all the difference.
That is a Desert Fox eating an orange, which is, I suppose, representative of Life Esports, who do their orange days and stuff like that on Saturday Showdowns. But it's a Wednesday, as here is Life Esports. A very strong roster on paper. We weren't sure exactly what to expect from the top side of the map, but we've already seen that the bottom side is working out pretty well.
Yep, and I think really when I see this roster, I just think back to their inspiring motto, which is, why not?
Definitely the, I hesitate to use the word best, but it is one of our most unique mottos.
It's in your mind. It does
in the
stick
LCK.
in your mind.
Why not? I mean, it's great.
Yeah.
I think it really...
Since the dawn of the human race, we've been asking why, and Life Esports has the response.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Why not us? You're talking about other teams. Why not Life Esports? Here's the key player matchup. Peanut with a very high KDA, but they are winning every game. Definitely take a look at the picks here, as Peanut has only been playing tanks. He also brought out the Zac, which was a really fun one. I think that Zac also a little bit underutilized. But, you know, a lot of strong tank junglers besides him as well, so I understand that. But then the brands coming out for Willer is also cool.
Yeah, I think it's quite clear the different roles these players have within their teams right now, at least. And for Peanut, it has been that facilitator, that engage, where his team has such strong carries. Willer has had to be that driving force, and I think him having a good start, a good matchup is going to be really important if they want to be able to find the momentum in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We even saw the Wukong coming out here for Willer, which is not a meta pick. And yeah, he has been kind of the shining light of a lot of the rosters that he has been on, bit by bit, just getting stronger and stronger. Whereas we know Peanut, one of the big veterans here in the LCK, is not going to be an easy opponent, as Clear needs a little bit of adjusting of the microphone, a little bit of help there before we do get into this one.
The microphone, yep.
Yeah. Closer. He has been, I feel like this meta should be good for him, and it's very fun to look at this mid lane matchup because these are basically the same player. They've just had varying levels of success in terms of Zeka as a world champion, and feels like Closer plays a lot like him and plays a lot of the similar champions, but still looking for that success.
And honestly, I feel like the meta has been kind of very heavily around Azir and things that you play into Azir. Like Zeka's played 3 Azir games so far, but also played the Yone, which is obviously very much a signature pick. We have seen the Tristana be something that's been a popular pick into the Azir, but has not paid off at all so far. After 1 week, I still think it's like a little bit early to make like really decisive calls on some of the lower play rate picks, but like, you know, Tristana 1 and 4, and then on the other side of the coin, picks like Rakan, which are 8 and 0, definitely something to be said about those.
Yeah, definitely pretty important picks to look out for, I would imagine, and just to see how this meta is going to develop, especially in a matchup like this where we could see some very interesting drafting that maybe other teams facing off against each other would not necessarily go for. FearX has gone for blue. I feel like it has kind of evened up a little bit, but it's also been a lot of blue side wins as well at the end of the last week. Also, Humble Life Esports 4-0 on blue side. They haven't played on red side yet.
Yeah, they have stuck to that, so we'll see for the first time them on that red side, how that changes things up, the adaptations. They are going to ban that Varus away. By Sejuani, so very heavily targeting the jungle pool by FearX. Interesting to see. They may well have something up their sleeves that they want Willa to play, so potentially setting up for that already.
Yeah, I think it's important to go ahead and pinch the jungle pool as much as you possibly can. Will we see that focus on the Rakan? We do see the Melio ban. The Lucian Melio especially has been showing a lot of strength. At the end of last week, even in Challengers, we saw just a ton of that duo. It's very strong.
Yeah, I think it feels so obnoxious to play into. Even lane is just so hard to land sticking damage on and win trades. And obviously scales pretty well. We do see the Callisto ban. Ashe still left open available. Was very high prio, 100% presence during the early portions of last week. Did have, I think, a game or two where it wasn't picked or banned, but still a high prior pick, so we'll see if that's targeted or if it's going to be something else in this situation. Humble Life Esports trying to make up their mind.
Cassante.
So we still have like the Rakan open, Renata, which we've seen an early pick, although I hope FearX don't go down that road again, and the Azir, something that Zeka has played a lot, so we know Zeka has answers to this. We'll see what he wants to bring out in that regard. He might leave it to later. I feel like some priority towards the bot lane would be solid here. If you do want to secure like that Zyra Khan, which is 4-0 as a duo, you could look for that here. You could also look in the jungle. You've already seen 2 junglers taken. And actually, gonna go for the Corki. So interested to see that matched up. It's obviously that old school matchup into the Azir, but not typically something we'd expect Zeka to be bringing out when he's definitely more comfortable in things like the Yone.
Yeah, I would expect the Maokai to go up in priority as well. I thought maybe they could go for like a Maokai and a Yone or something like that, but now with Corki and Lucian, and a pick that Peanut has played many times could come out. Now the Senna is going to be selected here, and it looks to be Senna Nautilus. So we're still on 14.1. The Nautilus with the Blood Song alongside of some extra farm with the Senna has been something we've seen a little bit.
Yeah. So obviously being able to go double support item, you can still get that on the Nautilus in this situation. But I guess the Nautilus will be doing a lot of the farm, and you want to get those souls on the Senna, which obviously will scale really well in the later stages. And we do see the Lucian Nami obviously coming out with Melio banned away, so both teams mirroring the lanes in which they have picked things.
So, might see a lot of pinching on the jungle in this case, unless they want to try to get a really favorable topside matchup for Doran. The Wukong is going to be taken away from Willer. That's not a ban you'll see very often nowadays.
Yeah, does make me wonder. There's still picks that he's played like the Viego and the Sinzao available, and it felt like when he took the Wukong, it was after a lot of junglers had been targeted, but it could suggest that, you know, Peanut's going to have first choice coming out of this draft phase. He's banning picks he isn't really going to play. Jack's being banned. We have seen Jack's jungle as well. Pretty solid matchup into the Sinzao, who obviously is very auto-attack based, so does put more priority on that. We'll see what Hunter Life Esports want to go for. It could just be they end up leaning towards the tank in the jungle for Peanut. Again, that Maokai is still open and available.
Yeah. I wonder about a Poppy as well, but maybe if they were going to play the Poppy, they wouldn't have banned Wukong. Here is the Xin Zhao ban, so none of that for Willer this time.
Yeah, so there's still the Viego left available, which is something FairX has played. I wonder if they just opt to just ban the Maokai and really look to thin away some of the picks that Peanut has played. He has got a game on Rel as well. Honestly, I do feel like you're probably going to want Honor Life to have some engage in the jungle, because obviously with a Lucian Nami, you're lacking it a bit. I know with Corki, you can sit back and poke, but you don't want to have no engage options from the team. The Maokai will come out as the ban, so there is still the likes of the Rel available if they want to lean in that direction. I think for Willer, he's got you know, the Brand and Viego we've seen from him before, but obviously other options as well.
Yeah. Willer at this point, who knows what he's going to play. Peanut feels like Rel, Zach, Poppy, maybe. They're going to hold on to it, as Udyr seems to be prioritized here, especially with the Cassante gone. Something you could look for, but we have been seeing more and more answers into the Azir, or rather the Udyr.
Yeah.
So can get a little bit risky as we get later in this patch.
Especially if you still have jungle top for FairX, you could go for something to specifically punish the Udyr here, but I think Honor Life Esports, it makes sense to leave your jungle pick till last, because you prio the Udyr, and on top of that, it means that if Willer does bring something crazy out, you have a pick still to potentially counteract it. The Gnar is going to come in something. We have seen a decent amount in the Udyr. Obviously, Udyr thrives getting up close and personal, and Gnar kind of just denies that from happening.
What's it going to be for our jungler player from FearX? He has played 4 unique picks. Will we see a 5th? No. It will be the Viego once again, that leftover jungle pick that you kept mentioning. So he is going to go back to that, and Peanut will get the final pick.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You don't necessarily go what you're up against. And you have a lot of pick potential with the likes of the Nautilus. So potentially set you up to get those resets that can really drive you through the fight. And Peanut isn't breaking the tank streak. This is 5 games out of 5 now that he just locked in a tank jungler, going for the Poppy, which I will say doesn't have that much engage potential. You know, you obviously can slam someone into a wall, but isn't as much of a driving force as things like Rel, things like Zac. So, you know, if this game does get in the later stages, you do have poke from Corki, don't get me wrong, but if the center Azir do become a problem, you don't really have the greatest tools to get on top of them. You're kind of relying on some consistent poke to connect with them.
Well, you got to get the eye drops in before you play the game. Also after the game, just to keep those eyes healthy, generally a good idea. It's going to be an interesting first game. It doesn't feel like we've seen too much mix-up with these drafts. It would have been funny if we actually saw Udyr and Hecarim on the same team. That's been a while since we've seen that, especially after the jungle meta of Udyr versus Hecarim every single day. Thankfully, we have moved past that. There's a lot of fans coming down here to support both the teams. FearX up against Humble Life Esports.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Why not show up, support your favorite teams? And yeah, I think ultimately we kind of talk a lot about the jungle being an important factor. I don't think this has changed from this situation. A lot of scaling elements in these compositions, and accelerating them could really contribute a lot.
Yeah, it absolutely can, as it looks like we're just about ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, here we go. No support item early on, and this is something we've seen before. Just you can get it on your first back as long as you get it around 5 minutes. Should be fine.
Yeah, and it's important that like neither of them has a support item, because they want to sync it up together, so they end up farming at a pretty consistent rate with each other with the stacks, so neither of them ends up with the support item penalty, because we haven't seen it. It does become a thing later on if you are farming that you'll get the support item penalty, but it's kind of like balancing it you know, the pros and cons of the extra gold and item you've essentially received. So teams have kind of been optimizing this double support item strategy, at least while they can, until it gets removed on 14-2.
Yeah, had enough fun here in the first patch of pro play. It's time to get rid of it. And also, you can pick up these early Doran's items that just make the laning phase kind of free. Like, you're just not going to die with the extra health, with the ability to CS even better. It's just, it's going to be very easy, you would imagine, for the Senna Nautilus lane, as long as something doesn't go insanely wrong. We do see Execute has picked up Teleport here on the Nautilus as well, so doesn't feel very threatened about this laning phase, and we'll try to utilize that as the game comes along with triple Teleport on the team.
Yep, and also, I mean, Nautilus teleport flank sounds very threatening, but also we're seeing, so it's the Doran shield, actually gone W level 1, and has second wind as well, so he's very much like, I'm just going to survive your harass, and they are actually a little bit ahead in terms of pushing for level 2, so if they can secure this, they can just kind of take a little bit of control in the lane.
Yeah, Nautilus is pretty good at that, and it looks like Viper and Delight are going to respect this and just back off. So a good start here for Henna and Execute. Seems like they have come in with a very nice plan already against one of our best bottom lane duos.
Yeah, and you can see Hanwha bot lane were trying to put damage into Execute, and as a result weren't focusing the wave as much. But Execute just didn't actually take much damage.
He's fine.
Staying up.
Okay, they're gonna hit level 2. That was an interesting hook, as the root will come down and prevent any further chase. But yeah, you could see he was looking for the level 2 versus level 1 as Viper was still level 1. See the Delight still, even so, is level 1. Here's a little invade from Peanut, trying to get on top of Willer here, who is in a bit of trouble. Gonna get knocked into basically the wall, but not quite, as Willer will flash and die anyway. Forces the follow flash from Peanut, I suppose. But that's first blood for the Hama Life Esports jungler.
I really don't like the decision to flash there because Peanut has Hex Flash. So, you know, as Atlas would say, he's just unlocked his Hex Flash ability. I think he's just held there, but showing the early power off that Poppy, the ability just to out-duel something like a Viego. So, really nice moves from Peanut to find that invade angle and set the enemy jungler behind.
Peanut is a casual 19-2 on Poppy. A lot of these wins actually came last year with his play on Gen G and having a lot of prio from his solo laners, especially Chovy, and just allowed to basically rule the map. Dove bot a lot in a lot of those metas. Feels like almost every meta is a bot dive meta nowadays, but yeah, definitely a lot of success on this pick. And very good stuff from Peanut already.
Interestingly enough, we see Henna actually coming back with a support item. I wonder if they'll give farm now to Execute so we can get his, if they are going the double support item. Oh, Viper.
Yeah, we see the Ignite already coming in, and they're trying to deal damage to Execute. That bubble might help out a little bit, but you can see this guy is basically impenetrable right now, as here is Peanut. He is in the bottom lane. That's another root, but he'll just wait it out. I mean, they're not even under the turret just yet. Really nice flash, though, from Henna. Excellently done, and that is going to be Peanut going down.
So well played there. And, you know, I was criticizing, saying, hey, maybe Willis shouldn't have been the flash, but maybe if Peanut had flashed there, that play could have gone better. So I guess there's the payoff. But really well played from Execute and Henna in that situation, turning it around and getting an extra bit of gold for the center. Definitely valuable here. Okay, now they got the double support item, so they gave some farm over to Execute. He picked up the Willed Atlas as well, and both sides have the double Willed Atlas at this point.
Clear, he doesn't have his hop. He has to flash away from this one. Doran really utilizing those cooldowns for the Gnar, especially early on, and that is going to be a flash already out of Clear.
Yeah, and it looks like the wave was in a pretty bad spot, so Clear was trying to push up, try and crush the wave, try and break the freeze, and ends up getting punished pretty heavily for it. One of the problems, you know, if your jungler gets set behind you, you're not going to have that level of support when your lane ends up in a rough situation.
Valkyrie forward, and Closer matches the call. Gets his own shield, and Zeka actually ends up losing that trade, but...
Who said Azir Corki was boring, right?
Yeah, tons of action in the mid lane, as always. Trying to utilize that first strike or something. Here's another look at this bottom lane play.
Oh, it's the red buff. So I was wondering what gave Peanut the aggro after the flash, and because he used his buckler on the center, the red buff gave him aggro. So actually ended up being a bit of a mistake using the buckler first, because if he hadn't applied the red buff and we saw the flash from Henna, he could have just walked it out without taking tower aggro.
Yeah, ends up coming back to bite him as Execute is going to land the hook on a Viper, curves it around the Nami. Doesn't end up mattering, but that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where it's like, doesn't mean anything, but it looked sick, so...
Yeah. Just support players' fun time down on the bottom side. We do see a ward set up here, and Willer is actually angling for a potential play. Peanut is here once again as the hook is going to land. Viego is here already as Nami. Delight has to flash away. And it's a little bit unfortunate to see Delight, one of our best engaged supports, playing the Nami, but I guess you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, when Viper's on your team, you kind of just have to accept, you know, sometimes you have to save the 80 carry.
Just play Zyrakan, honestly. It was available, and they elected not to.
Interesting, it just completely got overlooked. You know, we're talking about 8-0 with the Rakan, 4-0 with Zyrakan. Nope, none of that here. And Close actually having the edge in this matchup against Zeka.
Yeah, we saw Zeka just trying to stick around to get the cannon, but he was just eating so much soldier damage from Closer. And it's exactly 67 to 67 in the mid lane. I am just thrilled. Oh, they're going to try for the dragon here. The Void Bubs have generally been pretty underwhelming, it feels like, on this patch. It's clear.
Oh.
Very nice ult onto the turret. Doesn't stun him in turret range.
Yeah.
And Udyr doesn't care about anything.
So close, and didn't quite get the timing there. And it looks like Life Esports feels strong enough just to push Fearx away from the dragon. Early mountain pickup. Definitely one of the nicer individual dragons to have, but yeah, Fearx just didn't hold their nerve in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be the Void Bubs and the first dragon going over to Life Esports, so that's not something you see all the time, but it ends up happening here in this game.
Yeah, you know, obviously we know the motto for Life Esports is why not, but in this situation, why not both? You know, get the Void Bubs and the dragon. Often we see them traded off, but Peanut, ever since that early invade, has kind of just had the headway in the jungle matchup, and he's continuing that in this situation, stealing away the red buff from Willer, who still hasn't hit level 6 on that Viego.
Yeah, definitely fallen behind here. Tried to set up something on the bottom side, but nothing was really happening. Delight just respect flashing as Peanut. Now he's got his flashback himself, looking for the play here on a Closer, but it's his ear, so. Yeah,
I mean, there's some world in which if Closer's really overextended, you can kind of block his dash with your W, but I just don't think it's that realistic. You know, no harm in trying as he's just crossing up towards his topside jungle.
We're still looking at the mid lane. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That's just gonna happen here for a little bit, and then we'll move
think
on to
that
the mid game.
Corki Azir is a matchup we haven't really seen in the LCK before, so we're putting a lot of attention
True.
towards it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like, oh, how does this matchup go? Corki Azir?
I still don't know.
Never before.
After all these years, yeah, I don't get it.
More studying needed.
Willer's still hanging around this bottom river. They do have some decent vision, but with the amount of brushes around this area nowadays, it's like, well, you can clear out the river, but you're not going to get much deep vision at this point in time. Execute Henna level 6, but same can be said here for Delight. They're looking for this first turret plate, and they might be able to get it just barely. No, not quite.
Yeah.
Willer still on vision.
Viper putting up some presence there just to zone them off. And Doran actually... What are you doing mid lane, bro? He just pops his head out. He's like, hello. Heads back up towards top lane. Guess you saw a roam window, but, you know, I talked about the Poppy being a bit difficult to find something on the Azir. I think if an Udyr gets on top of an Azir in this situation, I don't know how that would even happen.
Probably Magic, I would imagine. Or if Closer goes for an all-in and Doran just happens to be there, just feels like you're having solo queue game, you know, and then you get question mark pinged a couple times. Yeah, I guess Doran probably just cleared the wave and he's like, well, I got some extra time, I'm really fast, and I'm Udyr. I have Swifties, and so does Clear.
Fortunately, no Rumbles with 50s.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd lose Huni and we'll have to call Chronicler in to fill for the rest of the day.
It'd be a whole thing.
Yeah, that'd be unfortunate.
Interesting to see the full Sunfire finished by Peanut. We've often seen like Bammy Cinder into Frozen Heart be popular, and against his composition for FearX, like the Frozen Heart ends up, it's not obviously the best item against Azir, but the attack speed slow still works, and it's good against everyone else, so Peanut wanting that extra bit of damage that the Sunfire has over the Bammy Cinder, maybe a bit of a faster clear.
Yeah. Trying to win your heart, Ox. Build those Sunfire items, at least one of them nowadays, as we have multiple. Willer's here. They are trying to deny the 6 Void Bub stack. And you see Peanut is going to get stunned up here. He's going to be kited down quite a bit as Henna puts some damage into him as well. Not able to get him low enough for any potential Viego all-ins, but they do at least push Peanut away and gives himself a chance to take these Void Bubs.
Yep, FearX will roam their support up to secure, and by support I mean their AD carry support, not their tank support. You know, we have to be clear on that.
Yeah.
They'll roam their AD carry support up. They'll leave their tank support bot lane to farm, and that'll be enough just to force Hanwha Life Esports away. It does deny the 6 Void Bubs. I don't think it's too much of an issue for Hanwha Life Esports, but I think FearX just preventing too much of an advantage being given away. But we do have Dragon in 50 seconds, and this could be Zeka's first package as well, if he wants to pick it up. So could see a point of contention that Hanwha Life Esports would really push to secure it. I'm not sure if FearX will be comfortable contesting versus that package.
Yeah, it looks pretty clear with Peanut heading down here. I mean, he's only got the 1 camp, as it has been mostly a farm game, but imagine he just goes Gromp into Dragon setup. As you see, total vision control over the bottom side of the map right now going towards Hanwha Life Esports, so just looking to stack those Drakes already.
And Delay actually wins the race, understandably, because he was the first person to have bought it, but out of the 4 support items, he's finally completed it. And it's actually a really big spike with the Imperial Mandate plus the Dreammaker, adding so much extra damage on when you do look for those engages.
There's a decent amount of damage already put into Execute, but he has Frozen Heart already, so the Lucian not chunking him out to a huge effect. He's also got that Senna for a bit of sustain, as we do see a bit of a scrum up into the top side. I don't know if either of these guys are going down anytime soon, but Hanwha Life Esports on the Dragon. There is a ward. They know this is happening, and the package just used probably timing out here. It doesn't look like FearX want to challenge this at all.
Yeah, I mean, Doran had a TP advantage. They had the package as well. I just think there's no realistic situation where FearX wanted to go for that fight. And it's going to be an Infernal Soul, so have the Cinders to collect, which, I'm going to be honest, they're fun, they're satisfying. I don't feel like they actually do much.
They're getting buffed.
They're planning to double the ability haste they add. That's how kind of underwhelming they are right now.
Yeah.
But the Soul itself, for a champion like Corki, who already is so bursty, able to proc that poke at a long distance, Infernal Soul would be very painful to play against. So FearX definitely looking towards trying to contest that 3rd Dragon.
Yeah, we also get the Sonic Rings effect, where they explode into a million cinders and they fly everywhere. That's very fun.
Honestly, even if they didn't do anything, but they just did that,
yeah,
I'd be fine with it. I'd still be okay, you know?
Yeah, just like a little movement speed boost, and then we just get that effect. It's all we need.
People would still pick them up. I'm gonna be real. Even if they didn't do anything, it's just, you would just have to. It's too satisfying.
Yeah. Well, Execute is mid now, as we do have this swap coming in already. Slight lead for the majority of the lanes here for Hanwha Life Esports, but a big lead obviously for the farming Nautilus in the bottom side.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's such even gold between the AD carries, despite the fact that Viper has a 30 CS lead. So FearX did a pretty good job of distributing farm between their 2 bot laners, both at about the same level, and having an overall gold edge in the bot lane. And obviously Senna gets so much value from those souls as well. I would be interested to see how many stacks the Senna has, just because obviously this is a lot more farming than we have historically seen for like a fasting Senna. Even though, to be honest, this makes more sense.
Yeah, trying to get on a Doran here, clear near his Meganar, but not quite able to get there as Doran just too fast with the Ghost. And yeah, I mean, Henna also has that kill, so helping to shore up a little bit. Execute gonna spot Peanut, and they might just give up this Rift Herald with everybody on the side of Hanwha Life Esports running away.
Yep, should be able to secure it. And honestly, I like this more than, because the thing is, it's supposed to be fasting Senna, where you don't farm to get souls, but you still farm a bit later. The problem that we really had is that so many Sennas would be down in levels, down in gold, and just end up, even though they scale well, they would never get to that point because they're so far behind. I prefer this where you have a bunch of XP and gold from farm going towards your center. Obviously, the extra support item means you're going to get much more farm than a typical fasting center, but I just think sometimes we've seen bad execution when it comes to the whole fasting concept with Senna, and I think Fearx doing a better job here than we have typically seen.
Yeah, it has been pretty good for them. And I am excited to see what Henna is going to be able to do in this game alongside of a pretty fed Nautilus to support. But we would need the teams to fight for us to really see that happen. So still waiting for them to butt heads. And maybe Execute has to be the guy to do it. He is the main source of engage on the team. They also have the Azir and the Gnar to a lesser effect to try to set some stuff up. And so culling, just for good measure.
Yeah, I ain't doing that much damage.
No.
I will say, I think this Dragon up in a minute 30, that'll be the point. That'll be the point where Fearx want to establish this, want to get control. They do have the Herald in pocket, so could slam that down mid to try and get the pressure to secure control of the Dragon. See what they opt to do there, and we are seeing some decent spikes coming in. So Porky very close to stacking up that Manamune, has the Malignance as well, which obviously puts that burn on whenever you land a rocket. Really helps to amplify your poke damage.
Willer being annoying, trying to get closer to a spot where he can take down this turret. And yeah, he will be able to. Has 3 Void Buffs help out a little bit with that damage. Azir's attacking pretty fast, stacking that up. Not so bad. But yeah, trying to set up here for this Dragon. That bottom turret going down can help out very nicely. Just for setting up vision around this area.
I think Execute should have a support item. Oh, as I said it, it comes through. He's actually gone for the Slay instead of the Blood Song. Obviously, you can't stack the exposed weakness part of it, so decides to go for the utility that comes out of the Slay, which gives that healing and movement speed. Obviously, very easy for the Nautilus to proc with so much CC in his kit.
Yeah. So they drop down the Herald, and I mean, this Dragon isn't even up yet, but they're still just kind of hanging out in mid. Yeah, the timing a little bit off, it feels like, especially now Zeka's just able to go back, pick up a package, and teleport in if he needs to. And doesn't even need to teleport.
I think it's so important because...
Oh, the Predict Viper! He's just going to get caught out just like that! Has to flash, nearly goes down, but he at least gets that culling in, and now Willer goes down. He gets a bit low closer, finally going to join the fight. He wasn't here for any of this. That means that actually it's Fearx that fall behind.
It's just mind-blowing the Viper doesn't go down there, and Fearx are so clearly the losing side on the back end of that fight. Like, I feel like if you land a full CC combo on the enemy Lucian, that should be a winning scenario. They just don't manage to follow up for the damage, and as you said, Closer not there in time to contribute.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty huge. At this point, you know, it was pretty far away. Like, Willer's trying to get in there, Clear's trying to get in there. And the TP comes in as this is happening. Excellent dredge line. I mean, that was just as clean as it gets, but still they can't take him out.
Yeah, I think maybe their Execute should have gone for, like, an auto before the ult to kind of extend it a bit more. It's hard to say because you want to get the ult immediately before Viper flashes. But regardless, there just wasn't enough damage, wasn't enough CC coming through. And we end up seeing Viper living. And now, Clay, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He's going to hop the wall, run into a Poppy. He does flash. And that might give him a little bit of an extension, but this is a long jungle. That hit is not going to knock him into the wall. As Clear is getting low, but the Ghost coming in from the Udyr. And they should be able to take him down. That they do. As the rings explode. Yeah.
I mean, Doran was really going like Sonic speeds there, just chasing him down. I mean, you have, obviously Gnar is good at like kiting, but over a long distance, the Udyr will just, oh,
hello.
There was something in there.
Must have been nothing.
Must have been his imagination.
Yeah. So, Hololive Esports, they got the Drake. It's still relatively even in terms of golds, but still going to be a pretty nice position here for Hololive Esports. They got that extra kill. They got the Dragon. They're one away from the Soul. And that's just going to make Corki and Lucian just insanely high damage in this mid game.
Yeah, and one of the problems is as much as we have had good gold generation for the Senna, you know, keeping up in items compared to Viper, it's only 60 souls right now, 63, which isn't that many. Means you're going to be waiting a lot longer.
Oh boy, Execute is going to get that dredge line, but Henna's just left out to dry. He doesn't have a dredge line himself, and Doran, he can just hang out under the turret forever. As the hook now going to come in and Execute goes down. I think he was kind of out, actually.
He was.
But then he, yeah.
Yeah, he saw the window. It's this thing where it's like you see the enemy AD carry, you can land the CC. It's very hard to resist that temptation.
Yeah.
But both times it's happened, it's backfired for Execute in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely a little bit unfortunate there. And you can see that both teams kind of just waiting for this next dragon. I don't think that either side, you know, that was a nice look from Hololive Esports. They caught out the bottom lane of FearX in a rough spot. And we're going to take a look at it once again. There's no vision on the top side, so yeah, just kind of getting caught out here. Just run down, essentially.
Yeah, and the thing is, because Doran is so tanky and he's the one with aggro,
Yeah.
Viper's is completely fine.
If he hooks the Udyr, I think he still just dies in that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to think of, like, maybe, but I don't think there was really an angle there, unfortunately for him.
Sometimes you just gotta walk away. Without breaking the wrist.
No, not, yeah, and this time he tried to break the wrist and walk away, but it wasn't meant to be.
Was not.
And that just ends up feeding just a little bit more gold, just small leads going into Hololive Esports. You remember the kill on to clear through the jungle, and then you get a couple of kills mid. You know, just a bit here and there, like the play on the Viper, and they're not able to take him down. Unfortunate for FearX, and then, you know, Hololive Esports just staying calm, just playing for the later stages of the game and getting small leads along the way.
Yeah, and you can see at this point, Viper's really, I mean, not so much with the culling there, but if he gets on top of Henna, he will just absolutely pop the Senna. Really got to be cautious. It's so hard to contest mid-prio against the Lucian army. This is one of the big strengths it's always had, is that if you overstep mid, you can just get shot down by the Lucian with so much burst potential. Right now with that double energized combo with the Cyclo Sword and the Storm Razor.
Yeah. And the Blood Song, just popping people, just makes this mid-game from the Lucian Nami even that much stronger. See, FearX grouping up as a 4-man unit here. Clear has his teleport, and it looks like Zeka's waiting for a package.
Yep. You know, the timings aren't as good as it used to be. One of the nerfs they did when Corki was really strong was making it so the cooldown is 5 minutes instead of 4. Before, you could take it well in advance, set up for the dragon, poke them out. Now you are cutting the time a little bit thin, but you still get it in time, and Zeka going to start laying down the poke.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
lot
what
of
they want to
damage
do.
already.
Nice root onto Zeka, but you're not really getting in range, and he's just doing insane amounts of damage. He has 3 items already. The Malignant's helping out as well. And just look at this poke. I mean, if he lands it, you don't get to play the game. And now there's a culling on top of it and a package as well. Just trying to take out Willer. And they don't kill him, but that's a free Infernal Soul.
Yeah, the Eclipse coming in, huge spike with the Corki. And the thing is, this is a level 15 Corki. At level 16, your rocket damage goes up so much. And even at this point, it just feels unmatchable for FearX. You know, we talk about the Senna being a scaling pick, the Azir being a scaling pick. They just bow down in the face of this Corki who's just dominating. And
I don't know about this. This looks like desperation. I mean, even if they do get it, they're giving up Infernal Soul. So even that is not a great trade.
I think you have to try something. Force an objective when the package is down. This is probably going to go horribly wrong, but you have to try.
You gotta try. Zeka's gonna try to TP in, speaking of which, as that tidal wave goes a bit awry, as everybody's in the back of the pit. And they are getting a nice little setup actually on the backside there, but Willer is going to take down the Baron now, as Hololive Esports looking to clean up as much of them as possible afterwards. So they get the objective, but a couple of people are getting out with this one.
You know, I expected that to go far worse. So I'm going to say that was a rounding success for FearX. To lose Team 2 members and get the Baron, I really thought they were just going to be gone there. So it does work out.
Oh, the flash on in, trying to set something up. He's got Senna around, but it ends up to clear. Oh, he will live just barely. As here comes closer. Did they get him in? No, they did not, as now Henna is going to be sniping him down. Look at that range. As Henna will take a couple of extra kills.
Finally getting some life from FearX here. They get the Baron. Yes, they gave over the Infernal Soul. That Corki's poke is going to be painful, but they do find some life. They do find an answer back. And we'll see the replay here. So I think part of the problem is the Corki's taking so long to come over. They're kind of fish in a barrel, but the gun isn't actually there to be firing at them with the Corki absent. The smite secure is critical. And another thing is because Zeka was poking around mid lane, he only actually has 3 rockets in the tank. Isn't able to do that much with it, but this is the big play in my eyes. Clear sees a window, gets them both, isn't able to get the stun onto the Nami, but Henna just ends up being so clutch with this. The Q snipe through the turret. Actually, the ward place down wasn't the turret, sorry. Really well played.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff, and now he's got 3 kills. And that's gonna, he's gonna continue scaling. He's up to 84 souls. Slowly but surely, he will become a menace in this game.
But the problem I'm seeing is we now have level 16 Corki, 3 items plus that Elixir of Wrath. If a big one hits Henna, with Infernal Soul,
He might die.
I think it might be like 70-80% of the health bar. No real resistances have come through. I mean, not at all have come through for Henna, other than the Ninja Tabi, which
Should have taken the scaling health shard.
Oh, if only. Wait, look at that as well. 44 MR, so it's base MR for Henna. Okay, it's gonna be a lot of damage.
All right, this is gonna be exciting.
I'm waiting for the moment where Zeka just, I'll take closer as a target, but I want to see how much it does to Henna. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Clear has to ult the Udyr away. Hololive Esports setting up here in the mid lane, going to take down that tier 1 just to match what FearX have done. And outside of the Infernal Soul, it's still an even game. I mean, yes, the Corki is Omega fed at this point in time. Maybe Omega's a little bit strong, but he's very fed. We've got this Lucian who's pretty fed as well, and potential to do some crazy late game damage with those two. So we'll have to wait and see how this one is going to come down to it. That Infernal Soul also going to be game-changing, so we can't ignore that.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, not even just, you think about it being really strong on the Lucian and the Corki, and it absolutely is. But on champions like the Udyr and the Poppy, these super tanks, having that extra damage when typically their main thing is being durable, makes them so much harder to deal with. If this Udyr just starts slamming Phoenix Storms on you, you can't take him out, and you get those extra damage procs. It really will start to feel painful. You can see FearX doing a good job though, pushing up mid lane, trying to establish control. Still kind of waiting for Zeka to see, for science, see how much damage.
We need to know exactly how much this is gonna do. Let's take a look. He's just waiting. He's an assassin.
Yep.
Just trying to hit the big one. And there it is, half health.
You know what?
On the Henna.
I expected more.
Yeah.
I genuinely expected a bit more. It's a lot, but I expected more.
It's definitely a lot. Now Doran, he just gets to do whatever he wants. Why are we flashing on a Udyr here? Are they actually gonna catch him?
No.
Like, why? What? Closer!
What are you doing?
He's just dead! Oh no, the chase goes horribly wrong as we have a couple of stragglers going down for free, and now Willer's going down as well. That was just very confusing as a decision to chase the Udyr and then just totally caught out.
It's an Udyr! Like, he just, what was the point? He's just running around being goofy. Just let him go. It's like Willer's flashing on him. I cannot believe that this game that we felt like, despite Hololive Esports had the edge, the gold was kept even, and then all it takes is Doran goofing about, and FearX just completely collapsed.
He was just too goofy, man. They couldn't let him do that for too long.
Oh, what's this guy doing?
He's taunting them,
Yeah, I mean, it worked.
It definitely worked. And it's not a singe, but you also shouldn't chase an Udyr. And he teleports behind them, and they're like, yeah, maybe we can take advantage of. No, you can't. No.
What is the game plan here? Yeah, it's like they're burning so much to chase after him, and it's like, guys, you've left your backline.
Yeah, Closer's like not sure if he can continue into the river. He's probably like calming, like, guys, wait, no, don't do that. And then before he even realizes he's dead, one of those moments. And now Zeka's got a package for the Elder Soul, the Elder Drake.
Well, good luck, FearX. Yeah, I think they really need to just explode someone, get the resets on the Viego. I'm not even sure that'll be enough. That has to be the hope, right? You just need to pop someone. Execute needs to be leading the charge with the engage. Ideally, they catch Zeka before he packages, but that's going to be such a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, if FearX win this one, like that's going to be insane. Look at that damage, that's not a clear! And yeah, he's mini-Gnar, but like, come on.
That's the damage I was expecting.
Kind of insane stuff. Execute's like, please, I want to engage. Please don't kill me. Zeka going a little bit too ham as the Azir value is kind of insane, but it's a little bit not insane enough, as now it's only clear, and he is going to get bubbled, and down he goes. That'll be Elder Drake to the side of Life Esports, and maybe just the game.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka went in, he went hard, but he did so much damage there. Traded his life for the Elder for the game, and, well, I mean, they don't even need the Elder. They're just going to end here. And for a game where it felt like, you know, FearX didn't have the most control, but they were keeping it sort of even, they really just completely collapsed in the later stages of this game. You can see the veterancy from Life Esports definitely having a lot of value there.
Yeah, I feel like they just waited until FearX made a mistake, and then the game was over. GG. Game number 1 going into the hands of Life Esports. No rush, they say. We've got a Corki, and he does some boom damage. And we're just going to kill them with that. And that's basically what happened by the end of it all. So, Life Esports starting off with a pretty strong 1-0 lead.
Some deliberation on my POG.
Who'd you go for POG?
Well,
any spoilers?
I was thinking Zeka, but I decided, you know, I feel like that pick on a closer was really big from Viper. Viper also surviving against the engage from Execute. I think those moments really stood out to me.
So you voted for Zeka?
No, I went for Viper. I think the final fight, Zeka was phenomenal, but also he was playing Corki, and that gets negative points for me. I'm sorry to say, right? I'm pretty judgmental of Corki.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is definitely a decent example of a game where, at least in the mid lane, not a lot is happening, and both the mid laners are scaling and getting a lot of farm, and who ends up being more valuable at the end of the game? It's absolutely the Corki, even though Closer had like some decent looks in the Baron pit, and like he had some divides that were doing some big damage, and he'll probably have a pretty decent damage number at the end of it, but nowhere near what Zeka's going to have in this one. And the poke damage was just a bit too much, especially after that Infernal Soul.
You know what's crazy? He did so much damage in that final fight. He really... I mean, you can see he just absolutely smashed it. In the last couple of fights, I feel like he was so quiet for so much of the game. Last couple of fights, that was the boom damage.
Yeah.
I'm really seeing the value of the Corki, and I think FearX in general didn't have enough control of the game, but also Willa, after that invade from Peanut, I don't feel like we really saw him again.
Well, maybe we'll see him in game number 2, as it is 1-0 here for Life Esports. We'll take a break, and we will have the space to break down that wonderful and wacky game number 1. We'll be right back.
루시안 대시 보면서 보자 그냥. 앞으로 가르쳐주자.
덮어줄게. 번호 덮어줄게.
이거 앞으로 치면서 나와봐. 그래 빠졌어 지금.
네, 포킹해.
이거 발키리 전에 긋는 게 맞아.
비에고.
앞으로 그냥 앞으로 뚫자 얘들아.
가자. 비에고 위야 쭉 가.
노틸 잡았어. 아지르
맞아. 코르키.
아지르 노플.
시원하게 막았어.
아지르. 미드 텔 쓰고 텔 없네. 그냥 가서 끝내자.
Take a little bit of damage here from Pete. Not too much to worry about. Got a big old zoom out. And there's the Cataclysm from Ona. Gets a huge amount of knockouts from Pete now. In a different spot is there's the three-man pop. Blossom as Bacon comes in. He gets exhausted, but it's still enough to get the kill into a hand. The whole bottom lane's taken down. Snip goes Zeus. And there's the flag drag flash from Ona to secure Chovy. 4 on the ground for Genji. Genji needs to force. Yeah, Zeus is trying to be annoying in that front line. Ona. And gets a kick into the back line. Empress divide onto 2 as well. The wombo combo's in. Lens tries to get it done, but there is no Varus. There's no Tristana. Keen trying to find it, does get a decent angle, but the Neil is still up and available, and she does so much damage. Only way to do this is get Kyle in mid and make a stand somewhere. As the engage comes in, they find Gideon, he's rooted pretty much forever, and down he goes. The damage from aiming is just too massive as Lucid gets to that backline with Helen. Take a lot of damage and will get away with a follow-up from Kenyon, and the rest of the team will be good. That's the Quadra already! As aiming is trying to pick up a Penta here in day 2. So this flank could potentially come in a nice True Shot Barrage to come out from Envy. Execution's waiting for it. The flash on in with the ult. He's trying to take a Karsh, and they do just like that. Execute a very aggressive play, and it does work out. No! Closer gets back in. They take out the enemy jungler. As we have the handshake coming in, Beryl is in a lot of trouble just face checking him, and he's gonna flash away, actually gets away with his life, and now that Callista getting so much value, Henna ticking down and sniped by the Hui from miles away. Face call. There you go, level 6 hit for death as Beryl, well, maybe a little bit. No, he's fine. He's totally fine. 2 kills go over to the KT bottom lane. You have to see whether D+ can get out, but Perfect is trying to corral him. There's the flash in, and Depth is just picked off. Aiming is massive, and this is all about protect the president now. As aiming, you have to be careful. Cease and desist comes in, scatter the weak, but immediately the cleanse comes down, and they don't have a lot of damage without the Lucian, and now the re-engage comes in. Then off from Perfect, finds the wall up as well as Kyoshi wants to get on over. Showmaker is going to be taken down. Lucid keeping them all in position. The stuns are everywhere. What the heck? A massive bubble on the 2 of them. Call me stepping forward. Meanwhile, here's Keen, and he is just wreaking havoc in that back line. There is no escape, as there would have been 3. Keen goes over the wall and just decimates them.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Ahuni and Wolf, much like we were in the pre-show. We're here to break down that game number 1. FearX tried their very best against Humble Life Esports, but sometimes Zeka has rockets and life becomes very difficult. Let's jump into the draft. Gentlemen, take us through it.
I have a lot of issues with what FearX tried to put together here because, yeah, you can draft the Azir first, and then Corki comes out, and okay, that part's fine, right? But then they just instantly kind of hammered down, we're playing Senna into this, we're going to be dealing with a lot of long-range poke, and then they even tripled down on how difficult it is to execute this comp by playing Gnar and Viego. Obviously, Gnar, very good into Udyr. We've seen this a lot. Perfect showed it to us last week. It was a great matchup for him there. But the complexity of which you have to frontline for this Senna, play the Gnar really well, deal with Gnarbar while you're fighting into Corki. All of these things are just too tough, I think, for this roster that is still figuring out its synergy. I think they asked for a tough game, and they got it.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, like, Gnar into Udyr, no matter what, you kind of have to win as a 1v1 by itself or even jungle, but there wasn't no action on top, which is like Udyr was actually winning 1v1. He was leading the EXP, he was leading the gold, he had a perma prio. Like, that can't be happening, and also he was losing side lane. That means, like, while they're poking, there's no any other action that the FearX can brought in the calm brought the calm to actually using their priority. Just they didn't have really any plan to do. They were just waiting to Rocket actually launch it, and just Corki was just molding the people.
Yeah, he was absolutely gigantic. Peanut did have a hiccup or two in the early stages, but then managed to get a solo kill against the enemy jungler in Willa. But this is our first highlight, and we wanted this one because Execute lands a really beautiful hook, but unfortunately at the wrong time.
Clear doesn't have items, really. It's early-ish mid-game Senna, like early to mid-game Senna. She doesn't do damage, and Closer isn't here, so this is just another one of those tales of Execute having amazing mechanics. Like, he has pixel perfect rather, hook onto the dashing Lucian. Like, he knows exactly how to hit that, but it's not the time to hit that. And this actually leads to the Drake going over and the entire game just steamrolling away from them. Like, everything felt until that moment like it was still winnable for FearX. And then this overcommitment, even though it was a great hook, the follow-up teamfight is just unwinnable, and they lose the game off it.
Yeah, I mean, I was really shocked that actually the Execute hood like was really, really insane. But the thing is, like, as you said, there was no Gnar, there was no Azir. They didn't have really enough to... Like, I rewatched the replay over time, and they didn't really actually can play any better. So I think it was like really, I would say, kind of a lucky thing actually happened. But the thing is, like, there were... Actually, HLE was attacking Drake so fast that they just reached the soul point, and it becomes so much pressure.
And now it is time for our second highlight. This one's a little bit yakety sax, as sometimes you just want to chase the Udyr, you know?
Yeah, this is a really frustrating highlight because they're trying to get a little bit of prio here, and then Doran has a really nice teleport. He comes in here to threaten, and this is just Doran actually trying to buy some time here and allow his team to close the gap, and then Willer flashes to try to stun, commits ult to try to chase down this Udyr, and it's like, wait, look at the rest of the fight. Uh-oh, Peanut's getting into the back line. This is a problem. And it's just super disjointed here again from FearX.
Yeah, it's even more problem that there was a blunder that the Nolas got exposed to danger, and also even Azir went to auto attack against Lucian, and then there's a Nami behind. There's just so many things that went so wrong that makes just infightable.
Yeah, it just didn't quite work out there, and now it is time to reveal the player of the game. And of course, it's Zeka. He threw a lot of rockets. He did 32.5% of his team's damage. Wolf did say that if he scored, like, what was it, 1,200?
I was like, I'll only give it to him if he has 1,200. Then the last fight was really good, and I was like,
yeah,
fine.
That's true. Fair enough.
He didn't do a ton of damage in the early mid because he oftentimes had his teammates, especially Viper, win the fight for him before he showed up. And also in the early game, FearX played very measured against the Corki, but in the later parts, because of those stacking Drakes who he mentioned, they kind of did have to walk towards this Corki. They didn't really have other options, so he just kind of popped off.
I mean, still, I think the rocket accuracy was like, he's really good. Actually, he was so impactful. I mean, the Corki job is like not getting behind in lane phase until like getting 3 INM, and it's pick up the package and be impactful at the team fight every single time when there's Drake, and that's what he all did. So I think he played really, really well.
Yeah, having a look at the votes here, we do have one Viper vote. I think we were tossing up some Viper votes here as well, and a few scattered around. I actually...
Op is illegal, though, I think, in this
Well,
case.
no, look, to be honest, I'm with you, one random media guy. I think that the Udyr bait was a priceless moment in that game. We're not going to take it away from you, but someone will take it away from me, and that is Valdez and Orcs, because we need to get into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers. Gonna take it away from you right now as, yeah, just a fun meme vote. Get some of those sometimes. Zeka with his big rockets. Gonna show off that damage in game number 1. As this sign asking for the Zeka carry. And she took a day off to watch that Zeka carry, and
Well,
she
they're
got
being
to see it.
rewarded. Yeah. I feel like this is kind of though how you would expect when people saw this roster before the start of the season. A game like that is kind of how you'd expect it. Like, you have these great supporting pieces from Gen G, and then Viper and Zeka really these, Zeka's had some inconsistencies, but generally speaking, these solid carries who have such high highs. And I think, it's kind of indicative how we see the tank jungles consistently for Peanut. We have Doran there on the Udyr in a tank role, and even we saw Delight playing more of a facilitative role with the Nami compared to something like the Rakan, and they just had complete faith in Viper and Zeka, and they did pay off with that carry.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Fearax is going to move on to the red side. They did select the blue side for the first game, so that didn't work out. So they're going to say, okay, let's try the other side. We have seen this a lot, of course, especially with the sides the way they are. Varus and Poppy going to be taken away. Varus just not allowed to be played here in the LCK.
What's interesting is that before today, they'd actually banned Poppy in 3 out of 4 of their games, and in first rotation. And in this game, they leave it open, and I think Willa, he just never wants to see that champion again after that invade. Clearly set him behind.
Yeah.
We do see Honor Life Esports actually wanting to ban away the center, so, I mean, you have a lot more freedom on blue side to throw bans at stuff. Ashe coming out as well, so a lot of bot lane targets in the ban phase. Compared to that first rotation, where honestly there was still some bot lane bans, but we saw a lot of jungle focus. The Vi and the Sejuani were banned away last time. Milio, Cassante, Kalista. Like, we're not seeing similar bans at all, and it means a lot of those picks that we're taking off the cards will be open and available.
Yeah, might just see Cassante Udyr this game instead of the just Udyr and Gnar to respond. The Vi is going to get banned away again, this time by the side of Humble Life Esports. Was banned by Fearax in the first game, first ban.
I think maybe the Milio ban here. I think the reason the Milio is so strong as a B1 is you can go Lucian Milio, but the enemy team takes away the Lucian, then you can go like a Aphelios Milio, which is really good in the Lucian army, so I don't think there's great responses to it. But actually, Sejuani, we'll see what they go for here. Obviously last game we saw the Azir first pick, which was just matched with the Corki, so yeah, it will be that Milio. And now, Fearax, what are your choices? You can go the Lucian army. You need to take Lucian in this rotation if you want to deny the Lucian Milio, or you could go in a different direction. And it looks like different direction might be the angle. Going for the Kalista, I don't think they need to lock in support right now. They could look to prioritize basically ending of the rule, honestly. I think you can leave support for 3 to counteract, but we'll see what they have to do. Obviously, Renata has been something that's very popular with the Kalista, but Renata has been really struggling so far, and I don't think is the best into Milio. I think picking up the Udyr, they clearly saw how much work Doran did on the last game.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Just prioritizing that pick, saying it's really strong. They also banned Kalista in game 1, so obviously they feel like this pick has a lot of power, and they want to utilize it here in this game. The Maokai is going to be the choice, and it's seemingly Lucian Milio this time around. Very strong combo, and Viper looks great on it in game 1 outside of the, execute, hooking him that one time.
Really powerful, and Maokai into Kalista is also really painful. Obviously, point and click CC, very difficult for the Kalista to deal with. And it looks like they're eyeing up that Renata, which we just haven't seen that much success so far this season. Obviously, the pick can have a lot of value, but it really hasn't come to fruition yet. So, going for the bot lane duo, though, to match up into Lucian Milio. And now second rotation, Honor Life Esports can target the jungle pool once again. I feel like for the side of Fearax, Cassante, the Gnar as well maybe is something they can look to target. in this situation. Those picks that are good into the Udyr. Perhaps even they go for the Corki on 5 and look to pick the Azir up themselves. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, definitely a lot of choices here. The Brand jungle ban against Willer is going to come out here, so it seems like they want to pinch the jungle pool even further for Willer. The Viego, to be honest, you know, especially after he got invaded, didn't seem that impressive in game 1, so
yeah,
I think that HLE Esports will be fine to let that one, you know, just stay available and just ban other picks.
And for this final ban, they are actually going to go for the Jax. Interesting. They could go for the Xin Zhao and have that as a pickup. Obviously, the Jax, I mean, it can be played. It would be played top lane with the Maokai already being secured, but just generally into the Kalista, into the Udyr, into the... If it was the Xin Zhao, the Jax would have a lot of value with that counter-strike. We'll see what HLE Esports want to finish off here. If they do go for any mid lane bans or just keep piling them on in the jungle, maybe the Wukong. Actually going for the Yone. Obviously, Yone is something that, you know, we could see FearX pick on 5 into like an Azir. So, what are FearX going to do? Are they confident enough to bring out the Azir once again, knowing that they'll probably go up against something like a Corki? Do they want to leave it till last and pick up a jungler here?
I would hope so. That's what I would like to see, that second option from Uox. But instead, they're just going to pick the Azir. And the comp here on the side of HLE Esports, it looks a lot like the last one, except it has...
You know what?
Milio.
I feel like the FearX composition is worse into Corki than the last composition.
Yeah.
At least you had a Nautilus who could engage, but like Renata, Kalista, Azir, how are you ever supposed to deal with like Corki poke? But looks like HLE Esports, Second doesn't want to play the same champion 2 games in a row. He's just going to go for the Tristana, but they are going to lock in that Rumble for Doran.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't want to go Corki Rumble maybe, so...
Yeah, they wanted more of an AD damage profile.
Yeah.
Which I think, honestly, FearX pretty fortunate in that regard, because I really feel like if you're playing Renata into Corki, you're just going to get one shot before every...
No way. Okay, for a sec.
Yeah.
I mean, they hovered a bunch of stuff, and then they landed on that one. I'm like, wait, no way. Okay. Lee Sin makes a lot more sense than Master Yi.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the FearX composition. I feel like team fighting is going to be really hard. I think they kind of need to leverage like early skirmish power. Willer needs to have a pop-off game. Henna and Execute need to really not only be good in the 2v2, but join up with their jungler and try and find advantages there. And Closer had a good laning phase last game in the Corki, but in the Trist it's going to be more for challenge. So I think FearX need to come out of the gate swinging if they want to pull ahead in this one and have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they will have to. The Rumble is going to be interesting. It has not won yet. It's 0-4. It has made Huni mauled off the face of the planet multiple times. So I am very excited to see the build from Doran and the way that it is played, whether or not he will utilize that low cooldown on that ultimate later in the game, if we even get there. Just in general, it's a good pick into the Udyr, and I think it's fine that they do forego the Corki this time and then go for the Rumble. There are other picks you could have gone for in the top side and then continue with the Corki, but seems like they wanted to try this one this time around.
Yeah, we'll see how it does end up playing out. FearX need to bounce back in this game too.
Yeah, they absolutely need to have a good performance in this one if they want to have a chance. Let's hop into the Rift for game 2. All right, here we go. Game number 2 on the way. Match 11, beginning of week 2 in our 9 weeks of LCK Spring.
Honestly, I'd love to see like a level 1 invade or something, even a late invade. Like Kalista, Renata, really strong level 1. Just do something to shake up. I feel like the lanes will very much just play out. Oh, this could be it.
Viper's just going to flash. He's like, okay, I don't want to do anything with this. No level 1s, please.
Yeah, unfortunately, he'd actually skilled his W already. If he had his dash, maybe he would be able to manage things a little bit better. Obviously would lose some power in his level 1, but not bringing Flash, a lot of value. And I'm glad to see FearX. It's not like a full level 1 invade, but getting something, mixing things up, breaking things up, because they really need to find that advantage early and challenge Hanwha Life Esports if they want to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, they definitely do. I like this from Zeka. Forces out the soldier and then just hops on in, avoiding the first one. Gets a nice little trade here right at the beginning before even hitting the minions. There was a ward in the bottom side lane, by the way, from the side of Hanwha Life Esports, so they knew that they were in the brush, and so we didn't have any action there. Looks like the runes mostly normal, standard stuff.
Yeah, we're not seeing the First Strike Ghost Rumble this game. And actually, Doran going Ignite as well. So, Huni will be happy.
Did he go Scorch with the Ignite? That's the best combo. Maximum lane pressure. Huni always used to say, if you're going to go teleport, at least go Gathering Storm. But oftentimes we'd see a mix of both choices. This bottom lane here working out for FearX anyway.
I mean, the power Calista has in these early trades just kind of put you on the back foot. For Viper and Delight, need really level 3 before they can contest much.
The flash handshake again, not the first time. And Viper has barrier, but he is going to take a massive chunk of damage. They also get the heal here out of Delight. And a lot of summoners burn themselves from Henna and Execute, but trying to just really push forward in this lane.
Yeah, it's a trade down in terms of summoners, but they might actually be able to time this. The next wave is coming in. The wave isn't going to crash yet. You can see Viper trying to thin the wave out. Willa, I want you to come down and at least threaten the dive, at least look to zone them away. Viper and Delight down a lot of summoners. And we do see Peanut in the wings, but I want the threat there. You should be playing towards your bot lane. And it looks like he's not going to be there in time. He's doing his Grom, so Viper and Delight should just be able to pick up the wave. Obviously, we know that they have the support from Peanut there, so maybe that's an influence in the decision.
Yeah, definitely pretty good positioning there from the side of Peanut, just getting ready just in case there were to be a dive, but no dive comes through.
We know
we'll just get his red later.
The end result of that, because they traded down in sums, it's worth it if you capitalize. But because they didn't capitalize on the low health bars, I think Viper and Delight actually pretty happy with the outcome. You know, the early lane didn't go great, but some-wise.
Uh-oh, Zeka. Okay, he is gonna jump, but the Q hits in midair, and now Zeka, he's got a flash, and Willer is not gonna follow on that one. Just happy to get the summoner down.
Good to see that early pressure, and you know, if you're playing the Tristana Azir matchup to build up a lead, you need to be jumping in on the Azir and threatening, and that becomes very difficult if the enemy jungle is shadowing, if the enemy jungle is there. So Zeka, trying to play aggressive, gets punished. We'll get some support from Peanut to push the wave in.
Yeah, could end up being some kind of 2v2 here. Zeka's very low, though, and here's Willer. Has to jump away, and Peanut comes back to help out. They're not able to capitalize on this one.
Yeah, very well played by Peanut to ensure no chance the Sonic Wave would hit by getting in front of it. And end result is Zeka's able to escape and survive.
A little bit of a chase here on this one. Has to flash the handshake, and now a little bit of slow onto Viper once again, just trying to capitalize on this very good lane state for Henna and Execute.
Yeah, Viper low on mana there. I'm not 100% certain how much they needed a flash there for Delight. I understand it from a safety perspective, but there was a ton of minions on the side of Hanwha Life Esports there that I think would really make the all-in hard for FearX. But I think part of it was also Viper was low on mana, so you know, I understand playing it safe, not wanting to flip the lane on hoping you can out 2v2 a Calista Renata.
So Peanut Hex flashing the wall, and Zeka is going to shoot over the wall, so this is kept hidden for a very long time. Ping comes down now, but you can see that Willer's just going to ignore it. This is what you should do. It's okay. You can give them the first 3 Void Grubs and just move on. You don't have to all in for those. Shout out to my teammates every single game.
Every solo queue game.
Yeah.
Without
fail.
Without fail.
Yeah. But, yeah, nice little advantage here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. You see that FearX not able to answer with a Drake just yet. And actually, Hanwha Life Esports in the last game as well, they got 3 Void Grubs, and then they went straight to the Dragon and took that as well. So, might be something to look for in this game. Doran's like, I am Rumble. I should be doing damage to clear, right? Well, he wins Swifties.
Yeah, did
And
Oh.
there's already a Spectral Cowl here
Quick.
for the side of clear.
someone check on Huni?
I think he's already gone. Actually, I heard that he's, Chronicler's on the way.
Okay, well, yeah, sad times. We did know this was a possibility, that this could happen again. I was hoping it wouldn't happen so soon, give Huni a bit of a recovery period, but he is not going to be happy.
Okay, well, Ignite is going to come down, and level 6 is hit here. The ult comes down on the clear as well, and those Swifties keeping him in range, but it's Udyr after all, and he just doesn't care.
Yeah, he just kind of refuses to die. All that damage put down, no trade-off. And we do actually see FearX moving towards the Dragon, which I definitely think you need to be doing. You have the Callisto as well and the Lee Sin for that easy secure, so they didn't get the Void Grubs, but they will get that early Dragon on their side. Second one's going to be an Ocean Dragon, so just going to look to want to stack those up and hope you get a good soul.
It's going to be Chemtech, probably. That's my guess. Because it's you and I casting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best job to try and manifest anything else.
Yeah. But it's going to be just to spite me anyway, just because of the big plants that I really am impartial about, for sure. Willer is here. He's looking for maybe something. He's level 6. And this ward is going to be spotted. That's a little bit suspicious. And
Yeah,
now
brand new
they put down
ward
their
in that
ward.
rush, Did they increase the ward range? Or maybe someone's there.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a Lee Sin, and the impact is still made because they're zoned off on these waves. Plates picked up for Henna, but obviously would have loved to be able to get a kill on the back of that. So Unlife Esports doing a good job backing off, respecting the Lee Sin, but there is a disadvantage in the bot lane that has been built up. But it's expected. If you're picking Callisto in this situation, you want to have that early lead. Is it going to be enough? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, not sure. I mean, we saw that Peanut was in on Willer's red buff, which was pinged by the red team as well. So it seemed like they had a good idea of where Peanut would be in response to this if he wasn't bot lane, which he wasn't, as we all know. And he does get out before Clear can be annoying in there. So, yeah, just going to do his job. Puts down a control ward deep in that red buff side of the red jungle.
Would you see the support item picked up for the Lucian? I think he just got out on this back.
I think so.
I think so. So again, go for the Blood Song.
No, if he backed just now, he had it before that. So
Oh, okay.
maybe one back prior.
Perhaps. But obviously the extra gold generation, that Blood Song, a lot of value. We actually see Doran with a pretty big lead in the top lane and also taking quite a lot of plates so far. So the laning advantage coming in this matchup, even though he wasn't able to find that all in earlier.
Peanuts here. Delight also here. Trying to maybe move up for the Void Bubs, or maybe just trying to get some vision here in the river. Either way, he's just going to run away from this one. He does hit level 6 as that is happening, so maybe getting some extra XP. And he'll be ready for anything that does occur here in the next couple of minutes. Top lane, regardless of builds and regardless of Huni's everlasting mauling in the situation, he's still going to be ahead. He's still going to have a nice laning phase, and this is why you pick the Rumble into this one, into the Udyr. The Udyr blind, we're seeing a lot of teams trying to figure out, okay, how do we punish this the best? We've seen many different big success stories from stuff like Darius and even Gnar, but the Rumble has been pretty consistent as well.
But not winning a game, actually. Even though we've had to have good performances, actually destroying the Nexus has been another thing, so...
Trying to get on a Viper here, but he is Lucian, so...
We'll see whether Hanwha Life's complete winningness is powerful enough to combat Rumble's complete losingness.
Well, Henna and Execute have something to say about that. I almost said Henna and Delight, thinking back to good old Breon days, but not the case here in this game. Yeah, Henna Execute, not able to get much, but they do get the flash, at least, out of Viper. And this is going to be 6 Void Bubs going the way of Hanwha Life Esports.
Full squadron. So, yeah, I think...
Or just 5?
Yeah, I guess I just don't want to commit time for the 6th. Not value in the double. I think this kind of says a lot about the Void Grubs. I think the fact that they're not willing to invest the time to finish it, I think it just kind of shows they're a little bit underwhelming in terms of an objective. They definitely do help with the pushing power, but they're not really that valuable.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's like a nice little consolation prize. Like if you have the time, you can pick it up. It still is valuable. It feels like very much win more. Like if you get a kill and you can push a turret, you will push it faster, much faster with multiple people. But committing a lot of time and like fighting over it and potentially dying, that's not the way.
With the little shield mechanic, it's not a quick objective to sweep up, you know?
Yeah. You see that Rumble continuing to handle that top lane very well.
This mid matchup starting to go really well for Closer, you know, constantly threatening Zeka, poking him out, so... And you know you don't have to deal with that Corki later. It's a Tristana. So still a champion that scales well, especially with the backing of the Milio, but...
Oh, trying to jump away, but he still gets swept up, and Peanut's a little bonus here, but it's a 2v2, and maybe it's not the bonus they wanted as Closer takes a while to go down. Willer, desperate to get something, but he just goes down as well. It's 2 kills to the side of Homolife Esports in the 2v2. Let's take a look at that bottom side 2v2 as well. Exhaust has to be used by Henna, and everything is going Homolife Esports' way. The overburn here from the side of Doran. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. Just barely under that turret.
Doran just like, yeah, calculated perfectly, never any doubt. But Homolife Esports just gaining massive advantages there, and just as I praise Closer in the mid lane, him and Willer completely butcher the 2v2 there, backfires massively. And I'm just struggling to see the thought process in this situation. I guess maybe they felt like the Maokai is like an easier target to hit, less mobile.
They see him here.
But like, they know it's a 2v2. They opt to go for Peanut, maybe thinking we've connected to Sonic Wave, let's commit. But like, Zeka is just free hitting. And Peanut is tanky. And you can see partway through, they turn the damage on a Zeka instead, which is the worst thing. You want to get 1 kill and then 2v1 the remaining member.
Yeah, and the overheat here. He's doing tons of chunk damage there into Clear. He doesn't deny too much farm, and he has to flash for it.
I think Clear walked into the equalizer right at the end again and got some extra ticks. Maybe he could have actually survived if he didn't do that. But, you know, nitpicking a little bit regardless. Doran trades on the tower, gets the 1-for-1. But really it's that mid-jungle advantage I think is the biggest thing. And it is going to be a Cloud Soul, which, you know, not always the most impactful. Definitely there are some champions in this game who get a lot of benefit from it. Like the Udyr.
All right, now they're killing the 6th one. Okay. I mean, they get it right before the spawn, right?
Yeah, they saved it for later. It was like, you know, when you have a nice meal, but you're not gonna eat all of it. You put some in like a little container for later.
Yeah. Reheat it up.
Yep.
Just reheated void grub for dinner tonight, guys. Sorry.
Sounds really appealing.
It's not my favorite dish, but you know. It's hard times. You gotta go for it sometimes. And they time it here right before the spawning of the Rift Herald in 14 minutes, so they're able to just continue to stay grouped up. Now, it does look like Fearx do want to challenge this. That ult.
What is that equalize?
I never want to see that again, ever. As now, Clear's getting in there, and now they don't have an equalizer. Do they have a chance in this one? As Delight and Viper doing tons of damage to Henna here, and the bailout is not enough as Viper stays alive, even flashes over the wall. As Doran getting incredibly low, Closer picks up a couple, but he is the only one here on the side of Fearx who's able to do anything. I guess he only got the 1 as well, and that's the Rift Herald going into the pockets of Homolife Esports.
I think this was an issue we saw in Game 1 as well, where Fearx are just incapable of having Closer there when fights start. Like, he shows up, and it's like, oh, wouldn't it be great if we had an Azir here? And the answer is, yeah,
okay.
Wait, he got it!
Yeah, he's going to force that divide. Trying to put up a Sun turret, and that he will. And now Peanut's getting a little bit low as this Rift Herald's just getting to work in there in the back. Peanut nearly goes down. This game is kind of going off the rails. As Zeka, meanwhile, free top turret.
Yeah, he'll enjoy that one. Very manic, very chaotic, I feel. This game in the past couple of minutes is just really gone a little bit off the rails. But Homolife, definitely the beneficiaries of that. And we'll see the replay. So, I mean, this equalizer, Looney will not be pleased. He really threads the needle. He really manages to hit no one with it. And then the ensuing fight, you know, the problem is both mid laners are walking up. And I think the lack of the...
I'm sorry, Ox. I wish we could analyze this game. We just don't have time. That was 5 members of Fearx Where's the equalizer now? He just holds on to it. I guess it just
one
came
was
off
better.
full down. That one was a big one. And Firax, I'm not sure why they even got caught in this fight, but it is a disaster. Life Esports, they are the conductor of this train that is truly off the rails. And Delight is going to force the flash here from Henna. Just a little bonus cherry on top, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they were there. I'm not sure how they got there. Okay, suppose it's like no mana. Willer is just committing. What's the game plan here? That's what I'm wondering.
See enemy champion and fight.
Yeah, I think it might just be that. And this equalizer, way better. Gets three targets there with it. Doesn't quite kill Willer or Henna, but yeah, Doran. Maybe it's a thing. You know how people would change the setting on the equalizer, like the quick cast, to take it off?
Yeah.
Maybe he used it and was like, oh wait, my settings are wrong. That's why I.
It's possible.
It's it's actually possible.
It absolutely is.
It would explain going from like the worst equalizer we've seen to a pretty good one. You know, by all means.
For sure. I wouldn't even be that surprised. Like, mistakes can happen. The pros are human as well, and yeah, at least the second one was great. So, and all the ones in the lane actually were pretty good. So
yeah,
actually maybe
that
not.
Check,
I rescind my
lane.
comment.
Yeah, you know, I think he just had an oopsie.
Yeah,
I think that's what we'll cut it to. And I think that Firax have had a series of oopsies in this game that has left them at a 7,000 gold disadvantage, which I think analysts have said is rather a lot.
They have said that. Peanut, he is doing his best to taunt the enemy now with his Hex Flash, showing off just why Atlas calls it the best ability in the game. That's a quote from 2023.
Yeah.
I just think that Firax, they don't really have a gauge of like when to not go in and you know, like when to calm things down and maybe like look for later game. They're just like, okay, we have to go.
I feel like it would make my.
Okay, well, it's gonna tick down on Henna. Unfortunately, the team was not committing, so.
I feel like it would make so much sense because like Life Esports, they have the motto, why not? I feel like Firax have a lot of that energy where whenever, you know, someone's like, oh, we can engage, someone else is saying, why not? And someone needs to be there to say, okay, here is a list of reasons.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's true. They don't have that someone on the team.
It's a valuable role.
Yeah. It seems like, you know, they added Henna and Execute this year, and they're also on the same page. Everybody is a fearless fox on this team, okay?
Well, you know, as you said, they definitely live up to that. You know, Execute has very fearless gameplay, and you know, fear is actually an important part of our survival instincts.
That's true.
So it has value. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if they can eventually, you know, really play into this kind of game style, this play style of, okay, well, we're always going to send it regardless of situation. If you're ahead, it'll generally work out, but we see, especially in the LCK, a lot of our teams are very measured for a reason, you know, and Life Esports, I feel like they have played a very measured series so far, especially that game one, just essentially waiting for Firax to make a mistake and eventually paying off in dividends with the Corki damage.
Yeah, this game they gave them a bit more of a push, you know, going to the topple.
Viper's getting in there. That kick, though, is pretty good. Zeka doesn't seem to care, just stands and fires. His closer is going to go down, burning to the insane Viper damage. This game is just feels a little bit dunzo Ox.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of mirroring the Execute engage from the last game, where it looks good.
That one was good. All right, Doran, but the exhaust is too strong. And he is going to get him, though, as no bailout comes out and clear. Desperate. He wants to do damage, but he doesn't have any damage items, as is the case with every Udyr in the LCK. And down will go clear, and that will be the game, I'd imagine. Doran's just going to continue pushing. He stays alive. And Life Esports as a team will move down mid.
There's far too many moments in this series where Firax had done like 5% more damage. It could be a different series. This one was a little bit late in the game.
Oh, we're flashing in closer. Oh no, my guy. He is going to get back into the pits, or the fountain rather. Very different in this scenario. Willer hits that Q, and maybe he shouldn't have. Interesting. And now Zeka going to hop away. And they have another wave. They actually have a chance, but the Sun turret is up. as Virex will stand their ground, but the Nexus now laid bare, and Henna is going to be executed as well. Closer just being chipped away here by Zeka, the 2 mid laners, and the UTR still can't kill anything. They finally got the Tristana. As we're just completing the tutorial here for HLE Esports. They take down every single inhibitor, and that'll be the game, guys. 21 minutes, and HLE Esports take game 2.
And they show that's how you chase down an Udyr, right?
Yeah.
So they won't make the same mistake. The trick is just to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, really strong performance from HLE Esports. I think at multiple times just saw them really dominating. I think the game 1 obviously took a while to get going. Game 2, it just felt like for minute 1 they were kind of trying to push it up a little bit, particularly that mid game. They just really rolled over them.
Yeah. And they said, why not just go 6-0 in our first 6 games of League of Legends? Now 3-0 in the standings in match score. And nobody has been able to touch this HLE Esports roster just yet. They take down Virex in this matchup. Their next matchup is going to be against T1 at the end of the week. So that's going to be potentially their first big challenge.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the major one. We've seen them show a good level, a good style of play that has worked for this union of HLE and former Gen G players. The question is, how is it going to match up to the reigning world champions? I think it'll at least be a good fight. Even though obviously we all predicted T1, I think they definitely will make it competitive.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a great series to finish off this week. As HLE Esports, different roster, but you know, they're still pretty strong. And yeah, Viper, he had a pretty good game this time around. There was a little bit of an oopsie at level 1, but that can happen. And handled that Kalista Renata lane pretty well, and eventually went on to be a big force in this game. A lot of the team fights, though, very heavily in HLE Esports' favor, and they just took off in a rocket ship and got a massively very early on in this game.
Yeah, and, you know, I feel like Virex just needs, you know, we call it limit testing. I feel like they've tested a lot of these limits, and they need to refine the play a bit. They need to really just tone it down to the point where, okay, we know this is an overstep, because right now it just feels like they're just throwing everything in the kitchen sink, and it's not always sticking.
No. Generally, that would be the case, as especially this 2v2. You can see like the target selection not 100% there, like Closer's just going on to Zeka, and Willer's going on to Peanut, and then they just kind of get decimated. And then they try to challenge this. Glad we got this highlight.
Yep. I'm feeling good about that one. Yeah, I just think, I mean, I said at the time the Azir not being here was a big difference maker. Zeka just being there that couple of seconds quicker made all the difference, but it just feels like, you know, if you know that Closer's going to take longer to get there, and he is such a relevant part if you sustain damage, it is going to hit. And like here, Closer's already out of mana, he's in melee range off the Rumble, you're now corralled into this little choke point. I just feel like the setup wasn't good. Obviously, they're already down, it just wasn't giving them the best odds.
Absolutely not. And this was definitely, like, the team fight before was not great, but that one was the one that kind of ended the game, right? Like, all 5 players getting caught out, 2 of them limping away with a tiny bit of health. Doran surviving against an Udyr that just doesn't do damage. So, not enough.
Yeah, he can kind of be annoying. There are definitely builds that do a lot more damage.
Yeah.
You know, they'll talk about building Leandries on him, having that like 1 damage item. We've seen the Riftmaker as well.
나 W 4초, W 4초.
야 이거 피업하면서 싸움하는 거
W,
끝내는 거 어때?
근데 나 W
줘봐. 공 20초.
멍 안에 들어와 다.
Keep
아지르
fighting, he
노플이야.
said.
할리 잡았고.
Lifesteal, keep
아지르,
fighting.
아지르.
아지르 잡을만하냐? 번호야
Gone.
잡아줘. 우리 끝내자.
Finish Azir. Let's end the game.
W 2초.
즐겨보자. 이거 사기 챔인데?
Save him. Oh no.
끝내자 이거.
알아서 잡아줘.
뭐야 내 킬인데?
Finish him.
뺏겼어. 나 4,000원
That was my kill. Why'd you steal it?
나이스.
4,000원 있어? 나 2,000원 있어.
This is the Nexus. Okay.
나이스.
A lot of nices. And that's it. 21 minutes, 21 and a half minutes. There was never any question the gold graph really. And even though Closer did a heaping helping of damage, it just did not matter. at the end of this game.
They need him there. They need him there and doing the damage because it felt like this game was a lot more frustrating for FearX fans, a lot more invisible. And it feels like this is kind of how their previous series that they lost as well went, where game 1 went okay, but they didn't make the improvements from it.
Yeah, it does feel like maybe putting the brakes on a little bit, kind of readjust a little bit in the free 2 games could do them pretty well. But we're done for the first series, guys. Let's hand it over to the space to break down that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Absolutely amazing cast for our first one of the day. And congratulations also to Hanwha Life Esports. 6-0 here to start off their first week and a half of the LCK for this spring. Really impressive stuff. Absolutely amazing. Also, believe that was our shortest game of the season thus far. Let's jump into the draft, gentlemen, and see where it all went wrong for FearX.
I mean, Atlas and I were watching the draft together, and it seemed like the most obvious Tristana Rumble angle the world has ever seen. And they played around with like, let's prioritize Udyr really hard in this draft. We got to lock that one down. And then they went for Azir. There were no tricks. It was just kind of missing the ball here because obviously Jax in this situation is not ideal for anyone. That's a really puzzling ban. Cassante not as good as Rumble here. They have the Maokai jungle that I prioritized earlier. They're obviously just going to play an AD mid. So what was the thought process here? It just felt like they had no plan at all.
I mean, at least ban one of it. You know, like, at least ban one of it that at least, like, make sure it doesn't get paired. It's just, like, so bad, like, from the early game. Like, the reason why it actually shortest this game, like, the mid lane just has so much prior with the Tristana. Also, top lane so much has a prior with the Rumble. And just having Maokai just actually just roll down all the map. And also, Lucian Milios are so safe. They can't even pressure bottom, even though they pick Kalista Renata with the Lee Sin. Like, they were not doing really anything special on bottom. It's just like, the game actually ends just so smooth.
One more thing, too, is if they actually thought they were going to get away with playing, like, Tristana themselves with Brand, and then they just kind of were like, oh, I guess we'll play Azir Lee Sin when the Brand ban came out, that's also, like, not really okay with me because it's pretty obvious you already did it once before. They're going to ban it. They're not going to let you do that. So it felt like this was... there could have been a lot more thought process, I feel, from FearX.
Yeah, it could have been, you know, a pick of a magic damage dealer and then threaten with the closer Aurelia or something like that. It's much harder to pick one of these, you know, 80 carries in the mid lane if there is, like, someone that can just assassinate you. Theories like that, there were a few spicy things. I liked the brand ban on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, though I think that was very, very heads up. So a little bit unfortunate when it comes to the draft. Sometimes these fumbles happen, and then you get into team fights like this, where a Rumble ulti goes to Narnia, and guess what, guys? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, that's how HLE was actually this ahead. Like, even before this actually fight happened, like, they weren't that much ahead, like, as it's just in terms of the gold-wise. It's just they have a prior, but the thing is, like, after this fight, it's so over. Like, how they also, the FearX is bring the fight to the team, like, to the team fight around the Herald, it's just so messy as well.
Clear and Willer are chasing a Rumble down who already ulted in an early game team fight. Closer isn't here, he's zoned out. The difference in Viper's impact in this fight and Henna's impact in this fight are insanely different because Viper actually has a team behind him. The rest of FearX is actually chasing Doran, who missed his ultimate, and you don't have an Azir there. This team needs to work on its coordination big time. I mean, that is very clearly the main issue that it has, and it feels sad because I know there's a high potential in this, or there's a pretty high ceiling rather for this roster that it's not hitting right now.
Yeah, it's like the players have the skill, but they don't necessarily have the coordination or the results just yet. Very early days, of course, and let's jump into our second highlight here, which was almost immediately after our first, but we felt like the fights after this were kind of a Hanwha Life Esports victory lap.
Yeah, I mean, it's just connecting, like, right away, but the thing is, like, since they probably lost the actually big fight, I think they were a little bit desperate, but it's just like, no, just you actually have to take a deep breath and just think about, like, what to do in the next step. But the thing is, like, they just don't know what to do. They just group up and just go somewhere that just try to bait, but it's not gonna work because you guys are actually just behind. Also HLE that prepared, like, so well that, oh, they are planning to make a counterplay.
And when you're drafting a Kalista composition with Udyr and you have Azir, there isn't really a I'm just going to scale later kind of plan. You kind of have to win the early parts. You can't make those mistakes. Your draft doesn't afford them to you. And then if you fall behind twice in team fights like this, the rest of the fight is just circling the drain. Or rest of the game, rather.
Yeah, it's not feeling super good. However, I do like that Hammer Life Esports have a pretty good grip of what the meta looks like. We've seen a lot of these compositions work out very well, and there is like a distinction between the different drafts you can go for. When you have a Maokai, I think that this is exactly the blueprint that you want to be aiming for. And so when there is a draft blunder, there's often a draft success as well. And I wanted to call out Hammer Life Esports for that, really understanding how this one looks at the moment. Let's have a look at who picks up player of the game for this one. It will be Zeka. 2 in a row here, actually, as he collects it on his Tristana. Bit of a boom-boom vote, but I think that's fine.
Some KDA Kevins, I think.
Oh, not the KDA Kevins again.
Yeah, I mean, it's either Pino or Zeki. I think it was a kind of easy call. Like, they just rolled down on the 2v2. Whereas the game, honestly, it's over after 2v2, so actually over there.
Yeah, that was a kind of a peanut highlight for me, that last one. But, I mean, look, a lot of mistakes here for the side of FearX, and Hanwha Life definitely capitalized on them very well. And I think that's a lot of what this game was about. When you have a Tristana who just has free reign and can just get jump resets, like, she's going to get a lot of kills. She's going to get 10 in this case.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, you have a Rumble behind, you have a Maokai on the side, and they have a Milio to cover you, like, and you have another AD carry, so like there's just so many threats at the same time. There is so many tools.
Ooh,
Like
incredibly split. That one random Doran shout out. I don't mind it. Was that Pony? Not entirely sure who was on the desk today. Cloud Templar is up there as well.
Coco or
so
Templar,
Pony's
so
on the desk.
one of those.
So never mind, he's safe. So it's either Coco or Cloud Templar. Interesting. Not entirely sure who it was. However, it is now time for the interview. So here is Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Zeka of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations! This is your solo POG. Now, Hanwha Life Esports secures the 3rd consecutive win. How do you feel? We are able to play with the new teammates in the new season. I'm really happy about the solo POG today. Even with the roster change, Hanwha Esports is just as strong. How is the team atmosphere? I feel like everyone individually, they have really good temperament. I've never seen anyone sing on the stage before, but one of our teammates actually do that, so I think that's why we're in really good spirits today. From the moment you bought Malignance and Eclipse, it seemed like you guys you were able to hit your power spike. So what makes this build so good? I feel like there are a lot of new items that work really well with Corki with his burst. So I think that's why this build actually works really well for him. And seems like this really brings Corki up on the tier list. Does Corki have any weakness? I feel like Corki is actually really good all around. He doesn't really have a specific counter, so it seems like he's a really good pick for any sort of situation. And game 2 snowballed pretty early, all the way to victory. So let's take a look at the early game where everything happened with the 2 kills mid. This was after I bought my item, and I think I was able to get the kills, and I think it actually influenced the rest of the map pretty well too. So the bottom and the top where a lot of the actions happened. So with the good news from bot and top, well, how was the voice comms like? I guess there wasn't really much going on in voice comms, but you know, we all knew that everyone's putting their effort, doing their best. It was pretty quiet though. And the opponent took Azir blind in both games 1 and 2, and you responded with mid Corki and Tristana. So were you ready for that Azir pick? I think because Azir is weak early, we're trying to go for mid picks that have a scaling potential. And we noticed your great synergy with Peanut, and you guys are actually neck and neck in Game 2 POG votes, so how is working with him? I feel like he's a really good babysitter when it comes to looking mid, and he definitely got me big, so I'm really happy to be working with him. Any word for Peanut? Thank you for feeding me. Everyone else got a POG last week except me, and I was hoping that I would get it, and I'm really happy that I finally got it. And Zeka, when it comes to you as a player, it seems like mechanics is something that stands out, but consistency is also something that you are strong with. So what is your secret when it comes to consistency? I feel like, maybe I have room for improvement when it comes to consistency. I'll try to keep it up. And with HLE going undefeated, your next opponent for the 4th consecutive win will be T1. I feel like this upcoming match will be the most important match this season. So we'll make sure that we're prepared for that and make sure that we are good enough to win that one. And this will be the end of their interview with Zeka with Hanwha Live Esports, and back to the space.
So much, dear, as per usual, for that fantastic translation. Great to hear from Zeka, thinking that Corki is uncounterable. Gentlemen, absolutely insane. Hanwha Live Esports hold on to their first place here in the standings.
Nongshim jumping up to 6th place.
Oh my goodness.
Relatively testing week for them. Could they cross the central? I don't think so.
I think they can. There's a chance. There's a chance. It's big up for HLE. They're 6-0.
It's amazing. What also could be amazing is our next matchup, which is, of course, going to be Kwangdong Freaks taking on KT. Will Kwangdong Freaks have someone new on the bottom side of the map? We'll have no idea until about 7:20 KST. We'll see you there for match number 2.
프로를 시작하고 나서 이제 첫 번째 미드라이너였는데
우승은 담원 기아입니다.
잘하는 선수여가지고 같이 해서 좋았다 이런 생각했습니다.
큰 변화를 주고 싶다라는 생각이 들었고 그래서 이적하게 됐습니다.
항상 아군이었는데 적군으로 만난다니까 좀 감회가 새롭고 하지만 크게 의식하지 않고 저희의 플레이 잘해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 그럼 같이 한번 가볼까요? 가보시죠. 네, 네. 네, 가볼까?
아침이라 너무 피곤해요.
몇 시에 주무셨어요?
저는 한 4시, 5시?
늦게 자진 않았는데 아침에 좀 깨가지고 피곤해요. 차에서 좀 잘렸는데 잠이 안 오더라고요.
피곤하긴 했는데 오면서 잘 자가지고 좋습니다.
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터 탑을 이번에 맡게 된 퍼펙트 이승민이라고 합니다.
DRX 정글 스펀지 배영준입니다.
일단 계속 신기하긴 해요. 그냥 뭔가 이렇게 사람 많고 뭐 뭔가 하는 거를 처음 봐가지고
되게 신기하기도 하고 촬영하는 거 보니 재밌기도 합니다.
팀 분위기도 좋고 스프링 잘 보일 수 있을 것 같아요.
올해 맞춰온 그런 팀원들이다 보니까 이번 연도 잘 해보도록 노력해보겠습니다.
감사합니다.
이제 우찬이랑은 또 저랑 이제 깊은 인연이 있기 때문에 저희의 사적인 깊은 얘기들을 좀 나눴고 그 팀 생활 어떤지 잘 적응하고 있는지 좀 그런 얘기 나눴던 것 같아요.
우찬이 그래도 같이 나눴던 시간들이 많았어가지고 네, 반갑네요.
같은 룸메였어가지고 저희 또
그렇긴 하네.
너무 멋있는 구도로 찍어주셔서 너무 좋았습니다. 제 생각에 진성이가 진짜 너무 멋있게 나왔어요. 뛰쳐나오는 거를 진성이가 좀 더 멋있었을 것 같은데 너무
하기 쉽지 않게 생겼던 뛰쳐나오는 거 진짜로.
연기보다는 약간 좀 들어간 타이밍이 좀 좋았던 것 같아요. 뭔가 딱 그 고개를 드는 타이밍이랑 딱 뭔가 그런 느낌, 뭔가 그 원 스텝, 투 스텝이 좀 깔끔하게 될 것 같아요. 정확히 봤네요. 무슨 눈빛을 보여드려야 되나? 그냥 다 죽여버리겠다는 마인드로 그러면 들어가겠습니다. 저런 걸 안 해봐서 그냥 어려웠어요. 그냥 잘해야겠다, 빨리 끝내야겠다 이런 생각. 힘들어 죽을 것 같지만 뭐 여기 안 힘든 사람이 어디 있겠습니까? 진짜 단 한 명도 없을 것 같은데?
저는 좀 많이 친해졌다고 생각하고 있는데 다 같이 얘기도 좀 많이 해가지고 뭐 생각보다 그렇게 어색하지도 않고요. 그냥 잘 친해지고 있다고 생각합니다. 2024년에도 서로 열심히 하고 그리고 꼭 건강 꼭 잘 챙겼으면 좋겠습니다.
범수야 행복해? 새해 복 많이 받고 이제 적으로 만나는데 서로 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠다. 그거 아니야? 마크
사실 저렇게 보기만 해도 조금 저는 피곤한 편이라서 저는 약간 혼자 있는 게 좀 편한 것 같아요.
다른 팀원분이랑 한 기억이 딱히 없는데 그래서 새롭고요. 약간 제 친구 닮아서 좀 반가워요.
친구분 닮아서 되게 영광인 것 같고 새해 복 많이 받으시고 개막전에 만나는 걸로 아는데 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
어둠에서 등장하는 그런 느낌도 있어서 잘 나올 것 같아요. 좀 멋있게 걷자라는 생각을 하고 최대한 좀 자연스럽게 걸으려고 했던 것 같습니다. 모든 길은 저를 통할까요?
좀 되게 빠르게 많이 찍은 것 같은데 어느 정도가 나갈지 궁금해집니다.
컨셉보다는 그냥 잘생기게 나왔으면 좋겠습니다.
우리 고기인 것 같아요. 잘 먹겠습니다.
석경 어디 갔어? 맛있습니다.
점역하며 많이 본 얼굴들이라 친해지는 데는 되게 어려움 없었던 것 같아요.
아, 옆에서 숨소리 내가지고.
숨소리 낸다는 게 뭔 말인데? 숨을 쉬어야 될 거 아니야.
그럼 표정을 어떻게 해야 돼? 이빨 보이면 돼, 안 돼?
아 이제 이빨 안 보여야지.
듀는트 3, 2, 1. 나 이렇게 하면 바로 NG 나는 거야. 이렇게 하면 NG 나는 거야.
아 왠지 많이 내겠다.
오케이 하시죠.
와.
기억세 차은 기억세 1등이야.
너무 일등인데.
기억세 B. 왜. 아직 못 봐가지고. 근데 뭐 이렇게 다들 열심히 해주시는데 잘 나오지 않을까 생각합니다.
하게 돼서 재밌고 또 이제 다 같이 세 명에서 촬영 또 하니까 편한 마음으로 더 할 수 있게 된 것 같습니다.
하나생명이라는 팀에서 다시 하게 됐구나 세상 한번 다시 느끼게 되는 것 같고 빨리 경기하고 싶다는 생각이 드는 것 같아요.
둘 다 좀 순둥순둥하고 착한 면이 있어서 재밌는 것 같아요.
하는 얘기가 있는데
헛소문입니다. 질투를 했나봐요. 팀원들이. 누군가가.
네, 고생하셨습니다.
아 뭔가 아쉬워요. 너무 빨리 끝나가지고 원래 좀 평소보다 더 빨리 끝난 것 같은데
찍고 싶었는데 그러게요.
와, 저거
이렇게
진짜.
빨리 끝난다니 너무 아쉬울 따름이네요.
오늘 컨셉이 너무 멋있어가지고 이번 시즌 잘해야겠다라는 생각이 많이 들었던 것 같아요.
협곡에도 많은 변화가 생기는 만큼 잘 적응해서 좋은 모습 꼭 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다. 디플러스 기아 화이팅!
젠지 파이팅!
지원 화이팅!
하나생명 화이팅!
고맙습니다. 고맙습니다.
고맙습니다.
my blood.
강동 파이팅!
파이팅! 광동 타렉스
1승 가자!
매트 선수 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here after the first match we had earlier today. Hololive Esports took a 2-0, but now we're moving into the second match. We got Kwangdong Freaks up against KT Rolster. This one, like the first match, it does have a big favorite actually in KT after they took down DK at the end of last week. And Kwangdong Freaks, who are still struggling, but maybe a new bailout for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's been talks, we saw Taeyun go down to challengers. I think ultimately, changes were needed. I think there was a lot of struggles for this Kwangdong roster. Even early on, you could see it wasn't quite clicking. Do I think today is going to be a sudden redemption where they can dominate KT2? No. But we're hoping to see some more life and see where that takes us.
Yeah, and of course, let's wait on that. Let's take a look at the standings. KT Rolster currently in second place. Again, we haven't had many games just yet. It's beginning of the split so far, but they are 2-0, and especially with that win over D plus Kia, feeling pretty good about their spot here at the moment. Kwangdong Freaks, on the other hand, have lost a couple of matches.
Yeah, not a great start. And I think even though obviously we have the East teams who are going to struggle against the West teams, I feel like Nongshim has had moments where they've looked pretty good, even in that series against some stronger opponents. I think it's not always about the result of the series, but the life you show in the matches that is the main thing, and build up the confidence, because at the end of the day, one of those East teams will go to playoffs.
One of them will, and is it going to be Kwangdong Freaks? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they can even join the West. Not determined just yet. 2-loss streak for Kwangdong, and 2-win streak for KT. The 12-match losing streak since summer for Kwangdong Freaks. They're still trying to figure out what it means to win. They want to relive that time where they got some wins. What is the game plan against KT? I think KT showed a lot of development and interesting play in their last series, so maybe a lot of stuff to build off of.
I think this matchup is going to be really important. I think Kyosik has looked so good since his return from NA. The NA Hyperbolic Time Chamber doing wonders. Yeah. And Cuz is someone who actually had a really good 2023 for the most part. Clearly looking like there's a lot of work to be done to replicate those results on this roster. But yeah, I think a player who's definitely at his best is capable of challenging Kyosik's current form.
Yeah, I mean, the top side of the map for Kwangdong Freaks looked pretty good in some of their games, I have to say, and we'll see if that works. Now, Challenger League veteran Bull is in the starting lineup. He is replacing Taeyun in the AD carry role. Will he be the one to save Kwangdong Freaks from crisis? This guy I have to be honest, I mean, even in Challenger League, he was playing a lot of Varus. He has some strong picks like Kalista, like Draven, a very aggressive player, loves the on-hit Varus. Will he be the guy? I'm not 100% sure. Quantum Freaks as a Challenger League team definitely struggled a lot last year, but now they're doing pretty well. And now he's been called up, especially with Taeyoon kind of having a rough time in their last matchup.
I think for me, the key thing is the synergy this builds, because not only do they have Bull in the AD carry role, but in the mid lane they have Bulldog. And I just think that is a level of synergy that you can't really coach.
Yeah.
It's just, there you go. That is a difference maker.
It's very important. I'm glad you point that out. Otherwise, I mean, would have missed it. Yeah, Bulldog and Bull together. It's his debut in the Tier 1 League of LCK. This is a little congratulation as, came to watch Bull, essentially, that fan, which makes sense. I think it's a pretty exciting time to call him out and see how it works. Now, they're going against KT Rolster, who, you know, the band's back together for this group of players, especially the three of them with Pyosik, Deft, and Beryl on that 2022 DRX lineup that won Worlds. Can they make the magic happen again? So far, yes.
Yeah, I think for most people, BDD and Deft were the sheer things on this roster.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of expected solid performances, but the question marks was Pyosik returning from NA, the rookie Imperfect, and just Beryl, because last year didn't have the best performances from Beryl. But I think really everyone has looked solid so far. Whether that'll continue is another question, but we're starting to get those good performances for a team where people were a little tentative, like, what team will we see? What level of play will we get?
Absolutely. I think this team has the most fun we've seen from a team in a long time. A lot of laughing, a lot of joking around as they beat strong teams. And let's take a look at this jungle matchup here. Pyosik having a high KD even in some contentious matches. Some really game-changing moments from him as well. And as I said before, I think Cuz has been part of the moments where Quantum Freaks have had some success.
Yeah, and I think ultimately a lot of people thought Pyosik was a really big factor in their series against D+, but they managed to win. So definitely looking at him to shoulder some of that weight again. And I think if either team gets the edge in the jungle matchup, I don't think it's necessarily going to be enough just winning the jungle matchup for Quantum Freaks, but it's the start you really need if they want to have a shot.
Absolutely. Maybe they can get something going here. KT Rolster has looked pretty solid, but perhaps they can find some holes in their play. Perfect has been a nice surprise for the side of KT Rolster on a good side and on a weak side as well. He did have that one Udyr game, but after that he immediately bounced back. The team has a good atmosphere. He was able to play and pick up POG in the very next game.
Yeah, I think he hasn't quite been perfect. That game, obviously a bit of a rough one, but he's been pretty good. He's been pretty good. Definitely living up, not quite to the name, but pretty close. So if you can keep that up, I think Judo is someone who is hard to place at times. You know, he's definitely capable of bringing out some solid games, but also some not so solid games. So the variance could be quite high in this top lane matchup.
Yeah, very true. I'm curious to see how he'll play. Here's Bull. If you missed him before, he has played for Hawaii Esports Academy, Nongshim Academy. Then he moved on to Challengers. Nongshim Challengers went over to Quantum Freaks Challengers. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see him play. He's turning 21 this year, so he's been around for a decent amount of time as well.
And now he's going to be in Quantum Freaks main LCK. Then he could go to Honor Life Esports LCK, do the full cycle.
Whoa.
That would be crazy.
That would be kind of insane. Don't see a lot of players doing that. Andil as well. He's going to be going up against the Dark Technology Warlock, the guy who played the Hui support Beryl twice, 2 wins with that pick. And Bulldog was the guy who played Hui in mid as well. So will we see Hui today?
And we shouldn't talk about future patches when they're a while away, but they have announced they are buffing Hui on the future patch. And I'm just asking, did you not see the Beryl games?
Yeah.
This man doesn't need buffs on this champion. He is more than capable, and it definitely fits in that wheelhouse of things. Beryl can just play, and no one else really is quite on that level, and it kind of won him a World Championship. Let's see if he can pull off again.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. So, you know, we called up Perfect. He's been a nice surprise. Maybe Bull can be the nice surprise. A lot of eyes are going to be on him and how he compares to his counterpart in Taeyoon, who did play in Challenger League earlier this week. And just yesterday, I believe, actually. But either way, here we go. The choice was red side from Kwangdong Freaks, so we do have the Sejuani ban here first from KT Rolster.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to pin down really the impact of all the map changes, but I definitely think they have helped red side, especially when approaching neutral objectives, but also just the value of counterpick right now, I feel like is so high when it comes to drafting. Starting off, you know, Sejuani, Ashe, very standard in terms of stuff that we've seen banned out. I feel like there's a big pool of champions that you can start to trim out. They are targeting Raven though.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the picks that he's pretty strong on. The Draven and Kalista have been counterbans against him a lot of the time in Challenger League. So just, you know, this happens a lot with a new player where it's like you don't necessarily have to target him, but what if you can get him off of comfort for his debut game in the LCK, and then maybe you can kind of use that as a way in to dominate that bottom lane.
Yeah, I also think part of it is he's a lot more of an unknown quantity than the rest of the players on the roster, especially if, you know, these two orgs have scrimmed against each other in previous weeks. So I think limiting the impact that can be had by that new player, definitely some merit to that. A lot of AD carry bans coming through so far, really thinning out the pool.
Yeah. As I mentioned before, on-hit Varus is Bull's favorite thing in the world because Draven and Kalista get banned against him all the time, and it's been it's been okay from time to time.
Kalista though,
yeah,
really thinning out the pool here, and then first pick Orianna for BDD, so not opting to go for the Azir that we obviously know him for, but very still accomplished on this pick as well. And it looks like Bulldog might just pick up the Azir himself.
Yeah, don't think we're going to be seeing the way in the mid lane for him this time, I would imagine, especially not this early on in the draft. And Azir is available, so just scoop that one up, just like Azir does.
Wow, you're really a master of those words.
Yeah. Azir.
I feel like some bot lane priority would make sense here, but it kind of depends because there's two sides to it. There's like one side is, oh, we have something that really not going to ban no matter what up our sleeve. You can save the second rotation. But I think here, like, there's things like the center in mind. There's things like even like the Seraphine that we've seen bot lane that you could think about. But it looks like they're just going to go for the Rumble. They want more information, and they're happy just to secure a strong top lane pick.
It's a lot of magic damage right off the bat with the Rumble and the Azir, so I would imagine we're not going to see any more. The Vi selected here for Pyosik. And perhaps an Udyr, that would be technically, you know, a self-counter, but we've seen that Udyr can deal with it and kind of hang around, even though he does kind of get burned down by the Rumble, and still be kind of a menace as the game comes along.
Yeah, and Kwangdong Freaks looking at the Viego potentially here. They definitely need an AD jungler, and I think as well, you know, I was talking about like the Seraphine bot lane, I think that's kind of ruled out. I mean, if you pair with Senna, I think you could be okay, but that's still so much magic damage. So we'll see what they do, but it's crazy that we had 5 AD carry bans and no AD carry picks, which, again,
it's kind of insane.
Something is up their sleeves. They're both confident that, you know, that sometimes happens where you ban the top tier and everything else is kind of whatever, so they don't want to target it, but there's still things like Zyra Khan open available, which is obviously really strong, so
I'd imagine that gets taken away here.
You would think. I mean, if you ban the Zai, obviously hamstringing the duo, but Ezreal going to be the first ban away from Deft. I think people have said in the past Deft somewhat good at Ezreal, at least.
Yeah, he's very good.
Statements have been made to that manner.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that's fine. That will probably be like the next comfort pick on Deft's list. And, you know, you mentioned the Zyra Khan. I don't think we're going to be able to see that duo in here unless they leave both totally available. Kwangdong Freaks would have to pick Xayah or Rakan and then not get the other one taken away. Maybe you take the Rakan and hope that Xayah goes through if it doesn't get banned. Caitlyn also taken away. I wonder how deep does KT Rolster know Bull's champion pool? Or are they just banning away like the next best and the next best AD carry?
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Renata going to be banned away, so not wanting to play into that one.
Quay not banned.
You know what's actually open as well? Like Milio Aphelios is still available. So I think, okay, Xayah's banned, so Zyra Khan's dead. I actually think there's kind of a bit of an edge almost for KT because they can lock in stuff together. Because if you went like a Milio here for Guangdong Freaks, like the Aphelios could get denied. I mean, there's lots of options here.
Yeah.
I would think it would make a lot more sense to pick AD carry here and counter pick support, but it really depends, like what duo you're going with, how much you want to telegraph. So
You can see CV Max is driving this train. He is saying what the players are going to play, and Bull's giving his thoughts as well. Apparently, Bull a very, thoughtful and sometimes even argumentative player because he cares so much about, what should be played and stuff like that. So in a positive light. Either way, the Aphelios going to be picked up here, as you mentioned. Senna available. Lots of things that can go with the Senna.
yeah. So Senna Nautilus earlier, I think it was okay, but didn't really get to see the impact in that game overall. There was like a moment. But we'll see where it's paired with. Obviously, the double support items mean you can get pretty good gold value on both Senna and her lane partner.
Senna Seraphine?
These are some of the options you can take. Senna Seraphine is actually so hard to play against as an Aphelios.
Oh, we just saw this yesterday in Challenger League. Support Ornn with Senna. It's actually really good. And it doesn't really seem like it on paper, and that was Challenger League, because you're not leveling. You're not like playing for those Ornn items, but the Ornn can be a menace in that bot lane. We'll see. I'm very happy to see it here just the day after we saw it in Challenger, as Tahm Kench might be coming out here. The Melio is available.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit concerned about the Vi Ori combo just deleting your Aphelios.
And the Ornn too.
Yeah. So I think, if they have trust that they have strong carries in terms of the Aphelios Azir, and they're like, okay, we need to stop them just getting 100-0'd. And as much as Melio can do that very well against certain things, I don't think he has the answers to what KT have in this situation. Pretty interesting draft, it feels like the pool's already for Bull being stretched, but Aphelios, definitely something we'll be comfortable on, but the Senna Ornn, off interest, for sure. And a lot of engage potential in this KT lineup.
It's definitely one where Pyosik and Beryl, if they press their buttons, it's go time, and everybody can kind of just pile in on that.
Everyone can press R at the same time. That's a beautiful thing.
That could happen.
And whether Tahm Kench presses R and completely neutralizes all that, that's another question.
Or does he have to press R against an Ornn ult because Bull doesn't have flash, and then you just get Vi ultimated and it's kind of over.
Yeah.
Tahm Kench can be very strong in certain situations, and then another one's kind of, they just have too many things to deal with your AD carry, and then he just kind of stands there. But we'll have to wait and see how good Andal can be on this pick. Obviously, a lot of eyes on Bull, but also a lot of eyes now on Beryl's support Ornn, as he will pull it out here for the LCK.
Yep, definitely feels like the sort of pick that Beryl would pull out.
He would do that.
He just would.
That's just what Beryl does. And that's why I voted for him for OP Player of the Week. Either way, guys, let's go into game number 1. KT and Guangdong here for the 12th match of LCK Spring 2024. And already we're seeing a lot of fun stuff in this patch. I feel like at the end of last week it was getting a little bit stale, but right away here in the beginning of this week, get some fun new stuff once again.
Yeah, I feel like part of it as well is because we didn't have much time before Pro Play started, after 14.1 had hit live.
Yeah.
And I think now we've had a lot more time for not just the pros, but everyone to play it. And some of these things that get cooked up are actually done by just solo queue players. They try them out, this is good, a pro hears it, maybe they optimize it, or maybe they just adopt it one-to-one. And you get a lot of these innovations and strategies coming in. So it's pretty cool to see. We are seeing that it is Andal just starting off the support item, obviously, and Beryl has gone Doran Shield, so likely will build the support item later to pair with the Fast and Senna. Whether Bull builds the Blood Song, we have seen a Blood Song of Aphelios. I'm not a big fan. I don't think you're the best champ to sync up with a Sheen item, but I guess we will see.
Yeah, remains to be seen. Curious to see what Bull's take on it is. The Ornn that was played with Senna in the support role yesterday in Challenger League, that was against Zyra Khan. And kind of makes sense. You can force Zaya to use Featherstorm early. You can essentially avoid a lot of the root and knock-up tactics from that duo. here against this lane, it's probably just going to see a lot of farming. I don't think that Tom Kent's is going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto Senna Ornn.
Yeah,
so Bulls just kind of got to sit here and just farm it out.
I think unless like there's a big skill gap or one team like really finds an edge because of a mistake, I think the most interesting lane is probably going to be top lane. I think that's the lane where I think there's the most like potential to see fist fighting. We kind of saw from Doran in the last series, you can look as the Rumble to try and solo kill, but vice versa, if you end up making mistakes falling behind, Udyr can definitely run away with things.
Yeah, he definitely can. Cuz goes back on one of his favorites in the Viego, something he has been very good on over the last couple of years. Picks that one up for himself. And Pyosik going on to the Vi. He has played it once to a win so far.
You know, I was just thinking, I was like, I wonder at what point Barrel's going to back and buy the support. He doesn't need to. It's that easy.
He doesn't need to.
He's just building
He just built it.
He's just like, yeah, I got it.
He's
I'm
Ornn.
He's just...
You thought you were going to move Ornn from the bottom lane.
Yeah.
You thought he was going to back. No, he's not going to back. Now, Perfect's about to face check into a Viego, but he is Udyr. Trying to avoid the stun. That's not going to work. Flash on in, and Perfect. He ghosted already. He is dead. And that'll be first blood going over to Dudu in the top lane.
Yeah, pretty solid gang coming in, and you could see that... Wait a minute.
See how this one goes. As Cuz reverting back to the Viego, and he's just going to give this one up, especially because the mid lane, his Azir is being pushed in at the moment, so he'll just hand it over. That's all good. Oh, Deft has to flash here. A bit of extra damage does go in, but this is Tom Kent's as well, and he's not really that movable either.
Wait, that shield looks so weird.
It just reverted into a square for a little bit. This happens to every shield from time to time.
So that would be.
Support Ornn, the last player to play a KT Life in a win versus Breon Delight.
Long time ago.
I think it was against Rakan. Didn't quite see the end of that one, but again, makes sense in that one. I'm curious to see about just regular strength.
And this is one of these situations where Perfect clearly just didn't expect Cuz to be there, and he very smartly using the brush to block the line of sight to get Perfect as close as possible. And then as soon as the stun hits, it's kind of just kittens, and as well, the fact that you have Ghost is fine if you're able to sidestep that skill shot.
Yeah, he immediately says, just play it slow, we got top. Cuz in a lot of ways is kind of the leader by example on this team. Even CV Max in an interview was saying that, you know, we want to follow how Cuz has found his success, and we don't want to change what he's doing and what he has accomplished, and kind of follow from his example. And obviously a veteran player, he's been around for a very long time, so can he be the leader for the squad is something I think that a lot of Kwangdong fans and Kwangdong staff are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, especially because sometimes you have these players who are veterans, and, you know, maybe they've had highs in their careers and lows in their careers, and maybe they're in a bit of a slump when they're on like a roster where they're the most experienced. But Cuz had a really good 2023 on KT, so I feel like definitely following on from what he's setting up is a smart move for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Oh, Bulldog caught a little bit here. He is going to dash. Getting a bit close with that one. But yeah, he perfectly calculated, I suppose. But take a look at the mid lane. He doesn't have teleport. He is out of mana and health. He has to back, and there's a giant wave coming in. Also, this dragon is happening. And so they're just not going to have Bulldog for this. I think they have to give this up.
I actually think they may be able to find something here.
Well, they're going to go for BDD. He is in a little bit of trouble, has to flash, but that is the dragon going over to the side of KT. And now you've gone way too far. Cuz has to flash, and Andil's on the run. Going to get slowed up here. Can they catch up to him? He's going to flash, actually, and that will get him to safety.
Honestly, a little bit risky because he flashed early. If Pyosik had flashed after and extended the Q, maybe could have caught him. But either way, they trade up in summoners on the back of that. BDD's down flash, which could set up for a play with the Azir shuffle. But I think KT are happy with the outcome overall.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to pick up that dragon. Cuz up here, after running away, he runs straight at the Void Bubs. This is kind of what I think this objective should be right now, based on its strength. It's like, okay, well, we couldn't really get the Drake. Let's kind of pick this up, and it's decent. But we're not going to put all of our eggs in the Void Bubs basket. But they will pick them up, all three of them, for the first half.
Yeah, and I think the mid matchup is where things have started to be rough. So I'd love to see, when Cuz hits level 6, a gank towards mid with that flash to Oriana, because right now, just with the lane naturally playing out, BDD has a 15 CS lead already.
Just straight up, basically no jungle attention, just pretty natural, and feeling pretty good about that. Now this bottom lane, you see Def and Beryl doing a good job chipping away at this turret. As of course Andal went for a merry jaunt with his brother Cuz into the enemy jungle, and only barely got out alive, so Andal taking a little bit of time to get back to lane to help out Bull.
I think Jack still has a bit left in his flash.
Ooh, standing next to that one. Bit unfortunate. Beryl taking advantage of that. Double root comes in, and the pressure is on. Cuz is level 6, but he's not going to look bot lane.
I think it should be mid. Losing a bit of control. You can see Bull going for a recall. Like a lot of pressure, especially when you have this first Dirk coming out from the center. It's a lot of power in the early lane, but also it's kind of going to depend on the guns that the Aphelios has. Like when they got the flash before from Deft, it's because he was able to gravitum, get the root into the knockup from the Tom Kench. But with flash coming up soon for Deft, not sure if they'll be able to get that window again.
Yeah, was expecting not too much action down there. And we'll see if that does continue from here on out. You do see that decent lead in the top side already, 500 gold, the kill, the first blood going to Dudu, and a small CS lead. Just farming it out.
Yosik looks like he's hunting for something, but I think he's just kind of shadowing, seeing if anything happens. Might go over the wall. I think he's not going to go for anything more.
Well, they have Beryl nearby, and so maybe they were thinking, okay, can we set something up on the Bulldog? But Bulldog has flash and Zir, so...
You know, I'm never going to fault a team for looking for these. Like, you never know if a window might open. Maybe Cuz chooses that window to attack mid and try and target BDD, but nothing's really going to come from it.
And you know what happened, Beryl? He has Unsealed Spellbook. He just teleported bot. He was looking mid, the wave was coming into bot. He's like, well, I don't want to miss that CS, so I'm just going to teleport down here.
I don't want to walk all the way down there.
Yeah. Don't want to miss not even a single one of these minions. And, I mean, he doesn't have to go back to buy, so I guess he doesn't necessarily need to utilize the teleport to get back to lane in that scenario. Here is Cuz. Maybe looking for something, but it seems like they are a little bit suspicious of this. Beryl, though, is running right at him, and he doesn't have flash. And there's the Gravitum, and now Beryl's in a lot of trouble. That's just going to be the end of him. And now the Nagaba on Deft. Over the wall they go as Deft is super low. Down he goes. And Andal will pick up a second kill for the team.
Beautifully played there by Andal. I feel like no one was really watching the Tom Kench in that passage of play, and Deft certainly wasn't. Gets hit by the knockup, and even though he has sums, once that connects, you're kind of going down. Really well played, really good window capitalized on by Quantum Freaks, and now they're going to be able to get some more gold onto this Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, the initial play to walk into the river, no vision, just saying, okay, I'm Warren, I'm tanky enough, even if he's here, I should be fine. Little bit of a, you know, iffy, kind of risky maneuver, but then the follow-up to not respect the Tom Kench, that one was a little bit too much.
Yeah, the lack of flash really punishing Beryl in this situation. So you can see Deft, like, it's kind of hidden by the wall a bit, the W, like the particles, so a really smart move by Andal, and they end up getting rewarded quite handsomely. Dragon up in 5 seconds. The reset had just come in from Quantum Freaks though, so KT a little bit sooner. You can see already KT want to set up in that area, but mid prio has been achieved there by Bulldog. It looks like Quantum Freaks want to get the second dragon.
Yeah. If KT really wanted to try, they do have teleport advantage, but not... Oh, they're actually going to utilize it. Here we go. The TP is coming in. And now Quantum Freaks, they just want to get out of here. Bulldog just trying to shuffle and make his way out, but the exhaust a little bit too much, and he can't get away from the Udyr. And that will be the kill. Handed over to Pyosik, and it will be the Drake, you would imagine, into the hands of KT.
Feel like just pulling the trigger a bit too soon. Oh!
We got another play coming in here. Knock up on the Cuz as they're really trying to get into this river, as Bull's doing a really nice job in the damage, and now Andal's behind them. He's going to try to make something happen, and he's alone. So he's dead. Yes, very interesting timing. The team not really able to follow up on that one, and that means that KT get a kill, but maybe not the dragon just yet.
Yeah, very strange passage of play. It's clear that Quantum Freaks wanted to try and get more than they were capable of fighting off, but just some oversteps there that end up punishing them. I think the initial death, it wasn't great. They definitely forced a bit too hard, but they got the TP. You know, trading the TP for the kill isn't terrible. The fact that Dudu gets some alone time top, but the second death there from Andal is definitely a mistake.
Yeah. Maybe getting, you know, wrapped up in the crazy amount of fighting that was happening. Wanted to join on in and make a play, but it did not work out. Now, we do have Cuz getting to work on this dragon. Pyosik has a ward in the pit. So potential for a steal, but he is alone. Will he go for it? Looks like he's looking. He gets over the wall, and now he's going to have to flash. So a little bit late, and he has to flash away, and that's Chemtech Drake over to Quantum Freaks. Infernal Soul once again.
So we'll see the replay coming out here. And Andal just a little bit too ambitious there, trying to catch Pyosik. It doesn't connect. Even if it does, you don't have the backup from your team. The TP comes in, Bulldog, exhausted, isn't able to get away. But again, I don't think this is the end of the world, because your Rumble is getting alone time, can get a plate as well. It's not a good play, I'm not saying that. But here, I think this is really where the mistake is made, because they try and find something. And again, this is fine, getting the damage in, but it's the mistake comes from Andal, trying to commit with the W. Again, it misses, and you just used the last of your mobility to get in.
Yeah. He had also flashed Westward, you know, up in the jungle, and he was backing, but he came back down to try to join the fight. Probably that's what the comms were about. You know, okay, we're fighting, we're skirmishing, maybe he can make something happen. But as we saw, it did not pan out for them, and now they're getting the Void Grubs in the top side. That's going to be 6 Void Grubs for the side of Quantum Freaks, but don't really have a good lane. Maybe the top lane to put some pressure on with that, but for now, not much. And they're getting plates in bottom side here, RKT.
That's kind of the issue, is that sure, you get those Void Grubs to stay with you for the whole time, but you just lost so much pressure bot lane. The plates have now vanished, and KT just cashed them in, so not sure how much I stand behind the trade, but I think KT made the right choice with how they used the time that Quantum Freaks had devoted to those Void Grubs.
Yeah. See the Celestial position and the Frozen Heart finished already for Barrel. Bulldog is, well, better luck next time. Not sure about that one. He doesn't have Flash, and he doesn't have Shuffle. He's just going to get Ornalted, and now Bulldog just isolated. And not what you're looking for at this point for Quantum Freaks. Cuz not able to do much in the mid lane. He's just trying to clear this. He does buffer it, but now there's a Vi, and he can't get away from that either. It's 2 free kills for KT.
Yeah, he couldn't get over the wall, had to kind of buffer the shockwave as it came in, and then just ends up completely backfiring. I just feel like, you know, the passages of play before this were definitely more excusable than these last two. The play from Bulldog and the play from Cuz just, it's almost frustrating, because they were doing a pretty good job in the early game. I feel like the early game for Quantum Freaks was solid, and they really just kind of fell over there. And now KT, they're firmly in control. They're going to secure this Rift Herald, and I think they're pretty happy with the outcome.
Yeah, especially, I mean, they got that first Hextech Drake. Yes, they gave over 1, but now it's Infernal Soul. You've got a lead here in the mid lane, or game rather. You have the Rift Herald for that extra pressure when you have to go for that next Drake. And yeah, I mean, Dudu got ahead and stuff, but this is just, was it a misclick? I'm not even sure. I mean, nobody was there. He's going for a play. They don't have full vision. I mean, just an unfortunate mistake.
You know what? The more I try and rationalize it, the more it's going to bother me. So I'm just going to let it go. This play, I think, you can definitely rationalize. He had to ult when the shockwave came in, but I think he needed to ult and then just flash immediately. But I don't think he quite spotted how close Pyosik was. So definitely a mistake. But I can explain that one away, you know?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So, KT Rolster enjoying a nice little, about 2,000 gold, a little bit less than that lead in this case. The mid lane is still going heavily in their favor. You take a look at the items here from BDD. He has not gone for Lichbane. He has gone straight for the Luden's Companion. Now he's got a needlessly large rod, which can build into a multitude of things in this patch. And he's feeling pretty good about his position.
Yeah, past level 11 as well, so the shockwave's really going to do a fair bit of damage now. KT setting up pretty firm control around this dragon area. I think that's just going to be the aim of the game for them, stacking these up.
That's pretty much all you got to do at this point. They could use that Rift Herald if they want. I'm not sure if they're going to need it. It feels like Quantum Freaks have kind of gone into hibernation period where it's like, okay, we're going to hunker down. We're just going to try to farm it out. KT, of course, do not want to let that happen as Pyosik is getting in onto Bulldog, and he will survive as they don't quite put the damage into making that happen.
You know why that was? I said before how they could all press R. That was only 3, right? They needed Beryl's ultimate as well to secure the kill. But ultimately, a bit of a miscalculation, and Bulldog never giving up on his chance to get away. The shield just giving him enough health to survive. And now, those are some big ultimates on cooldown. 10 seconds on the Dragon. Bulldog will TP back in. This is a window for Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, I would imagine you want to drop this Rift Herald, right? Maybe not. I mean, Beryl's just going to go in and look for something. Andil hops into the wall. And they're getting started on this Drake. And you can see with BDD going back and without teleport and the mid lane being pushed away, perhaps they're just going to give it up.
Yeah. I mean, I think one thing is this does mean that Quantum Freaks can stall the game out until they're in a better position. But I think the problem is against this Senna Ornn, you know, I think there's definitely a very strong argument for KT scaling in this one. But regardless, it's a good play. They managed to take advantage of the fact that...
Oh, trying to make a play here on a BDD. That's enough ultimates this time around on the side of Kwangdong. And just like that, BDD, even that flash used it, wasn't enough. And that was just a clean play from Kwangdong Freaks. Do more of that.
Yep.
A little bit less of what happened 5 minutes ago.
I think that's part of the difference as well between an Orianna and an Azir. The safety of the Azir.
Oh. We're charging in. Now Bull is he's going to get stunned up here. Oh, that's unfortunate. And Andil not quite able to get the Devour as he was also knocked into the air. As here comes Pyosik again. He's going through the jungle.
Can he get into the tower?
No way, right?
No, he wanted to, but he's like, I need a 10. Okay. Kind of losing track a little bit here, and yeah, 169 health. That's goodbye.
Yeah.
Good effort. Needs work, right?
Yeah, our players are still figuring that one out.
Maybe if he went left and then curved round through the brush, he could. I don't know, man. That's a long. Yeah. Just really well executed. The shuffle into the Viego and the Rumble. As you said, more of this. Maybe less of this, and I think Andil. So I think you have to ult earlier.
Yeah.
That's the only way to spin it. You waited too long. You're like, I'll ult him when he gets a bit. No, you get CC together. You're not going to get another window.
Yeah.
And are we going to track the... No, we're not going to track the Herald.
Yes, we are.
Oh, we are. Okay, so here's my driver's ed review.
Oh, yeah, 잠깐만.
Maybe if
it's like, wait.
if he went a sharp left here and then looped round, and maybe he could
3
get...
seconds?
I don't think it would be possible, but I think that's the closest you could get.
Said driving is very difficult. Yes, a lot of our players have struggled with that one. Okay, here comes Cuz. Up to the top side. Perfect is Udyr, and he does not care about anybody. He's trying to kill him here. Knockup comes through. 2 people. Andil, he's over the wall alone. He's not even going to flash. Just going to give himself up. Cuz also in a little bit of trouble. Trying to run away from this Udyr, who doesn't really do damage. Cuz is actually healing, but now Pyosik is behind them as the very defensive ult from Rumble, just to say, please don't chase us any further.
That's Baron. And I think the problem here, okay, so Quantum Freaks made that play in the bot lane, and they went, look, we'll punish a side laner with 3 people. It worked really well. And then they tried it again top, but the key difference is bot lane was an Orianna, and top lane was an Udyr. And I think they just lacked the ability to realize that these champions are very different, and it's a lot easier to punish an Orianna compared to this Udyr, who's gone like this mega magic resist.
Of course.
Itemization. I just don't think he was ever going down.
Yeah. And the itemization makes perfect sense. You're going up against the double AP solo laners, so and Cuz isn't fed or anything like that. Bull is a long way from being fed, so you can go 3rd item armor, as we see as a cloth armor right now. So you're never killing him. Cuz isn't going to do enough damage, and I mean, they don't even hit him.
I think even without the TP, I don't see how you make this dive work. Like, genuinely, I think he just shakes it off.
Well, it's a great read from KT, right? They're like, they've overextended. Like, we can take advantage of this, actually. They were trying to dive us, but now we're just going to kill them since they went way too far into our jungle. So, teleport works out in their favor at the end of the day, I suppose.
Now, a lot of gold picked up already from the Baron, but I'm looking at these tier 2 towers in the top and bot. You can see a wave being stacked up by Perfect there. And if they can move through the jungle to connect with that wave, that's where you can look to potentially threaten this tier 2. Bulldog obviously is here very safe, but still got to be careful if BDD starts to threaten that shockwave.
All right, Bulldog's looking for something. Going to get a lot of sums out. The equalizer not bad, but Bulldog's taking a lot of damage. Doesn't matter, he survives, and now that's a couple of kills into the pockets of Kwangdong Freaks. They take advantage, and they make a great play.
Yeah, really good play. And honestly, I wasn't sure that was going to work because Bulldog seemed quite isolated when he went for the initial ult, but the team was able to get there in time to back him up. Locket coming out from Andal and the Gobble to keep him safe. Really solid play. And this is going to slow down. I mean, we look at the Baron power play. Oh.
And then immediately, now Cuz is going to get caught. I feel like I'm on the Kwangdong Freaks roller coaster this game.
I can't say anything good about Kwangdong Freaks. It's just not possible. Backfires so quickly. And yeah, the Baron power play, about 700 gold. Not a huge amount. Definitely Kwangdong Freaks, that play has managed to dissuade it. But Bulldog redeeming himself for his earlier attempt. Gets the flash from Deft, where he just gets equalized and chased down. And then here, the Locket, the ult from the Tom Kench keeps Bulldog alive.
Yeah. Works out very well, and then just backing on a ward. He puts down a control ward, and he's like, oh, I'm dead. Anyway, there was a ward, and that's going to be KT. They pick up the second Infernal Drake, and their second Drake of the game. So, you know, Kwangdong Freaks can really channel what they're doing well, and then kind of cut out the fat from the, you know, from the rest of the game. We'd have a really strong team here.
Yeah, and I am afraid there is one more problem. Huni was complaining at the start of the day about Swiftness Rumble.
Yeah.
And Rocket Belt Rumble.
Yeah.
It's the double whammy. He won't be happy.
Well, at least he went Leandri's first.
Yeah, that's true.
That's like the one redeeming factor. You got that going on. He went Ignite as well, but yeah. All right, the Rocket Belt's good, I think, eventually. Maybe just not first, but the Swifties, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't first, you know, but I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about this from the desk.
Absolutely. Maybe equalizer segment, break it down. I think they've been okay.
I think Doran's in the last series was, we all know what I'm talking about.
We saw the full spectrum of different types of ults
we need like,
in that one.
We need a tier list.
Yeah.
Rank all the equalizers of the split so far. It was actually today, you know, we've seen a bit of Rumble, but today in the earlier series was our first Rumble win in the LCK this year.
Yeah.
Which kind of says a lot, especially when we've had games where it's been fed and teams just haven't been able to translate. This is a fed Rumble, objectively, for Dudu. You know, 243 CS, second highest in the game, 3-0, and he's really got his third item. Will it be enough? That is the question.
That is the question indeed. I think a Rumble alone is not going to win this game. I think as long as the team continues having nice wombo combos, they have insane amounts of damage in their composition, they have great team fighting potential for resets, but will they be able to put, you know, 2 and 2 together and come together as a team and make some more of that happen? They're also pretty behind on gold in general. The mid lane 1,000 and especially the support. I mean, Beryl.
I think the problem is it's like it's really hard to with the double support items like pin down the like actual goal difference, because yes, they are 5,000 if you look at the top, but a lot of that's in the support role.
And we're trying to get into the bottom lane. That's not working out too well. Dudu is just going to be blasted, and the cinders go flying.
That was satisfying. That was, I think that's the most we've seen in terms of cinders.
There's a bunch of them again't that north wall.
Gotta do it, Pip.
Get him perfect.
Get him. Pick him up.
Get him.
Pick him up.
Please get them. I can't. Wait, he's going back.
Please.
Did he get him? It looks like no, he ran south. Okay.
But as I was saying, like the thing is, so you can't make an argument, oh, well, it's all gold on the Ornn, but like that Ornn is strong. Those are some great items for an Ornn to have. So yeah, I think ultimately gold lead, not going to be 100% great indicator of where things stand, but I definitely think KT have a pretty big edge as things are at the moment. A lot of people with a lot of items completed. Def nearly has his 4th item, and yes, one of those items is a blood song, but that item is broken, so.
Yes. It is quite good, and he's got that done. We never saw a support item from Bull.
I feel like it's interesting
okay.
to add some items which are like Bloodsong's like, imagine if you had press the attack in an item. And Kanik Rukin is like, imagine if you had Galio W shield in an item. And the answer is pretty good.
Generally works out pretty well, I'd say, for the items. We have the Riftmaker complete here for Dudu. 3 items on the Rumble. Will that be enough to cut through what is an insane amount of MR, especially on the Udyr?
It's a very bulky front line. Yeah, you can see Piosik now picking up some MR. Beryl has a decent amount between his Hollowing Radiance, maybe it's called, I think.
That was Hollowed Radiance.
Possibly Hollowed Radiance. We'll go with that. I was close at least. That's kind of what I was aiming for.
Yeah.
And the Jack Show.
Good enough.
I think the main thing is, can you get your damage onto BDD or Deft? I think that's going to be the goal for Quantum Freaks in this one.
Yeah, and every time they've had like a good play that's worked out in team fights or otherwise, it's been when they isolate Deft or BDD, because they are a large portion of the damage here on the side of KT Rolster.
101 stacks for Deft now.
Trying to move forward here. Dudu is going to Rocket Belt away from the ball, just in case. No Shockwave yet.
Yeah, we definitely see slower stacking with center like this than when we've seen like no farm centers, but I think you definitely feel a lot stronger in the mid game. You keep them up in levels, you have a lot more gold, a lot more items. It just takes a bit longer to hit that super long range point where you have a ton of souls. Deft's still doing okay, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're okay to just hang out on this one and continue scaling. BDD is a menace, and they have total control of the map, so they can just stack Infernal Drake. So no real rush to like push in and potentially get Wombo comboed by Azir, essentially. And just wait it out, farm it out. Now Beryl has he has not gone for that strategy. He is going forward. As now, trying to get on in there, Bulldog is not going to be able to do much with that. He gets ulted himself, as the Shockwave doesn't do much. Beryl's getting pretty low. He's maybe burnt down, and Cuz, he's going to get the reset and immediately go down. But this is potentially going the way of Quantum Freaks, but no, that front line is just melting. But look at Bull. He is still full health. They're looking for a bit more. BDD has to flash away, and now Deft's coming in, looking for the snipe on a Bulldog, and he will pick it up. Ondil not able to save him, as Bull not quite able to join the rest of the fight over here down south.
Very chaotic fight. Perfect looking for an angle here, though.
Yeah, he's still got Ghost as well. He's just going to run on in there. Now they do take out BDD. Maybe a chance, but no, not quite. As Bull bites the dust, and so does Ondil. And that bottom lane gets cleaned up. It's an ace for the side of KT Rolster.
Yeah, really well played there by Perfect, waiting for the window. But Deft as well in the center has been so good. And you know, we're kind of talking about what's the value of this Ornn for Beryl having this big gold lead. I think we kind of saw that. He looked so hard to take down there. It took everything in the kitchen sink to finally get him down. And in the end of the scattered fight, KT gained composure first. And we're able to finish it out. Now they've taken that mid in here. Reset's going to come in. Baron's on the is up and available, not going to be taken out. Yeah, Beryl a little bit out of position, but just look how much damage is pumped into him. And he doesn't go down. Piosik with a little fake away with the Q redirect, but Bulldog with a nice stopwatch to block it. But Beryl goes down after all of this, and we do see the Vi go down as well pretty quickly. But it's just the fact that Deft is kind of untouched, and he just plays this so well.
Yeah. He was really the main character in all of this. I mean, he even kept Perfect alive on the back of the fight when he was going deep. He saves BDD, and this guy has always been quite good at Senna. I mean, Deft can pretty much play anything to a very high level. And he shows it off here in this team fight. We might have another here in live, as this time a little bit better setup for the side of KT Rolster. The Equalizer comes down and does negative damage, and that's going to be a double kill here for the side of BDD. Might be the nail in the coffin if they can take out Cuz. Dudu also still full health is perfect. He's in the base. He's trying to run in there, but yeah, he's just going to let that one go. Bulldog is bot side, and he's going to get a free Vi kill, I suppose. Maybe just trying to catch the wave, and it works out.
Yeah, that was enough. I think you could see KT will look to potentially pressure for maybe an end, but that Vi going down was enough. You can see here, this is kind of what you're talking about, where it's like the Tom Kench can block an R, but he can't block all of them, so they probably have to safe until he isn't, and he gets shockwaved and taken down. You know, it'll save you against an ult, maybe 2. But there is just too many in the side of KT that can take down that Aphelios. And no, we're getting a repeat.
Chance here. We got Bulldog up on the top side too. Maybe this is the one moment where you can taste the Udyr. It's working out so far. He's at half health. The raid boss is almost dead. And there it is.
Oh my
God,
cleared it. So many cinders came out there. You know, I wish we had a way just to track the cinders.
Oh, they might be able to do Baron. A chance here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, BDD just have teleport, and Pure6 heading over.
They might be able to take the fight, though.
That's no flash.
That's no flash. They don't have a lot of engage options here, as they're going to go on to Beryl now, and he is in the midst of 5 of them. Can they get something going? He's doing a lot here to Dudu, but it's not enough. As now coming in is Pyoshik. He's going to try his hand at the 1v5. This is just the KT way, I suppose. As down goes Pyoshik. That's a big ult, but no follow-up because everybody's dead.
Now that's going to chin on the Baron. They have the numbers. It is Deft and BDD. They don't have their front line, but they are so strong right now. Got to be careful on this one. Bulldog over the wall hitting it.
Yeah, the poke damage could be critical here from BDD. He's also got that Banshees, but Bulldog, he's not being rooted out just yet, as now an equalizer. They're looking for depth as well. They get the Baron. TP's coming in, and now all of a sudden they're run away. They gotta run away. It's Udyr. Oh God! He has come in. The menace himself is now Bull. He's okay. He's dead. I thought he was gonna live. Not gonna happen. They're not getting away from perfect. It looks like Dudu will just sacrifice himself in one way or another. And down he goes.
You know, that was looking really good for Kwangdong Freaks until it wasn't, I think is how I would describe that. They're now trying to clear the waves out to ensure there's no chance of ending. But the thing is, Infernal Souls in 10 seconds, it's pretty gone. Let's get a replay of how this one panned out. Beryl ends up overextended. He is very tanky, buys a lot of time. Deft and BDD doing damage over the wall, but I'm trying to track Pyoshik here, because I think he actually ends up ulting the Tom Kench and not the Azir. So a bit of a mistake there. Maybe learn that one in NA.
All right. I think that's all you had to say. Yeah, and then they chase him down. I mean, you're not getting away from a Udyr, so. Yeah, they got the Baron, though. They did give over the Infernal Soul in live. I would imagine that already happened as we're watching this extended cut replay. And yeah, they got Infernal Soul. So important you guys know about that is going to be pretty big, especially for the Orianna and the Senna, but just in general, you're going to be doing some big boom boom damage.
Yeah, I mean, the Senna is going to have such ridiculous range at this point. Also, we kind of talked about this Ornn support, how it's going to take a long time to get the levels. He's level 16 now. He's handing out ornaments to everyone.
Yeah.
You don't typically expect the game to be really pushing on this long, but the Senna's scaled up massively. Ornaments have gone out to everyone apart from the Vi right now, so the scaling's really coming in.
Yeah, and now instead of like a plain old Nautilus, you've got this guy who's buffing your whole team, and he's got, I don't know if it's more reliable engage, but longer range engage, I guess you could say, in the Ornn. A little bit different. I mean, Nautilus obviously has his own set.
Yeah, it's not point and click, but obviously it's AoE and very long range. So a lot of value to that. And Senna, 134 souls right now for Deft. With the rapid fire, the range is very punishing.
Yeah, he is basically a turret right now. I would recommend probably don't get in range unless you're going to burst it down.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem, is that there's not like a clear, really easy engage tool for Kwangdong Freaks. If Deft is out of position, sure, absolutely. They'll throw the equalizer down, they'll follow up. But this is why we've seen Andal have a lot of struggles this game, because a lot of the engages are like, Andal, go W in, and it's...
And also save Bull against their 18 different ways to engage onto you.
Yeah, plus the Senna is so fast. Like you can see just walking right here, 468 movement speed. It's not an easy target to hit, especially with the E given even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of appreciate Andal has had a rough time trying to make that happen.
For sure. I think either you get like the massive, perfect Azir shuffle into Emperor's Divide onto one of those key targets, or you don't really have much in terms of engage here from Kwangdong Freaks. So they're going to give up this mid inhibitor. They're going to say, okay, you can take this, that's fine. It's very late in the game. We can push out this wave. It's very easy in the mid lane. But still, KT Rolster are going to take that if they're given it.
I will say, despite everything, despite the fact KT are in a lead right now, it is good to see some life from Quantum Freaks. They are keeping the fight alive in this game. They are in a rough spot, and they need a miracle, really, to find this one, but 37 minutes in, they are not done yet.
Take a look at the stats you were talking about.
Yeah.
Or the Senna.
Oh, just hit 140, actually, so that should be 140 extra range. I believe it's 600 base, so it's 740. Like 890 with the rapid fire. Pretty long.
Yeah. Actually, maybe better than a turret now.
I think
longer range.
Yeah, extended beyond the turret level.
Yeah.
The one thing with Senna is that her base AD always stays at 50 from the start of the game to the end. Kind of like how Thresh's base armor stays the same.
Yeah.
So the Sheen procs from the Blood Song don't scale as well as on other champions. That is like the one downside to this build, but you know, can't all be positives.
Yeah.
I think Deft is perfectly fine with that trade-off.
He's doing quite a lot for the team, and may even end up picking up the POG in this game if KT Rolster eventually do win it. At this point, KT Rolster have had a lot of games like this where it's not necessarily like they're always dominating or always in control, but eventually they make it work, even in situations where they don't look like they're the leaders in the game. In this one, obviously, they are in control of it.
I think you said it great earlier when you said KT just seem to have so much fun.
They do.
And I think that has been true this game as well. Sometimes fun can align with winning, but not always.
Doesn't have to. Not necessarily. It's good if you're having fun regardless. But generally winning is the goal of this competitive esports.
Yeah, and when fun and winning align, you know, that's how DRX won Worlds, right?
True. I think these players know a little bit about that. And KT Rolster, they're definitely taking their time. This Baron is about to spawn, so they could go for that, but they have to be quick about it. They don't want to give up the Elder. Here comes Death.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, God.
Get away.
Oh, no. The root. The Snipe. Bull is going to dodge it, and he does get away. Knight's Vow helping out a little bit there.
Fountain Laser. I think past turret, it's on Fountain Laser level at this point. I don't know how you deal with that. I don't think there are great solutions to that problem. Plus, Deft now has the Edge of Night. So you know that shuffle you were talking about? Who is going to proc Edge of Night?
Rumble. Let's see how that goes. Rocket belting away, and oh God, the angle here. Bull is just more dead than I've ever seen ever, as Bulldog has to use that divide just to survive, and perfect. No answer to him, really. The flash over, the auto gets the job done. And Infernal Soul and KT Rolster will roll over Guangdong Freaks here at 40 minutes into the game as Fountain Laser strikes again. And that'll do it. KT Rolster will take game one. Most kills this season, 36.
Well, it's actually 37 now.
Well, they beat 36.
Oh, okay, they beat 36, so they got there. Okay, that makes sense.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, that was certainly Quantum Freaks put up a fight, but the scaling of this Senna-Ornn combo was bordering on obnoxious, honestly. And I think it kind of came to that point where KT had that realization, oh wait, you can just do that now.
Yeah.
And he did that, and it was very effective. So, you know, I think Quantum Freaks didn't have a clean game, obviously, but they did show life. Whether they can bounce back from that and come up with some adjustments for game two, that's not the question. But KT, a fun game, but one they definitely managed to finish out.
Yeah. KT Rolster get the job done in about 40 minutes. See, BDD is leaning in, trying to figure out what they are discussing right now.
Look at the damage buffs.
Yeah.
Obviously. How much did Def do? Oh, that's a lot.
Too much,
yeah.
Probably. CV Max definitely going to have a lot to say, as per usual.
I think that's the thing. I think if you just get stomped into the ground, it's kind of hard to like bounce back. I mean, you obviously just have to go on and be like, okay, just forget what happened in that game. But I think there is a lot to say on that last game. But often, sometimes coaches don't like to focus on like nitpicking everything for the previous one. It's more like a look forward for game two. But Def does beat out BDD in the damage graphs. I feel like a lot of that was in that final passage of play.
Probably, yeah. BDD also picking up a lot of damage at that last team fight. And yeah, Quantum Freaks, some nice moments.
And
but
Beryl doing a lot.
Gotta be cleaner.
Like, he did more than Cuz, did similar amounts to like the Vi.
Support Ornn.
Is he the support? He's the carry.
He is the carry at the end of the day, but so is Steph. We're done here for game number 1. We're going to take a break and have the space afterwards. We'll be right back.
자, 여기서 볼게.
봐줘 다. 봐줘.
야, 각주와 각주와. 앞에 나 치워 나봐 치고 나봐. 홍대 창현아. 앞에 볼게.
맞을 볼게. 나 공 있다. 맞을 너고.
나 라인 지킬게. 나
나 간다. 나 돌렸어.
이제 가자 얘들아 거기.
아니 잡았어.
다 돌렸어.
다 죽여.
맞을 이거 피고 덮으려.
나이스. 오른 방어력이 400이다.
너무 던졌다.
아 인정. 아 쏘리.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space after an exhilarating first game between KT and Kwangdong Freaks. It was a long one. It had the most kills out of any other game this season, and it had twists and turns. It had a draft. Let's look at that. Gentlemen, tell me about it.
It was exhilarating, as you said, Alice. We got to see Beryl play the support Ornn we saw in Challengers yesterday. We saw the Vi, Udyr, everything seemed normal. Senna got locked in, and I could already see Beryl putting the oven mitts on. Then there was a little bit of a smile from Deft. He looked at Beryl, and I could see him putting the apron on and the chef's hat on, and we knew it's going to be a little bit of a fun game, a little bit of a happy game, and it certainly was.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really banger. It was a really hectic. It was a really chaos. It was just like the player, if they see there's some champion, they just go. Like both of them, no hesitation. We just fight, even though it's good, even though it's bad. Like it doesn't matter, just go. So that's why I think they actually killed their ceremony actually happened. At the same time, I think it was like really not organized. Like even KT side as well. Like obviously KT, I thought they're gonna kind of storm against Kwangdong Freaks, but it wasn't. They were just also making mistake.
I do want to shout out the young man, Perfect, there towards the top side of the map. I imagine that he's had some bad dreams about Rumbles into his Udyr, which did cause him to have a very, very uncomfortable time the previous time. This time around, though, dies for first blood, and we were like, oh, here we go again. But then turned it all around, and he was actually kind of fine. Everything kind of working out there towards the top side of the map. Let's have a look at our first highlight. Gentlemen, take me through the beginning of the chaos.
Well... This one's a little bit of a tough one, a bit of a toughie, right? Very split here for Kwangdong Freaks, and KT just group up as 5 and actually push through, and then there's a bit of a split call, right? Like, Kwangdong Freaks to try and decide, okay, do we actually try to turn on this and catch some stragglers? Andil stays. And you can see he's channeling back repeatedly because they're having comms, like, can I actually do something maybe over the wall? We can try to contest this. And it ends up being pretty disastrous as Cuz and Bull try to chip away. And it's just a call to go in. Like they've made the executive decision, but it was just not a correct one, and it's going to lead to Andil dying. Yep. A lot of this game was like this, and unfortunately for Kwangdong fans, this one kind of stings. It feels like the ultimate level of indecision.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they didn't really have an exact plan. Like, they didn't know what to do when they're actually TP drop. Like, as you said, the Kwangdong Freaks, they were, like, positioning-wise, like, Bulldog jumping, and Andil is at the behind when he's playing Tumkench, and then he jump in later, and he die. Like, it has to be planned. Like, Rumble has no TP. It has to be more accurate, and it's, like, more cautious about the making plan.
And to look over the other side, it did feel a little bit like KT were perhaps... enjoying themselves a little bit too much, having a pleased game, as you said there, Wolf. We'll jump into our next highlight, as this is where the screws really started to tighten for Kwangdong, although there were too many opportunities for them this game, to be honest.
Yeah, equalizer here, not really hitting a majority of KT. See a backline engage here as well, and they end up taking out Vi. And look at Deft actually getting engaged on here during ultimate. Doesn't matter. Still get the kill here on the Dudu. And it's just a very broken up fight on both sides. I think KT having a lot of fun in this one, feeling like this one is 100% locked up in their favor. And it was very messy. And yes, they do end up winning this game. And yes, they do get an edge out of this as Perfect hangs around here on the edge. But it wasn't clean. And there's not much really to break down about this, except it just shows the state of this game.
Yeah, I mean, if KT was actually a little bit more delicate, I think the team fight would have been like way more one-sided. And just they big ends up winning because the Senna was just too many stacks on. And also the other way, the Kwangdong Freaks, like they had a 2 AP on the top side with the Rumble and Nazir, and was not actually rushing the voice step, was kind of giving me a headache.
Yeah, if this was 2023, though, that Rumble's item build was amazing. 3 mythics in a row. Let's jump into our POG and see who picks it up. I imagine a bit of a difficult decision, and it's Deft that collects it. Shout out to all of them stacks being piled on. I expect this to be votes everywhere because no one had any idea who to vote for.
I voted for Beryl, but I realized it was going to be a Deft POG when I was coming back from getting some hot water, because I was like, why did KT, ultimately win this game so easily at the end despite all the chaos? And it's just because Senna just kept stacking. I think KT's game plan was always just mess around until eventually Deft can shoot from his fountain to the enemy fountain and do a million damage.
Yeah.
And I guess if Quantum Freaks just can't be coordinated enough to punish, look at this damage.
Yeah, she had 160 stacks at the end, and it's like, this is like why the Senna has been keep picking it in tournament, because if you go 40-minute, you're just hitting it.
7 out of 12, so actually not as crazy as we perhaps thought.
Bit of a cheeky BDD from Media One.
Yep. The cheeky and the BDD one from the Vietnamese cast as well. I kind of respect it. You know, he had some pizzazz there, especially in the mid game. I honestly think that it's always a team effort in these games. But Deft certainly looking fantastic. Pretty necessary there as we check in on Hirai, probably having some choice words with his team right now.
He's taking the frying pan away. No more oven mitts, no more cooking. We're going to see. It's going to be standard drafting game 2. Clean 2-0.
Yep.
Nothing to see here. That's exactly what Hirai said, word for word. Good luck out there, boys. Yeah, there you go.
Yep, and you can see arms around perfect there as well, giving him a little bit of a pep talk here. As Quantum Freaks have chosen the red side for this one.
Try not to pick like double AP at that Ollie and 1-2, like rumbling Azir straight up. Like it is like really hard to execute it.
Yeah, they had so many different options. They just went for Rumble and Azir for some reason. And if I were the players, I might have some choice words for the coaching staff on that draft. But we'll see if they can bounce back. The coordination is something you're not going to be able to fix between game 1 and 2.
One thing that we can say positively about Quantum Freaks is that things went a little bit better on the bottom side of the map. I actually felt like Bull was laning just fine, was able to get a few things done, had some moments in some of these fights as well. And so, not all bad news as far as their roster swap is concerned, right?
Yeah,
working as intended so far.
That's what OTU needed, basically, but he wasn't able to handle that. So, I mean, it's kind of not a tough job, right? And let's see we could probably have to see one more game.
Oh, I reckon we could probably work something like that out. Let's throw it back over to the casters and get into game number 2. See what Beryl has cooked for us this time.
Thank you so much, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. You somehow cut through all of the fun in that game and figured out what exactly happened. And yes, I believe here on this desk, we were definitely Deft POG voters, at least the one guy who had a vote, which was not me.
Yeah.
But I would have done it too.
I feel like I have to kind of share the mentality of POG voting, and a lot of it is, if you're not with the group, right, but there's someone else with you, like, okay, someone else, like in the previous series, it was me and the Korean desk, and you're like, okay, that feels okay. When it's just you, that's when you feel bad. You can see that in Hooney's face. When he was the only jungle vote, he's like, oh, God. Am I media?
Yeah. You start to look in the mirror, you're like, oh, no, it was me all along. Yeah, well, it happens to the best of us. It's okay. We can always bounce back, hoping that Kwangdong Freaks can also bounce back because they have selected red side once again. And I mean, again, the Azir Rumble early was interesting.
I feel like the draft started off not so great for the side of Quantum Freaks and then kind of got worse. I'm kind of worried though because they have this habit to run it back, right? We've seen it again and again that they'll just take the draft and just go, you know what, draft wasn't the problem, it was the play. And look, I'm not going to deny that the play was a bit of a problem, but I also think that the draft had some issues too. And right now, the exact same bans are coming through. The exact same bans. If this is a Callista, we're going in a similar direction.
It's going to be Callista, and it's going to be Orianna. And I think the first time we'll have a good opportunity to see something change is the first couple of picks for Kwangdong Freaks.
Okay, I'm not sure. If I take one of my headphones off, I might be able to hear Hooney. Okay, it's not Azir Rumble. I was going to say, if it was, I think I could hear Hooney and Wolf from here. Just like moan out if they mirrored that again. They're taking the Vi this time, so denying that Vi Orianna combo. Piosik obviously had a pretty solid game on it, off on that little time when he ulted the Tom Bench instead. But yeah, KT are fine just taking the Udyr again into the Rumble. We've seen obviously the Rumble can gain momentum in the matchup, but also you kind of just become a brick wall in the Udyr regardless in the later stages.
Udyr's just a really strong champ right now, and I think it's okay to prio pick it into pretty much any lane as long as you're not, The Rumble is okay, I think is what I'm trying to say. You can handle it.
Oh, that would be good.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Nocturne.
The Ori Nocturne combo, super potent. That dive potential, being able to sync it up, low canopy, and they've done it. They've done it, haven't they? Well, they're going for the double AP topside again. It's going to make itemization very easy for that Udyr.
So the only change here is Vi instead of Viego. And just like Viego, it's not going to be a big portion of the damage. So as Udyr, you just build the same 2 items. And Orianna builds Banshee Veil 3rd. If she gets ahead again. Seeing the same bans, similar bans. This time Caitlyn wasn't banned by KT Rolster in
Xayah
4th.
first.
Yeah.
They banned Xayah second. So we'll see if this goes in a similar direction. Renata was banned here by Quantum Freaks last time.
Ban Senna. Okay, done.
Banning Rakan.
Never mind.
Honestly, I think that kind of makes sense because Rakan with that composition that KT have would be pretty dirty.
Yeah.
That would be a bit too much dive potential. Does make me wonder what we're going to see.
Bull doesn't strike me as a Senna player. So we might just see Def back on the Senna.
If we get, like, if it honestly ends up being a Felios Tom again and then, like, Senna Ornn, if we get the run back, okay, they banned Tom, so it can't be. That, honestly, that kind of makes sense because you have the Nocturne. And actually, the Senna is going to come down for Bull.
Caitlyn's available.
Yeah.
It is Deft after all. You can definitely play a Caitlyn lane. And you don't have to like fully index into dive. You can still utilize that Nocturne to a big way in this game. And just kind of have him dive the back line.
The thing is as well is DDD was kind of hard winning this matchup early. If you have a hard win bot lane as well, it's going to be a really good time. And they're bringing out the way again for Beryl. 100% win rate on this pick, but when he played it before, it was into Renata specifically. They're not going to have this matchup necessarily now.
Watch him pick Renata.
Oh, God, definitely.
No, you definitely do not want to pick that up here. The Jhin...
Who will play what?
Okay.
Is my question.
Yeah, it's going to be Jhin. And they'll swap it, so it looks like Ando will be playing the Senna. And I said before, I mean, Bull doesn't really strike me as a Senna player, but also doesn't really strike me as a Jhin player.
And also, Jin's very bad at killing tanks. So, this Udyr
will not die.
Yeah, after a certain point in the game.
Maybe Senna, like, 45 minutes in, maybe?
Okay, so I think Nocturne always appreciates when he has an immobile target to dive onto. You've just given him 2, right? With the Shockwave as well, I fear for the life of this Jhin Senna.
You were talking about Huni and Wolf, maybe, you know, groaning over there on the desk. I think we just lost Max. I think I've heard he has left
the building.
He's not a big Jhin fan. I think in this situation, he's going to dislike it even more. Because I do agree. Now look, there they are on the space. It's Wolf. He's got his hands up in the air.
He's not happy.
His hands are crossed. The legs are crossed. It's not a good sign, guys. Yeah, it does feel like we're kind of reaching for answers a little bit here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, but the answers, those were the only ones that were in reach.
It is certainly one of the drafts of full time. But, you know, we'll have to see how it plays out. Obviously, we've talked about limitations. We'll see how this bot lane 2v2 can go.
Let's see. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Hopefully this one is as wonderful as game 1.
You know, in terms of fun factor, we had a lot of mileage out of game 1.
The KT games have just been bangers this entire season.
They've been a very enjoyable team to watch, I think. And honestly, I think that's such a great selling point for a team. You know, it's nice to be the most winningest team, but just watching fun games goes a long way.
We had this discussion before. You know, winning and fun together is the best. But having fun and not winning sometimes, that's also good.
Yeah. I for sure look forward to the day that I play solo queue and have fun.
Still waiting for that day.
Still waiting.
Yeah. You keep trying though, so credit to you.
I'll never stop.
Yeah.
I'm optimistic. One day.
Surely. Yeah. Pyosik is on vision here. He's going to be spotted doing the Raptors, and there's not much they can do about it because it's late. And yeah, Cuz might just be forced to vertical jungle. A couple of wards in the river as well, so we'll spot that. Level 1 here as the barrier is used by Andil.
He lost the trade with the barrier. I am interested to see how this lane goes because I think Wei's kit really allows him to crush Renata, right? I think it's, she's countered out by long-range poke, but this matchup, I think the double AD carries have a more of a fighting chance, so it's going to come down to skill expression, but also I'm just interested to see how it plays out with Beryl utilizing the range in his kit. Hopefully setting up some fears for Def to trap from as well. No trap level 2. We'll likely see Beryl wait till level 3 before he's trying to set up that CC into the trap, because I think if you land that on Andil, he's just going to get blown up.
Yeah. You mentioned it before, but Hui getting buffed on 14-2, which we will eventually see here at the LCK. And, I mean, if Beryl keeps winning on this pick, they're just not going to let him have it after it gets buffed. Like, it's just not going to be fair if that does come to pass.
Yeah.
I mean, the buff is happening, but if Beryl keeps showing a lot of success on this pick, that's really the scary part.
Yeah, and I think this is also going to be a big... I mean, obviously, Quantum Freaks is not, like, one of the top teams in the league, so you have to take it with a pinch of salt, but to me, when he was playing it before, I was like, cool, this is really good in Renata counter. If he's able to bring out more situations, great, fantastic. And I think generally, when you think about his kit and how it syncs with his teammates, like the bot lane of KT have these long-range abilities they can connect. When your Nocturne dives in, when your Oriana's put the shockwave on it, if you can follow up with that pillar, which I forget the name of, you know the one I mean.
Yeah.
The long-range one.
The long-range boom boom.
Yes, I think that's the name.
Yeah, that's the name, actually, officially.
Yeah.
Blue buff taken here by Cuz after Pyosik went red to red. Now Cuz is trying to get in here. He doesn't have smite, so now he's like, well, now I don't have mid prio, so I guess I'm going to go the long way around.
You also really can't opt into a 1v1 with the Nocturne. If you just tether that fear, he'll just start beating you up, so ends up being favorable for the side of KT when it comes to the Scuttle Crab, but there's still that bot Scuttle alive. I'm surprised we didn't see Pyosik like just path down towards bot to pick it up, considering he has the coverage from his bot lane. Already, Boulders actually had to... We missed this when we were looking top side. He had to be in heal, and he had to back off. Plate taken.
You missed the
13 CS down. Not going too well.
Yeah, no, it's not. Deft is not going to get rooted, and now he's just shooting Andil on his way out. Stop the back, though, I guess. And Cuz eventually does get to the Scuttle Crab, which was generally given over. Pyosik instead electing to clear the top side of the map and then look for a reset. Might be trying to play for the dragon here. See what his plan is here in just a moment, I'm sure.
The early Ocean Dragon as well is a pretty big one. They lower the impact of a lot of individual dragons, and Ocean Dragon does fall off quite a bit. It's not as useful later, but in the laning phase is honestly one that has the biggest impact, just with that extra sustain. So not really something I think they're going to massively be thinking about, but definitely nice to secure just towards the stacking and also having some value there.
Trying to make a play here, but Bulldog doesn't have... He got a little bit more mana back, but BDD just, he's just going to walk it off.
See, that's the sort of play that if he was level 6, would have looked really good. But level 5, Azir dashing at you, you're not that afraid.
Yeah, not really. Just trying to make a play here. He's got Andil nearby.
I think part of it is also put the pressure down on BDD, help crush the wave, and then Bulldog can hopefully get a reset, because he's already so low on mana and health.
Yeah. BDD about to hit level 6. It looks like he mistimed it a little bit. No, it's perfect. He gets on top of Andil, and that's first blood, as it does go over to Beryl, who came in to join here as well.
Yeah, so well played there from KT, just waiting for that moment. They got the shockwave, connects, and Andil, you have to flash the shockwave, but clearly caught off guard there.
It looks like he tried, and then it was like somehow interrupted. I'm sure we'll take a look at the replay and see exactly what happened to him there, but yeah, kind of unfortunate. They should have seen that coming. I mean, it was pretty obvious BD sticking around looking for the angle.
Yeah. And you know that Bulldog was nearly level 6, so it's not like they didn't have the information.
Yeah, maybe thinking they could step up to it, maybe not expecting so many people to be there. Either way, Quantum Freaks, they do take the Void Grubs down, all 3 of them. I think they got 6 in the last game. They got a bunch. Didn't end up mattering too much.
Yeah, I think so. It honestly is one of these things where you kind of see it and then you forget about it. And there's sometimes it's impactful, sometimes it's really like not making that much of an impact. But KT looking to secure that Fierce Dragon with no real contest coming in to stop it. So will be Solid want to pick up. And I think we've said this a bit, but the discussion of Dragon stacking versus Grub stacking, Dragon stacking always is a winner for me.
Indeed. Always.
Oh, we have Ocean, then Cloud. Could we get Chemtech Soul?
Oh no.
The Trinity?
No. Actually, yeah. No, sorry, not this time. We didn't get in the last one. True. With our powers combined, we were able to avoid that. So we're just poking down Bull. He's taking a bit of damage, but he does have the Senna at least. And guess who's nearby? It's Cuz with level 6.
And Nocturne isn't actually level 6 yet, so this is a pretty pivotal window if you're able to find something bot before it can be reacted to.
Little poke.
A little more poke.
Yeah. Lots of poke, and Cuz he says, well, I don't have an angle. I'll just continue farming to ward on the red buff. Here's this play.
Took a while to get to it, so... No, he was just late to flash. And he got pulled in by the jaws from the way.
Yes.
Does flash? You need flash shockwave. No other way to spin
Crushing Maw.
Crushing Maw. I knew that. I was testing you.
Yeah. I think it's that. I did look them up, of course. But yeah, just sticking around a little bit too long. Unfortunately, flash.
This is possibly the swiftest team I've seen for a long time. Ever since they like initially buffed swiftness boots, and then they nerfed them later because they were super broken. But 3 Swift boots on the side of Quantum Freaks is quite a lot.
Yeah, if you could just run away from your opponents, then you don't have to fight them. Cuz is going to come in here. He's going to find that control ward as he is playing for the timing of this blue. And we'll look for it, actually. Bishik is level 6 now, but doesn't look like he'll get here on time to actually challenge this.
Yeah, just to see where. I mean, I think personally it's got to be bot lane if you're going to find somewhere to make an impact with the ult for the Nocturne. Easy targets to pick up. Still no flash and Andal. One of the issues though is sometimes you can pop your ult, and then if Andal E's in time, you can't actually reactivate it because the setter goes out of vision. So that's one annoying interaction as a Nocturne player that can definitely cause issues. But also, I mean, Yoshik's completely fine just to let his lanes. Like, you let his bot lane keep going like this, and then be there to counter if needed.
I mean, you take a look at this, like the roots into shots from the sky, from the way, and you've got that extra poke and lane control with Caitlyn. Not really much that you can do, which is part of the reason why we were a little bit confused about the choices. I mean, I suppose they're holding their ground and they're not totally getting just routed out of this lane. But also, as the game comes along, will they be able to deal with Udyr and potentially, you know, a Nocturne?
I think the mid game is going to be very telling when we start.
Trying to get in here onto Cuz, who is in enemy territory. Fails the Q over the wall and goes down. Maybe tried to get it off quick so he didn't get blocked. Now looking for BDD. Does get the scoop here, but the flash comes in. And he's getting shot down from very long range, and that's going to be Bulldog, who does take the kill.
Yeah, really nice counterplay, and kind of the shooting gallery with the Jhin and the Senna together. Once the initial slow connects, not much you can do to dodge. So nice play coming out, not only from Bulldog with the shuffle, but just the return from Quantum Freaks to answer that initial Nocturnal.
Dude, trying to get in here, that is not going to hit, but he is going to play on the opposite side of it. Perfect, still on the chase. Can he get in range here of Dudu? And it's a bait as here comes Cuz, and the damage is being pumped into this Udyr, and down he goes. Dudu will pick up this kill.
So unfair. Perfect walks all the way around the equalizer to chase down the kill. But unfortunately, enemy jungler there first. Do you see now KT going for the rest of the Void Grubs, not wanting to give away the full 6 out of 6. But we do have Dragon spawning shortly. That is now the Vital down, which will take a bit of time to come up. So we'll see if KT opt to like trying to aggressively play around the Dragon. But I think like the problem is you look at the vision on the bot side of the map, and really Quantum Freaks are the ones with the much better setup. You can see multiple wards in the river, a couple even deeper into KT's side of the map as well.
Yeah, definitely a pretty good setup for that one. This is another look at that fight from before. Cuz just kind of hanging out. You can see he's trying to get the quick one because Biosik's playing the wall and trying to block it. And
trying to find like a good angle to avoid him. It's difficult. And then here, honestly, you just need to flash the shuffle. I think he thought flash downwards. It means Azir can't flash to follow me. But you ended up in a perfect position to get punished there.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to flash anyway, just flash the shuffle, you know, but maybe just assumed that perhaps he would get away and then flash later after figuring out that he would not be okay. In fact, because we did have the Dragon going down, it's a Mountain Soul for game number 2.
Pretty good one for either team, honestly, in terms of the shield you get. Definitely going to help the squishy carries on Quantum Freaks, and for this Udyr, 3 Mountain Dragons, I'll go a long way. Plus having stuff, but the...
Crypt Bloom.
Yeah, that
but it's 10% less pen.
It is 10% less pen, but I think a lot of people think the Healing Nova plus the Ability Haste outvalues that. So I've seen most people have just been building that instead of Void Staff, generally speaking. There are some exceptions. I know like Corki in the previous game built it, so maybe this is a game where you justify the Void Staff, but I guess we will see. Regardless, I think one of the complaints Uni had was the pen item was built 4th item, it was very late. So I think perhaps Dudu should be building that 3rd item. Honestly, Huni says sometimes even 2nd is 5, but definitely not 4th.
Yeah, 4th is...
very late.
It's after the Udyr has tanked too much in the game, and that'll happen eventually. Biosik already has his Hex Plate, and hasn't really had a big impact. I mean, he was there for the Vi in his own jungle that time, but...
Yeah, I think a big thing with Nocturne is measuring the impact of the ults, but also the more early kills you get, the more ultimate hunter stacks you get, the more frequently you can ult and build up that momentum. So, hoping to see some more activity from him. I also think the item, the Hexblade, is like perfectly made for Nocturne. It feels like they designed that for him.
Yeah.
Might be able to get a chance to show it off.
Trying to get in here on the Rift Herald. That's not going to happen for KT. Cuz takes it down. And just pretty straight up. They had Andal up there as well, and just better tempo to get up there on time. And so maybe they can utilize that for the first Mountain Drake. Game is exactly even in terms of gold. There it is, the Shockwave, and will he be able to get away? The fear comes through, and he's just on the run. Has to flash.
He also ignited, which kind of just felt like a panicked, get away from me.
Press all the buttons.
You know, like when people have the torch in like films and they're waving it in front of the monster or whatever, kind of felt like that. But it worked apparently, so he does burn summoners. I don't think this is like a bad play from KT. Obviously, they'd love to get more, but it's really measuring the impact. Okay, you've got that flash, but... Oh.
All right, here we go. Little combo once again. Barrel, a big caught out, but now we're going very deep. He's going to get the kill right as the flash comes through, because in a lot of trouble, and Biosik and Def will take him down. Shots from the Jhin attempting to help out. Not doing too much, and now Andal in a lot of trouble. Perfect, he's looking for a bit more. He knows his teammates have got the Senna. That's now Perfect. You've gone maybe too far, and down he goes. Bit of a mistake there, and Bull will pick up a kill.
Yeah, that was a mega overcommit, and you got to bear in mind, this is an AD Jhin, and you are a MR Udyr. So a little bit disrespectful, and also the tower hits dealing physical damage. I don't think the idea to chase the Jhin away was bad, but stop before you get to the tower is the general thing. But overall, I think KT answered back pretty well in that play. And the main thing I was going to say, so you burn the flash from Dudu. You're probably not going to have a Nocturnal again before the Dragon. Really, you would want to get the flash from Bull and Andal. How are you going to do that without Nocturnal? And the answer is, Guangdong Freaks will just engage on you in your jungle and give them over.
I see.
So now Pyosik has his ult again. In 1 minute, we're going to have the dragon, and we now have flashless carries.
Yeah, and Beryl, he's just coming here warding his own jungle. Takes a while. You know, he's trying to dodge everything. The flash was definitely unfortunate. Probably could have used that earlier, but maybe just trying to bait a little bit. Knew his teammates were on the way.
They're really doing him dirty.
He's chasing, he says. Oh. He pings the Jin flash. He's like, Jin, no flash. Hashtag worth. Yeah.
You know, honestly, let's see how this fight goes when there's no Jin flash, no Senna flash. That's what I'm looking to see. They land the shockwave combo with the Nocturne. It could be just a sweep for KT on this fight.
Yeah. Well, we've got a lot of stuff on the ground here, thanks to Jin. Just having a bit of fun. Deft, you got to up your game a little bit with putting stuff on the ground. There you go. You put one. Nice. But yeah, we're just fighting here for positioning on this dragon. Cuz already got started on it, actually. Pulled it out of the pit. Nearly resetting, but just playing with that.
Bull's on the Nocturne already. You know they want to dive in and go for the combo, but Bull and Andal do a pretty smart move, not showing.
Just going to go for the buy, and can I actually get this kill? I mean, the Nocturne's doing a lot of will force a flash. He's super fast, too. And a little snipe not going to quite hit, but the snipe from Beryl over the top. It didn't even look like he was ready for that. That was a lot of damage as well. And now KT Rolster up a man. They don't have that combo anymore, but Perfect is just unkillable. I mean, Jin doesn't do enough. Here is Bulldog over the top. He just get a massive sweep. That's 2 kills now onto the members of KT, and Deft and Pyosik super low. They're being pushed back, and Beryl as well. Should be going down here eventually. Gets taken out by Bull, and Guangdong Freaks turn that one around.
Yeah, so much burn to kill the Vi. And the thing is, sure, taking the jungler out is a good move if you want to secure an objective. But the main thing is, in terms of power for the fight, having the carries untouched, the combination of the Equalizer, the Jin ult, the Senna ult is so devastating. So you can see from the start, they know the Vi is split. They're like, let's punish her, let's go for the Shockwave to knock her out of a Q. Manages to get some distance, but the follow-up really good here from Beryl. But you've now burned so many, 4 ults down, and Udyr, I mean, his ult's got a low cooldown, but it's not really like that much of an ultimate. And now it just means Guangdong Freak have so much power, so they throw down the double combo of the Equalizer, the Curtain Call, and then the Senna ult too, and Bulldog with that beautiful sweep. Coordination's so good, and I think KT just really disrespected the fighting power that Guangdong Freak still had.
Yeah, just positioning way too aggressively on the side of KT, and it was a beautiful fight from Guangdong Freaks. Look at CD Max, he can barely believe his eyes. He's like, holy crap, these guys are pretty good. Saying they're crazy in a good way. And they were. I mean, that was pretty much pristine.
Yeah.
Even the Rumble ult and the Divide right on top of it, Senna layered. It's about as good as it gets, and KT was just like, bring it. And Guangdong Freak said, okay. And then they brought it.
They definitely did.
That's a Mountain Drake that's denied from Udyr. It's denied from KT. Guangdong Freaks are ahead on gold. They give themselves a breath of fresh air in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, last game, it definitely started to really tumble out of control. But earlier than this,
All right, we got the combo once again. No shuffle here for the set of Bulldog. And yeah, he's just being bullied in the top side.
Such a good spell shield from Pyosik to block the ult, because if that ult had come through from Bulldog, he would have been able to slide away. So really well played, and they know the combo. It's clearly very well practiced.
All right, trying to get something done here, but the fear comes through from Beryl. Do they have the damage over the top? Yes, they do. They take out Beryl, but now Cuz in trouble himself. Pyosik just getting burned by Jin as Bull has 4 kills in this game, and he is collecting. And he is collecting more and more kills on top of that.
And I think one of the really big problems KT are having is they are so powerful with their ultimates, but they are so ult-reliant. And it's like they get a kill, and they're like, guys, we're so strong, we're 5 against 4. And it's like, well, in reality, yes, you got that kill, and that's great, but you lose so much of your fighting power. Like, a lot committed here to kill Bulldog. The Orianna Nocturne combo, super powerful. The great spell shield, that's great. Really good play. But they walk around here with so much confidence, like, hey, we just got a kill, we're fine.
They're all sprinting at him.
And the curtain call and the... I forgot the name of Senna Ultimate. The Senna Ultimate combo.
Yes.
Just so powerful in those open areas where you have a bit of lockdown. Or I mean, even in enclosed areas. Any area just where someone's locked in place. If the first slow hits, you're just going to get annihilated.
Yeah, especially in a team fight, you want to do that combo ideally onto those squishy, immobile backline carries of Bull and Andal on the Jhin Senna. It's okay if you take out the jungle and you're trying to do, you know, as we mentioned before, but if you're just standing out there and you don't have ults and they're just, you know, miles away just shelling at you, then it's free.
I think it's kind of criminal that Bull is 4-0 against Nocturne Orianna.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit much. We're trying to deal damage to Udyr again. Not sure about that. Okay, we got through one shield.
Yep. Now he has to wait for his Kenneth Rukin to come back. Take that, Udyr.
Got him. But Kwangdong Freaks are, as a team at least, pushing into the jungle. They're taking all the jungle farm away. They're taking the buff. And Dudu, he was able to push him away with his team to get a bit of damage onto this turret, doing what he can to put some pressure in a side lane against this Udyr. And now KT Rolster, they're definitely faced with a rough question of what they want to do. Now, Dudu gets aggro from the turret, and he doesn't... Okay, there you go. Nearly dies for it, but he's up 2,000 gold, and he's feeling pretty good about his position anyway.
Yeah. Should have time to recoil, get back to the dragon. A little bit late, honestly, on the resets for Kwangdong Freaks. You can see they're all recoiling right now with 25 seconds to go. So KT going to be there first, and this is really important to set up deep vision so you can potentially threaten. I will say the big problem is last dragon fight, you know, Bull and Andal didn't have flashes, and that makes things so much easier. This time with them having those summoners available, it's going to be a trickier task for this KT lineup, who are already down about 2,000 gold. So they've started to set up some vision, but they don't have too much deep vision in this situation. Mid-prio being contested, and really it's just going to come down to finding that key window. I'd love to see Perfect find a flank angle, head down towards that bot try, maybe come at a different angle so when Pyosik goes in, you're there to follow up.
Yeah, definitely looking for that angle right now. Cuz has to back away. KT Rolster going to get to work on this dragon. Kwangdong Freaks attempting to set up a position here, but a lot of traps in the way, and Deft is able to shell in some damage on the flank here.
Yeah, not
with the Senna. Okay, well, let's see if they actually do make a play for the equalizer over the top. Doesn't do much. And the trap, Cuz is going to step on up and he steals it, and he just walks away. And here comes Pyosik over the top. He's looking for something, trying to get on that Azir. He's just going to push him away. And now this front line here for the side of KT, it is going down pretty quickly, and Andal's doing so much from range. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Dudu is able to flash on in, and he's looking for even more, wants to take down BDD, and that he will, as KT Rolster are being wiped here on the dragon, and they didn't even get the dragon itself.
Getting absolutely annihilated. Beautiful steal from Cuz, but the ensuing fight, Pyosik and BDD have been so sharp on the Orianna Nocturne combo all game, and this time they actually mess it up. They kind of butcher it. They don't have the combo, and again, they look for Bulldog. This refusal to go for the immobile carries is so painful to watch, but Kwangdong Freaks are so swift to punish. Dudu, untouched, annihilates them. You see as well the Jhin doing so much damage, and here's the replay. So I don't think waiting is necessarily a super bad thing. The fact that it gets stolen here, kind of criminal, but here Pyosik doesn't want to dive onto the Jhin who's ulting. He goes for the Azir, but the Azir just dashes away. The shockwave doesn't come through. Perfect gets melted, and this ult from Cuz, so good, the disruption there.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. And he provides the front line. They'd already overextended so far that, you know, Bull's able to set up from the beginning. Andal's able to set up at the middle parts of it. Dudu's able to flash in towards the end. It all works out perfectly for Kwangdong Freaks. And now, you know, coming into this one, KT were in a pretty good position earlier on in the game, but now Kwangdong Freaks, they've opened this one right up. Bull's got 3 items. He has never been threatened in this game.
I think as well, it's starting to get to the point where, let's say they one-shot Bull. I don't think it matters.
Yeah. Okay, a little combo. Uh-oh. You don't have the vision. Who are you going to press it on? Absolutely nobody.
Power the center, the Shroud, so good against the Nocturne in situations like that where you can't just be in range. You don't have someone that, oh, Beryl, what are you doing?
Okay, they're trying to get in there. The equalizer is pretty good. Beryl's going to go down, and now over the top, here comes Bulldog, a full sweep on a 2. And K2 Roaster are falling apart. Kwangdong Freaks are looking pretty clean. They should be able to take this Baron for free.
You know what? I think back to the desk where a big conversation was about draft, and I remember Wolf saying that, like, the coordination issues aren't something you can fix between games, and I 100% agreed, and yet they have. It's night and day from game 1 to game 2. I don't know what was said to them. I don't know what was done. I don't know if they ate something, if they had a banana in the break and that really helped. They needed potassium. But the coordination has been so good. The shuffle here on BDD into the ultimate from Jin. They look so good.
Turns out when you're ahead and you've got this extra tankiness, you have a front line that is able to push forward and create space for Jin Senna, and they're able to do damage for free. Works out pretty well.
Hey, I mean,
in that scenario.
I was slamming the drop, but it's going pretty good. It's going really well, you know. It feels like they're really comfortable on it, and I think KT, their confidence has been shaken. And they're at the point now where even if they kill a high-priority target, if you kill Bull, which is no easy task, let's say you do, you still have this Fed Rumble, this Fed Senna, this Fed Azir to deal with, and I just think gas isn't there in the tank. Look at the item difference top lane.
Yeah.
It's like 1 3/4.
He has so much money that even though it is Void 4th, assuming it's Void, he'll get it. Okay, well, this is the task. You got to take out Bull here, and they will. There you go. Snipe down from Beryl, but have they used too much? That's the combo. Now they're going to get deft. And he is a Caitlyn. He doesn't have many ways to get out of this either. Even with Beryl trying to help out. Here's Perfect over the top. Now he's going to run away. Not thinking about sticking in this one too much longer, as Dudu is still on the chase, and now you're burning through the Udyr. Now you've got the items to deal with this tanky front line. And they're showing that they can do it. Almost 10,000 gold to lead for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I feel like that was one of those situations where maybe if that play hadn't happened at 28 minutes with a 10k goal difference, it could have been really good. But they finally managed to punish Bull. But again, it's just not enough. You don't have the fall through for the rest of the fight, and the goal difference is just far too much. Yes, the animated carry dies. You dent his KDA a little bit, but there's not much more to do from that. And it's like, this just looks like they're so far behind, so obviously takes a lot of effort. But conceptually, it seems so straightforward. But the punish is very severe from Kwangdong Freaks. They definitely make KT answer for that one.
Yeah, it does turn out, you know, you're only going to have this one combo, and it just loses more and more power as the game comes along. You're falling further and further behind. This is going to be Mountain Soul for Kwangdong Freaks,
which is going to make that entire task harder. And Bull just picked up a Seeker's Arm Guard. And this is one of these things where Seeker's Arm Guard compared to Stopwatch, you can't build it into a GA. It's a lot more expensive. The stats aren't as good. It's such a luxury buy. But when you're this far ahead, you are doing more damage than death, even though you just spent like 1,600 gold on a defensive item that gives nothing, basically. And that is where you kind of see the massive problems in this game. If Bull could afford to do that, then yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to do that combo anymore on him.
Will he build a full Zhonya's?
You know,
that's the next question.
You know, I remember the old days when Banshee's Veil was super strong and everyone on your team used to build it.
Yeah.
And it was a tank item. It didn't have AP on it. It was just tank stats. And it's like, the game is different. And obviously, like with crit 80 carries, often you want like the full crit chance. But I think there's an argument that sometimes in a really comps like this where you could just say, okay, it's not doing much for me other than the active, but the active is really good.
The active is really good. This equalizer is decent. They're using a lot, and now they're going to go into the Jin. That's the Seeker's Arm Guard. And Piosik's like, what the hell? I got to back away. And the entire team is so fed right now that you try to dive onto the Jin, he doesn't care. And the rest of the team is able to follow up. Pyosik and Deft just trying to flash away, but they're not getting away in this game. The root comes through, and down will go Deft, as we do have Cuz biting the dust, and maybe Bull as well. There he goes. And maybe they'll try to push here and here anyway. It is only Beryl who is left available. He does have some decent wave there. He's trying his best. He's going to pop up, though, and down he goes as well. And Kwangdong Freaks, as a team, might just be able to end the game here.
Yeah, I mean, this has been such honestly, even compared to game 1, KT looked like it took a lot of time for them to win out the game. Kwangdong Freaks, this was a more decisive win. This game T was significantly more decisive than KT's victory in game 1. And such a good omen for this roster. I wanted bare minimum, you know, regardless of the outcome of the series as a whole, I wanted to see some energy, and they've delivered that and more. So this game 3 bound to be an exciting one.
These fans came to watch Bull, and he had quite the game. I think it was 7 kills by the end of that one. And very well deserved. I mean, very well played at the end of it all. KT Rolster trying their best to find some angles, but they just were not right angles. And you see Bull, he's feeling pretty good, feeling pretty hyped up. A little dance in the in the booth right now. Perhaps just very high energy after that one. But yeah, I would imagine the KT booth not looking quite as happy.
I mean, it's hype as well. Having a good game on stage in LoL Park, like, it makes all the difference. And especially, obviously, he is a player with a lot of experience in challenges and academy. But it's just another level here. And especially, I think going up against a team like KT, who is a team with so many big names. You know, you're going up against Deft, and you kind of just dumpstered him. That is pretty sick. You know, so
yeah.
he has the right to do a little dance, I think.
For sure. I like it. I like the energy.
Good vibes.
It's something that we've only seen small glimpses of, not the dance, but the play from Kwangdong Freaks. And you see Dudu also having a big game in this one. Excellent equalizer in that one dragon fight. And after that, they were like, okay. But yeah, he was always there, always in the right place, in the front line, doing tons of damage. And leading the charge alongside of essentially Cuz to just provide a front line for the very long-range 80 carries they had.
Yeah, and this is kind of, you know, I was talking about at the start of the series, Dudu can be hit and miss sometimes. He can really just pull it out at times, and this was absolutely a hit.
This was a big one from the Kwangdong Freaks. They are challenging KT Rolster in this series, and Bull's got a lot to say as well. Let's see what happens in Game 3 after the break.
해야 돼. 오케이. 내가 밟을게. 들어온다. 야, 우리 녹턴 누구? 앞에 먼저 천천히 잡아. 어디로. 들어갈게. 가자. 쭉 가봐. 캐트 노플. 캐트 묶었다. 나이스. 아니, 이거야, 이거. 굿. 빼. 야, 라인에. 준자. 준자. 야, 텔 쓰고. 아, 근데 끝내봐. 텔 쓰고 와. 텔 쓰고. 텔. 자, 텔 끝났어? 야, 킬떡거리. 이거 막아줘. 나이스. 오케이. 좋았어. 한번 잘해보자. 오케이. 초반에 미안하다, 태영아. 나 죽은 거 미안해. 형 죽어서 난 이제 끄면 안 돼. 일단 깨자. 헤드셋 벗지 말고 끄면 안 돼. 오케이. 넘겨. 나이스.
Take a little bit of damage here from Pete, but not too much to worry about. Got a big old zoom out. And there's the Cataclysm promoter. Gets a huge amount of knockouts from Pete now. In a different spot is there. The 3-man pop. Blossom has been dumped in. He gets exhausted, but it's still enough to get the kill into a hand. The whole bottom lane's taken down. Snip, snip, snip goes Zeus. And there's the flag drag flash from Ona to secure Chovy. 4 on the ground for Genji.
Genji needs to force.
Yeah, Zeus is trying to be annoying in that front line. Ona. And gets a kick into the back line. Empress divide onto 2 as well. The wombo combo's in. Lance tries to get it done, but there is no Varus. There's no Tristana. Keen trying to find it. Does get a decent angle, but the deal is still up and available, and she does so much damage.
Only way to do this is get Kyle in mid and make a stand somewhere. As the engage comes in, they find Gideon. He's rooted pretty much forever. And down he goes. The damage from aiming is just too massive as Lucid gets to that backline with Helen. Take a lot of damage and will get away with a follow-up from Kenyon. And the rest of the team will be good. That's the Quadra already. As aiming is trying to pick up a Penta here in day 2. So this flank could potentially come in a nice true shot barrage to come out from Envy. As Execution's waiting for it. A flash on in with the ult. He's trying to take a Karst, and they do just like that. Execute a very aggressive play, and it does work out. No! Closer gets back in, they take out the enemy jungler. Yeah, absolutely. As we have the handshake coming in, Beryl is in a lot of trouble, just face checking him, and he's gonna flash away, actually gets away with his life, and now the Kalista getting so much value, and then ticking down, and sniped by the Hui from miles away.
Face call.
There you go, level 6 hit for depth as Beryl, well, maybe a little bit. No, he's fine. He's totally fine. 2 kills go over to the KT bottom lane.
You have to see whether D+ can get out, but Perfect is trying to roll, and there's the flash in, and Depth is just picked off! Aiming is massive, and this is all about protect the president now! As aiming, you have to be careful, cease and desist comes in, scatter the weak, but immediately the cleanse comes down, and they don't have a lot of damage without the Lucian, and now the re-engage comes in, from Perfect! Finds the wall up as well as Yoshi wants to get on over, Showmaker is going to be taken down, Lucid, keeping them all in position, the stuns are everywhere! What the heck?
He goes too far. A massive bubble on the 2 of them. Call me stepping forward. Meanwhile, here's Gene, and he is just wreaking havoc in that backline. As there would have been 3. He goes over the wall and just decimates them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space as we break down a surprise Kwangdong victory. A surprise, I say, because I am normally pretty against Jin in general. This time around, though, it worked out extraordinarily well. Let's have a look at the draft here, and gentlemen, take me through it.
Well, I mean, from the draft, I think they started, or they brought it as the same type of concept from compared to game 1, which is like they still fail, but this time they actually pick Vi instead of rumble Azir straight up. So they actually have a more follow-up, and I really like the 4-5 pick, which is like the Senna Jean. So like they can actually the team fight, at least at the team fight, the execution is like it get easier. But the thing is like I wasn't actually a fan of it. Like the reason why is I knew the Hue, and we knew the Hue and Caitlyn coming.
We called it, and like I was so concerned that Kwangdong were just going to lose this game early because they were just going to get pushed in so hard bottom and just have no agency. But KT made a few mid-game mistakes, and then, as you're saying, we've seen Jin work super well with champions that help engage. We've seen Jin Syndra do well, Vi, Jin has done really well, but you have Senna also, and then follow up with Equalizer. It allows Cuz to actually just go in, and no matter how far away his team is, they can help. Because there's been a few times where Cuz has gone in, everyone's a little bit too far to follow up. This time, you get to follow up from no matter where you are.
Works out pretty well, especially when I like compositions with Jin when Jin isn't the main character. And this was one of those games, right? You had Emperor's Device to look out for, the equalizers, which were the main combo. Then he's the icing on the cake. Works out quite nicely. Let's jump into our first highlight here. This is where we really started to see the prowess of Kwangdong.
I mean, this is the thing, like, I think the KT was actually trying to abuse, like, all the time, all day long on this game, like, Nocturne Orianna combo, but it actually didn't really matter, because, like, I think, for me, I think it's, like, personally, that's a little bit overused. Like, Orianna and ulti needed to zone the enemy, and right now, it's like they are off the 2 ulti, and it's like they're just being answered to losing 4v5.
Yeah, the follow-up fight here is actually, this was bringing this up a lot when we were watching the game. They keep going for single targets with a Nocturne combo, not actually going for like a 3-man or a 4-man, which could guarantee them the team fight.
It didn't quite work out. And you mentioned the power trough. I think Deft was in it for like the entirety of the game. I think he ended the game on, 2 full items and then some components needed to get towards the last whisper towards the end. It is actually just a horror story if you are a Caitlyn player, and it continues throughout this highlight here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really same thing, but starting off like with the equalizer is like wasn't that good, but still that make the 2 and 3 you see like the positions that you got kind of separate, but they started on Azir, which is like who can actually jump it twice, and it's like it's the same thing. It's just disengage really easily from the Cuz and pressing R on top of it, and even though there was no equalizer, they got the kind of free win. It was easy.
And Bull played this super well. He ults first, makes sure there's like they went in on the Azir, but there weren't great targets for him to follow up on otherwise because of that really nice sweep with the curtain call coming out from Jin. So they go for the Azir, and then he just kind of stays back, kites back, and then they front to back it super beautifully there in the follow-up fight. So again, trying to go for that single target, but then losing the follow-up front to back. Kind of was the MO, unfortunately, for KT in the second game.
And I have some interesting news, gentlemen. That was Rumble's very first win this season. And we've seen a lot of pretty dominant Rumble performances. Like, I think Kingen comes to mind after being like, 12-0, but still losing that game. It's the first time. Kind of surprising.
No surprise at all, because they're just building first item swiftness, right? And they're not building voice tap.
Only reason.
They're not going decap. They're going crew bloom. There's a lot of things that are really wrong. And Kingen didn't know how to press R.
I'm going to let you finish, but we're going to jump into the POG just for one moment. We'll see whether it is Duda that picks it up, but no, of course, it's Bull. I think that Taeyun's job is in jeopardy, gentlemen. I think that Bull might be the new kid on the block.
I mean, I will say it was an easier game to play than a lot of the games Taeyun has played because they had a pretty stable route through the mid game, but his positioning really, to me, was the end-all be-all and why he ended up getting so big. You know, you said he wasn't the main character, but he eventually kind of became it. From the shadows, of course, but he was the one pulling the strings. This fight, again, he's just positioned so well, and when KT go onto the back line here at an awkward angle, with his range, he's just able to do so much here again. KT just kind of fish in the barrel, and they finally ult him, but guess what? He bought Seeker's Arm Guard for this fight, so he's able to just freely siege. No options here for KT with this Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, it's indeed that it was like easy game for him because like also the other side, the other hand, I think he was really pushing it really well. He was like actually middle of the team, and it's like, you know, fair enough.
Yeah, and
Senna voters.
A few Cuz voters there as well. I think that Cuz was instigating a lot of really good fights, but I think that it's all about what you're looking out for, and I think a lot of us really just wanted to give Bull a little bit of a shout out because this is his first day here as the starter for Kwangdong Freaks, and he's looking pretty good. We'll see whether he can do it again. Let's jump over to game number 3. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, Bull is going to pick it up 6 out of 12 is good enough, but definitely a really nice game from him. A lot of teamwork putting in there from the side of Kwangdong Freaks, everybody doing their job essentially, and they get the job done. So now they've given themselves another chance here against KT Rolster. To be honest, I didn't think this was going to happen. I thought this would be a quick 2-0. Yep. Nothing to see here. But after it all, it is KT Rolster as well.
Sticking to the same sides that we've had all this season. But, you know, I will say I was wondering what had been done in between Game 1 and 2 to revamp Kwangdong Freaks. And then after Game 2, I went to look to see if there was any bananas left, and there wasn't. So I'm going to assume that they had them, but now there are none left. And if that's what was driving their power in Game 2, might need another solution.
Might need some more bananas. Well, it is going to be the Rumble that gets banned away. So that has been a consistent pick here for Dudu. Essentially first round on red side every game. So they're going to deny that. They say, well, the Udyr is not what Perfect's going to be playing this game, maybe. Although he might still just jump back on that. Let's see the other bans here. Lucian as well.
So leave the Draven open. And if this is Callista, it's same bans as usual for Kwangdong Freaks. But they may not, because they may be confident they can take Draven into Callista. That might be their thought process. So maybe this third ban actually pivots. You know, they could target the Udyr, or they could target the Orianna that's been the first pick. There are options.
Yeah, definitely a lot of thought put into this one. Nico.
Okay. Not the pick I would have jumped as...
Maybe they have something prepared for mid?
Yeah.
With this? But now it's BDD's Azir.
Yeah.
He's done playing around with this Orianna.
He is pretty good at that.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at that, I think it's safe to say. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what they opt to bring into it. You know, we've seen a range of picks into the Azir, whether it's the Orianna, whether it's the Corki, the Yone. I'm not 100% certain on the Renata blind into barrel, but I will say that Callista Renata at least has a different dynamic to other Renata lanes. You can be more aggressive on the back of that, but I'm still a little bit unsure about them needing to take the support pick right now. They could take something else. They could take jungle, they could take mid, but they're opting to go for the Renata, the 1-2 Callista Renata, and we'll see what KT opt to respond with.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty interesting. Will they go for their own bot lane now so they don't get denied is a question, or do you just
I like the Maokai.
Mix it up, pick some other stuff on the top side of the map?
I think Maokai's so good in the Callista, it's so hard for her to play with that point-and-click CC. Yes, you can take cleanse, but you're gated by that cooldown, as he can just flash root you when it's not available. Now the question is, are you going to take the Udyr here for KT and then take your bot lane together in the next rotation? I think that would make a lot of sense. But actually not opting to go for the Udyr here, going for the Jax instead. I guess some of the thought process here is that you've picked mid-top jungle. Kwangdong Freaks can only respond with one. So pick what you want to counter, and maybe this is taking some weight off the Azir, you know? If you think about those Azir counters, maybe they're like, right, well, you're going to have to counter the Jax. That means you can't counter the Azir. I don't know, I'm just speculating, but they opt to go for the Cassante for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It's obviously a really solid, stable pick.
Yeah, also Dudu has had some big highlight games on this pick. Was wondering when we were going to get to see more of this. He has not played it yet this season. This will be his first game, assuming it does go top, which is where it goes. And now they have a chance to ban away the Hui. So don't have to deal with that in the bottom lane.
Yep, other lanes that could be good against this would be like a Caitlyn plus Lux game, but I just don't think we're going to see it after how rough last game went. I think they'll probably skip over. We have seen a lot of
Ezreal Karma, how's that?
Ezreal Karma's pretty good, but on this patch, Ezreal Karma's not the hottest. We have seen a lot of Zyra Khan into Callista Renata. I think there is some aspects that don't, like, it can be a very rough lane, but Zyra Khan has been performing very well, so maybe they opt to go for it anyway. It is open, and you obviously can pick those together, so we'll see what they opt to do in this situation. And they've just been targeting mids, but not the mids you typically expect. I guess they are targeting more Bulldog's pool. He is, you know, one to lean on those mages. The question is, will we see the likes of like a Corki come out?
He's got a smile on.
he could always just bring out something that's just a bulldog pick. He is
CD
live.
Max is like, go, do it.
Pick Corki into his ear. This is the counter we have prepared that you guys didn't. They're picking Corki into his ear.
Wow.
Wow. And I think it might just be the Zyra Khan. You know, the lane isn't the best, but I think they're just banking on it being so good in the later stages. My concern though is into a Corki. Zyra doesn't have fun into poke.
No. Draven.
I like Draven into Calista. You know, kind of a call out with it being a pick for Bull.
Pantheon?
Yeah, not so
Zyra? Pyke, okay.
Pyke's pretty cool.
There we go.
It's an interesting one. Because on the one hand, Pyke can just take over games. Renata is immobile. But on the other hand, Renata can Q you to pull you from landing your stun. Renata W can completely shut down your ultimate. And Calista is not an easy target to hit. So this is going to be an explosive bot lane. This is kind of the bot lane where it's like it could go heavily one side or heavily the other. Which is why I love this Lee Sin pick from Cuz, because he knows he has somewhere to be in this game.
Bot lane.
Yep.
Go bot. Make a difference. You don't see it all the time in pro where we're you know, having lanes camped and having a huge effect, but curious to see how Cuz is going to play this one out. Perfect on the Jax this time around, mixing things up. The Udyr, I don't think it was Udyr's fault, but it did seem like he was banking on a lot of like almost too much survivability with that pick, so mixing it up here.
And a bit of lack of presence sometimes. I feel like there are more damage-heavy builds you can go on Udyr, so you can do more when you got up close and personal, that we just weren't really seeing. It was just very much the full tank. If you're ahead, you're impossible to kill, and you're very annoying and sticky, but clearly wants something that's a bit more of its own threat in terms of damage output, in terms of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. The Deft fans out in Forest, you can tell because there's an alpaca, not because Deft is there. Dude and Cuz get the one win today. They got the one game win. They're looking for the series.
They're halfway there.
Pyke and Draven in the bottom lane alongside of a decent amount of other threats in the Maokai. Feels pretty good. We'll see how that lane goes, though. Imagine it's going to work out pretty well. Calista Renata, the choice here for Bull and Ondel this time around. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을
So I think an important interaction to mention between Draven and Pyke is that if Pyke kills a target with his ult, Draven cashes in, which is kind of broken.
Yeah.
Because typically one of the things that can be awkward is trying to set up your Draven to definitely get the kill for the cash in. Games are won and lost on the back of that. But with Pyke, if Pyke just ults someone, doesn't steal the kill and
We're face checking into this. It's a 3-on-3, and that should go the way of KT, but Ondel, he's running away, and Deft is super low. And that's first blood here for Kwangdong Freaks. The Calista getting so much value in this level 1. And man, already we're getting things started. Bulldog is going to be accelerated with that first blood.
Yeah, that was a bad flash, if I'm going to be real, from Deft. But also, think about who is being focused, right? The side of KT were focusing the Renata. Not that useful in the level 1. On the other side, Draven was getting focused down, had to essentially try and get away. And meanwhile, you know, you have Bull and Bulldog just free hitting. So not the level 1 you really wanted to opt into, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, that was not the way. It did seem like both sides were pretty surprised to have that break out. So just instinctually trying to grab the first target you can see and do as much as you possibly can. And it did not work out in KT's favor, that's for sure. They still have presence in the lane. That was a hook through the minion. Nicely done. Barrel, he's got the technology.
That was some barrel tech. Yeah, so here, so obviously first target is going to be the Renata. A really good flash though.
Winnable, winnable, winnable. That's what he's yelling.
And yeah, it was a bad flash from Deft.
You win.
야, 나이스. 이긴다니까.
We win. I told you we're going to win. Bull is, like I said at the top of the day, he loves to share his opinion. He's not ashamed to do so. And he's new to this roster, and he's like, let me tell you what we're doing, guys, okay? This is how we're going to win.
And you know what? I feel like you honestly kind of need that a bit on Kwangdong Freaks. You have Cuz, who's obviously, we've talked about how that's a good addition. But I feel like you want someone who's like, this is what we're doing. You need voices who are saying, let's do this, hyping everyone up. And it seems like Bull's been a good addition so far. I will say that the bot lane isn't, even despite the fact that Kwangdong Freaks got the first blood, bot lane not going too hot right now. Deft and Barrel were able to get to lane first, but also just the fact that Andal has no summoners, very scary into a Barrel with flash.
Yeah, you basically just have to sit back and try not to get picked at any cost, which can lose you a lot of pressure in the lane.
Yeah, it's also Deft. Obviously, the cash-in is a big factor, but he also went, what's the, you know, the Hunter one in the Domination tree that gives gold?
Treasure Hunter.
Treasure Hunter,
is it?
Yeah, it's Treasure Hunter. So a kill is going to be worth a lot. I think it goes without saying. And you know, remember this, at the draft, I said there was something Cuz should do.
Yeah.
I think he got the memo.
Well, he's here, and there is a ward in the bush, though. Not sure if they're going to find that one. We've seen this lane be pretty contentious in the top side. Here's Dudu getting on in there. This is looking like a kill for him. As Perfect doesn't seem to have Counter-Strike, but he is ticking up, and it's not quite enough. Dudu just no mana to continue on that one.
Yeah, no mana, and also wary of the Counter-Strike coming up. He actually had a few seconds, but it's just dangerous to risk it, right? A lot of restraint shown there, but still a solid trade from him.
Dudu, at the end of the day, he doesn't have to get solo kills. He was close, and it would be good, but...
Yeah, you don't need to, because at level 6, you will just ult someone one-shot them, so do you need a solo kill now, you know?
You're already so strong. Like, dude, Okay, well, Perfect's backing on a ward, so...
Yeah.
And Dudu's still believing that at his current mana level, he doesn't have kill potential. There's a hook here. That's on Andal. He does not have anything except Ignite. They're trying to go forward, and now Deft is in a little bit of trouble. They're running him down. The Ren stacks are coming through, and Bulldog is going to pick up the kill, and Andal gets the reset. Barrel trying desperately to do something in this bottom lane, but he will not. As the Rens, one time, flash instead. How about that?
That was good.
I don't know.
That was mostly good. You know, maybe Bull was feeling like, guys, you're stomping them too hard. Gotta give them, here you go. Hey, I have my flash. I didn't even have to use it. I didn't have to use my flash to kill you, Deft, by the way. Just wanted to make that clear. Yeah, a weird ending, but a very good play overall from Kwangdong Freaks. And the volatility of this lane really showing off. You know, Draven wants to be strong, launching axes and just bursting them out. But again, they focus Andal. And what I love is the decision-making here, the patience. So Bull could actually kill Deft probably a bit quicker than he does, but he holds the Rend. I think probably here he could Rend to kill him, definitely here. But he actually makes sure he gets the reset for Andal in this situation.
All right, what happens here? Is he just trying to get close enough to Rend and then flash away, and then he just kind of wasn't in range? He pressed Rend and pressed flash anyway?
Yeah.
You know, he actually, a little bit of a mistake.
I thought he had a bit more damage than he did. He maybe couldn't have killed him as soon as I thought, but regardless, he got the reset.
Yeah.
I think it's a pivotal thing. And then I think he might have wanted to like flash, like Rend and flash out from the tower. It was a weird play.
Yeah.
But regardless, they managed to get the kills.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like, Deft lost his stacks. You took out the Draven, he didn't get anything. The lane is, yes, you're behind, but you pick up a kill to stay in it. And you're feeling pretty good about your chances in this game. This first dragon should go into the hands of KT. Cuz is around. Good look for it. That was pretty close, actually. Especially at 600 damage smite range. Kosik thinking about it. The handshake does come through. They're going in onto Cuz, but he just flashes. Hook does come through. Barrel's looking for more. He doesn't land the stun, but guess who's here? It's BDD, and he will be able to get that kill on a Cuz, I believe. Yeah, no reset comes in, but the rundown from the side of Kwangdong is so huge, and Bull is just untouched the entire time. The flash from Andal! Now he's getting aggressive as well, and leading this team.
He's got...
Oh, he doesn't have it.
He just got it up as he went out of range.
Yeah.
It was actually the missed Q from Bull.
Bull has 3 kills.
I think it was just Andal went for the flash and Bull wasn't quite ready and he missed the Q. Otherwise he would have got him. But that would have been the icing on the cake. He still got the whole cake, right? He was doing pretty well for himself.
He also ate it all by himself. while his friends. I mean, he got 2 more kills from this fight.
And I just feel like, Kate, you got the dragon. You can just leave. You're allowed to do that. You're opting into this fight with the already really strong Kalista. And Cuz ends up being the focus here. But Beryl's getting focused down. BDD actually misses the ult onto Bull here. And in this extended fight with a no mana depth, it's so good for the Kalista. But here's the moment where the flash Q, Bull was walking back and his Q missed. If he landed that, I think Deft is just dead. And his E came up about now. So just out of range when it came up.
Imagine if they had the synergy and the chemistry of playing together for a long period of time and, you know, they were on the same page there. Could have a 4-0 Kalista in this game. Potentially even like 5-0 if he got that kill earlier onto the barrel.
I love this move.
And guess what? Level 6. Deft is in a lot of trouble. Bull waiting for it. Andil, he would take the aggro from the turret if they even needed to. They don't. They get the kill. They get the Void Grubs as well. And Bull is making this bottom lane look easy right now.
Bot is over. Bot lane is just over. This is... I don't even know what to say if you're Draven in this situation. Just slam the FF vote.
I mean, what do you do? Like, you're not getting any
The
stats.
behind the turret kill is just so punishing. You know, there's a wave there that you miss. You miss so much farm. You get killed. Another kill over. 4-0 now on the Kalista. Not far from Blade of the Rune King. It's devastating. And, you know, I said this was a very volatile, very snowbally lane, and we are seeing this. And the thing is, it's not even as bad. Like, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
It's gonna get so much worse when Bull gets his first item.
Yeah. And this is... I mean, there was the level 1 that came through. That was obviously very good for the side of Quantum Freaks. They were still, like, behind in the lane afterwards. And then all of this just happened in straight up 2v2. Like, this wasn't even like we talked about Cuz getting down there and making plays and how the jungle was going to be very important. It just ended up being, you know, looking for hooks, looking for plays for the Draven Pike, and it not working out. And Bull and Andil just getting the better of these trades. And then we had, of course, that team fight around the dragon. So that was a little bit of a whoopsie. Here goes Cuz in onto Beryl. Maybe a little bit too deep. He is going to drag Pioshik over, but Bull was pretty far away. Now he is pretty fed. He's jumping forward. Cuz also getting pretty low. That's a kill for the side of Deft. And do they have the damage? Bull still jumping forward. He doesn't care. He's going to pick up one. Can they do anything about this Kalista? It looks like the answer is no. He doesn't get the reset. Can he get the kill? Yes, it is. That's the second kill here for Bull. He's hopping forward. He has nowhere to go. And he doesn't have the bailout. As that is the shutdown for the Pike.
Oh man, I thought he was going to get the kill on a barrel. Doesn't get it at the end. And that is the much needed play for KT. This is that replay. I mean, this is just devastating when this happens in a game. No other way to spin it. Big sad for Deft. But this play, because you didn't need to. You know, you're not killing the Pike.
Especially Pike.
Yeah.
You can't do that to Pike.
You get it close, and then the W is so, and maybe it was on cooldown, but Andil doesn't W the Lee Sin, which I would have thought would be a big thing.
Yeah, you see Draven like leaning back, charging up. You're like, huh, I guess I should keep my Lee Sin alive. But.
And it's a nice flash, but I think Bull maybe knew that these, yeah, I think he saw his hair on the wall. He's like, you know, I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm dead. And the thing is, he gave the gold to the Pike. You know, Pike obviously is someone who likes getting gold, but he is also someone who should get a ton of gold anyway, and he is a support. It'd be much worse if that shutdown went to the Draven.
Yeah.
But it definitely was not going to play for Quantum Freaks. It was definitely a play that gave KT some life.
Yeah.
But it is still not the best spot for KT to be in.
Yeah, I mean, they, you know, they got one death on the 6-1 Kalista, who is playing out of his mind. You know, there's some players that come up from challengers and they're young and they're nervous and they're like, you know, I'm not sure if I can play at my full potential. Seemed like Bull was like a little bit shaky at the first game, and then the second game he started coming into his own. Obviously, he picked up POG. I don't know what that was, but okay. And now he's just playing out of his mind. It's almost like he's taking the energy and he's just running with it. He's also 21 years old, so he's not like a super young player, and he's really showing off what he's got here and playing a fantastic series.
Absolutely, and it would be. I feel like it's so mad. Like everyone on the global side had the same predictions this week, and it's day one of the week. And
we're already wrong.
We already might have blown it. You know, we're gonna look real silly. But I think in terms of a prediction, I don't think anyone was wrong to predict KT in this.
No, absolutely.
I think it was such. I don't think Kwangdong Freaks looked like they had that much life in them in week one, and it has just been like a rebirth.
Yeah.
There's
the only person who would disagree with you is Atlas, because he would say every KT match is a coin flip regardless of the other team.
Well, that's valid.
But
I also
agree
think
with
that
you, so
regardless of the mistakes and issues KT have had, wait a minute.
Okay, a little hook here onto Iondale. He's just gonna run it off.
They're not committing because it's Calista, so you know, Andal never in that much danger. But yeah, I think regardless of KT obviously making mistakes here, it feels like Kwangdong Freaks have just had so much more life than we've seen from them last week. And they're looking for more right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They are playing much, much better. Andal, again, just trying to bait out the Fate's Call, you would imagine, but they're just running here. Cuz can hop to a teammate if need be. And that he will, eventually. It's almost like they're just trying to bait out stuff and not really fight it.
Yeah. I think they're just trying to leverage the pressure around the Herald.
Oh, both of them are on vision though, and Barrel, oh no! He doesn't know that he's on vision. Look at that one ward. It avoids a control ward, so he thinks he's getting a free hook.
Yeah.
And he is the one that got duped.
This is one of the things, it's actually really hard to break warding habits, but the brushes have changed. It used to be if you placed a control ward in that mid lane brush, you saw the whole brush, but they've changed it. It's longer now, and that control ward just wasn't deep enough. So Beryl getting baited by his own team's wards. Just take it, take it. You got teammates over the wall, because it's okay.
Yeah, I think he thought he got it the second time, and then he was like, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Just get it.
We'll see the replay. So yeah, I mean, he assumes he's fine. Doesn't expect to get like hand chuck into a kick into a Callista.
And now Bull's got 7 kills.
How far can he go?
Did he need any more kills? Like this guy, he's like, yeah, let me just take the LCK by storm today.
It's like a bull in a china shop.
Nice.
Been waiting all day for that one.
Yeah. Well, he certainly is. You are correct. And I think he can pretty much do anything. He's working up to that second item. He's got a bounty on him. And keep in mind, by the way, this game started with Bulldog getting first blood on Corki. Nothing has happened in the mid lane, understandably. But we're also going to have an Omega-fed Corki. He did go for the Hex Drinker, so it's going to delay his 3-item spike a little bit. But eventually, he's also going to be a huge threat in this game.
Yep.
Okay, cuz he's hit Q, take Q, not scared of anything. They don't have any vision around mid. It's totally fine because guess what? Bull's there. And Def's like, wait, maybe I can fight this. And he's going to take a bunch of damage on the end of that trade. Although there was a nice little burst in the Bull as well.
I feel like as well, just the fact it's the Renata is so suffocating because even if you think you have a good window, it's like if you don't secure the kill with no one dying within that small window back, it's just going to be Bull getting revived. And especially, Calista is one of these champions where you can so easily dictate when someone dies. Once you've stacked their end, it's on you to proc it. So you can just wait. If you're like 1% HP, you just wait. The Renata W procs, and then you just rend immediately to come back to life. I mean, a big reason why this duo has been so powerful. And we actually see as well the Mikhail's Blessing for Andal. It's something... I mean, this is one of the big changes as well with the lack of mythics, is you would sometimes see games where people would build Mikhail's first, but you felt bad you were missing out on your mythics, but now...
Fate's Call.
Yeah, it's that easy.
But they do get it,
yeah,
at least. It's a very long cooldown.
And 20 seconds till Dragon, it's a good window. But yeah, it's one of these things where rushing that Mikhail's feels so much better after the item changes. And Ginsu's finished for Bull, so... I think it's quite clear this Dragon's going to be a point of contention, and it's really going to be on KT to smash Bull. But with a package there as well, not so easy.
Yeah, no, this is not going to be easy by any means. Here comes Cuz. Good timing on this one. We've seen some shaky Rift Herald timings this series, but he's going to get it. Meanwhile, up on the top side, we're going all out. Perfect. In a little bit of trouble. There's no way you're teleporting into any fight in this scenario. As, yeah, he's just being chased down. The hop is not... Okay, he's going to get him because the knockup does not land. Now we got an ult coming in. BDD looking for it. He gets two. That's massive. As the bailout. Will it be good? Yes, it is. But he only gets the one kill. And will they get this win? After all, Deft is going to be run down as well. Barrel is going to get the one at the end behind the turret. But man, that was your best option as KT and still Kwangdong Freaks get ahead.
That was such a good play from BDD. That was honestly exactly what I thought they needed, and it still ended up going in favor of Kwangdong Freaks. And the main thing was that bailout. Just that extra couple of seconds that Bull survived made all the difference. The ult for Maokai comes in. The package ends up getting used here by Bulldog as a bit of an attempt to try and, I think, maybe look for Barrel. And then here, this shuffle from BDD was just textbook. But we see here, you know, you think the play is going to go well, but the ult from Renata comes through. The Kalista survives just a little bit longer than necessary, and Deft is left isolated and alone.
Yeah. And BDD died in the play as well. I mean, you make the play, but you only do a bit of damage. You immediately get burst down.
It feels impossible to fault that play.
No,
from
no.
KT. It feels like I can't sit here and say they shouldn't have gone for that, because that felt like it was on all accounts the correct play. And the fact that it backfired anyway is so disheartening. But it did get shut down gold. That is the caveat in this situation.
Yeah.
But they lost the dragon, which obviously isn't a good feeling. It's a Hextech Soul as well, which is a pretty good one.
Yeah. Also, Deft didn't get any of those kills. Angel's going for a little walk into the enemy jungle, but Kosh's not really able to join up here. They're trying to get on top of Bull. He's isolated over here. Doesn't have any help, and he just goes down. So much for your fed Kalista. Now he's dead. And maybe they'll look for a little bit more, but this giant corner wall is going to block them, so...
I honestly think 20 seconds later, and they would have gone for Baron. 20 seconds later, they would have just gone for it, but unfortunately, a bit too soon. A great pick on a Bull. A lack of flash makes them easy to punish, but there just isn't anything they can really pick up from that. So the end result isn't that meaningful. And this is just a situation where Bull, on a flank by himself, very split. You know, you need to be with your team, particularly your Renata, and just ends up being a pretty big mistake. But again, as much as the kill is nice, the consequences aren't that significant.
Yeah, like the instant you show yourself, LCK teams are so good that they're like, he's alone, we're running at him. And, you know, maybe Bull just not quite used to that pace. Either way, separated, not in the right place, and well, Q's going to land here, but blast cone, and it's a little bit too deep. Just going for a little walk once again. Here's an ult. Cuz in a little bit of trouble, and he's going to be the one that's isolated this time around. But look at the kick. Comes out at Cuz! He survived for so long. That would have been insane if he actually survived. I mean, the fact that he even got BDD in that case, also pretty crazy.
I mean, it was a pretty great play, but if he'd survived, that would have been...
That's like...
It's Wednesday. It's day one. That would have been player of the week, right? Let's be real. Good at still, fantastic attempt, and it has gotten a bit messier for Kwangdong Freaks. They had such a good early lead, and it's gotten scrappy, it's gotten messy, but they are still ahead, and they are still, even when plays go badly, they're able to find something out of them.
Bulldog here, he has two items. He has the Eclipse, no Malignance though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big combo as well, is when you have the Malignance, the damage from it actually procs Eclipse on like a single rocket, which is very OP.
You just boom boom. Just press R, and somebody's going to take half their health and damage. So that's really the spike we're waiting for.
That's part of the problem, is that when you have this insurance policy of the Corki, in combination with a very fed Kalista, it's like KT can't just kind of sit and wait. That's not really an option in this game, because eventually the Corki is going to become too much of a problem. Level 14 as well. I think the big spike is once Bulldog gets Malignance and level 16, the AD ratio on your rockets goes up every time you put a point in it. And because it's doubled with a big one, that's when it becomes just insane. So, yeah, I think, you know, there's two factors to this. One, there's the Hextech Soul timer, and two, there's the Corki timer. And KT need to figure out how to make this game theirs before that point.
I think the biggest thing you can do as KT is try to clear as much vision as possible and bank on the fact that I think as a team, as a 5-man unit, you are better generally at team fighting and setting up plays.
Yeah.
We've seen that they are generally the cleaner team. Now they have had their oopsies for sure in the series and just in general, but if you can get another catch on the bull or get a catch on the bulldog, then you're putting yourself in a position to actually challenge even from behind.
Yep.
And it has been the one place where Kwangdong Freaks have shown some weakness in the series.
I think what's so frustrating is having the Krista Renata is the fact that Andal can kind of be that person to face check, and you just can't engage. You can try and force the ult for sure, but that's all you can really do, which makes it very hard to punish. Because one of the greatest ways to punish a team is kill someone who's face checking. And when your person who's face checking has a fate's call, that isn't as easy. You can see KT actually going for like a topside lean, maybe trying to pick someone off here, look for a Baron. They've just kind of said, look, we can't fight Dragon with the package. We're going to give it up. We're going to give them 3 Dragons, and they're actually going to try and go for the Baron.
Going to do the Baron. Cuz is right here. Maybe they didn't really think that Kwangdong Freaks were going to challenge this, but now they know. And so KT will be forced to back off of this objective. Looks like Bulldog still has the package. They're probably looking for a team fight because of that. But Corki here, Bulldog is going to be spotted in mid. And with that, KT are just running all the way back towards the base. There's the package. And they're not really getting anything out of this, though, outside of just pushing KT off of the Baron. But still major control to Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, because this could solo the Dragon while the rest of them keep pressure in mid. So, essentially best of both worlds. You get the Dragon, you keep the pressure mid, you don't lose control of Baron.
They're pinging Baron.
Yeah, they think they've got to be doing it now. We haven't seen Bull for a while.
And they are right.
I think you also, against a Corki team, you need to be threatening Baron because he's going to have package for every Dragon.
A little bit too slow.
Yeah, they're not able. It's so risky. But the problem is, next Dragon, they will have package again for, and it'll be sold. So I think KT need to do something before then. There's no other way to spin it. You have to try and threaten a Baron, make a play, get a kill, something along those lines. Because if you just sit and wait, that Dragon fight is going to be so hard. And especially, everyone has summons available on Kwangdong Freaks. We've just had the Terminus, is it called? I think it's called, the little bow.
Yeah, I believe so.
Which stacks resistances as well, and pen, so going to be able to shred more, and also a lot of resistances stacked up in fights. It's difficult.
Yeah. I mentioned clearing vision. The Pyke is really excelling just in general as a champion at doing this. So Beryl, his one job for the last 5 or so minutes has just been hang around the Baron pit and clear as much vision as possible. He hasn't done much else. And he's doing a good job at that, at least. But you can see that Kwangdong Freaks, as a team, they're able to push in as a 3-man unit and clear some vision. Now the pick again, this time on a barrel. He just gets boomed in the enemy jungle. For Kwangdong Freaks, that is. Bull just doing way too much damage, and 1 kick is all he needs.
I mean, because it's looked so clean. And against his team from last year, it kind of feels a bit personal. I'm going to be honest. He was delivered on these kicks in this game. This pick out of the Pyke.
Uh-oh. They're looking for it. Maybe a bit too over-aggressive. You don't necessarily have to do that.
Yeah, Renata, even if you throw her at the other team, not the best engaged champion.
You slowly build up that hostile takeover as they all run away from you.
Guys, stand still. Don't run away from this fog that's encroaching on you.
Yeah. Of course, if you can get the knockup, maybe you can do something, but yeah, it seemed pretty forced. And now, trying to get this run onto Bull. That's an ult running straight at him. He's getting flashed on here as there's the Mikhails, though, and now you don't have the answer as in goes Cuz once again, provides the space, and he is totally safe over the wall here, and Bulldog is as well. And they're just raining hellfire on this KT team. Perfect, not able to do much at all as he's just being kited out. It's a triple kill for Corki as he is well and truly online. Went for the Maw Malmortius, doesn't matter. Gonna take down the Baron as Kwangdong Freaks are looking insane.
And you know, they had to go for the play. KT had to make something happen, but they weren't able to find it. They weren't able to connect onto Bull. The Mikhails was a little bit late, honestly.
Yeah.
But it did come in. Oh, this kick was so slick.
I'm going for it.
Okay.
Just so well played.
Go Baron.
And here, so I do think that the Mikhails could have come in sooner. Comes in a little bit late, but regardless, the hostile takeover. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. I still feel like he could have done it sooner so he could hop out the queue. But regardless, the hostile takeover actually interrupts BDD from ulting Bull, and they managed to get the ensuing fight. Just, you know, KT had to go for it, but now they lose Baron. Now Dragon in a minute 30, and Corki's gonna have package for it, and it's Hextech, and it's Malignant Corki,
and it's
he's online,
and it's Redemption Renata too. So even if you try to go all in, you're gonna have some more trouble. It's looking pretty set in stone here for Kwangdong Freaks. Of course, the hesitation is always there for a team that's looking for. I mean, they just got their first game win today.
You know, this was such a tactical move by KT because they had such a good regular season in summer, and then it all fell apart in the playoffs. This time they...
Well, they're just setting up for their match against T1 later this week.
Right.
They have to have kind of a weak
Lower
one.
the expectation.
And now they're going to look like superhumans in their match against T1, obviously. That's the way it works.
They knew people were starting to feel a bit hype after week one. They couldn't have that. They couldn't have that.
Yeah. Not to take away from Kwangdong Freaks, of course, these guys have really delivered. But can be said, especially in game 2, that KT certainly gave them some angles.
Yep.
And now, as you mentioned, we hit critical mass for Kwangdong Freaks.
Just hit a rocket. Just one. And wait.
All right, he did it.
That was a little... That was a little one. That was going to be a big one after.
He just set that one on the Pioshik too.
Yeah. Not so much damage to the Maokai, if I'll be honest.
Yeah.
And now I want him to recall with the Baron. Go grab the package. Hextech Soul. Does he even need a recall?
Looks like no.
Looks like no. They're just getting the Dragon.
He took the Hex Gate.
Okay, so...
Yeah, just a free Hextech Soul here to Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, Hextech Soul, 8,000 gold lead. Corki with 4.5 items.
And a package.
And a package.
Which he didn't pick up.
Well, actually, it's actually... The thing is, you're syncing packages with the Dragons. So you could pick it up now and then have it ready for the next Elder. But also, I think he's just kind of allowing it so he has choice when to take it. If there's a point they need it. But I don't, you know, maybe they go for the aggressive end push and he recalls and TPs and grabs it. Who knows?
Yeah.
But regardless, the fact they didn't need to use the package for that Dragon and they have the Hextech Soul now, not fun. Plus, it means if he hits a rocket, his next rocket will be easier to hit.
Imagine that. Crazy stuff. Kwangdong Freaks just waiting for the right moments to put an end to this game. Another long one. We're getting past 30 minutes. And yeah, you can see they're just coming in here once again, sweeping out vision. I mean, it's been pretty methodical here from the side of Kwangdong Freaks, outside of some slight errors in this game, you know, some catch outs that KT were able to find. Outside of that, it's been pretty solid stuff, and we've seen glimpses of this. Even yeah, this is just yeah, we've hit the moment, guys.
Yeah.
Look at BDD. He's like, well, what do I do now?
I think they should just make it once Corki gets Manamune, Eclipse, Malignant.
Oh God! Wait, he's just dead already. That is insane.
Yeah, I think once he gets those items, the game should just end. I think he should just...
You have reached your victory condition.
Yeah.
Congratulations. It's just victory. Shows up, yeah. It kind of does feel like that anyway, even if we don't get that.
Yeah, try it. You know, it feels like there's so many... There's so many to dodge. Dodging one doesn't feel like super significant because you have to dodge the next and the next and the next.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you dodge one, it's a lot of damage avoided.
All right, they're trying to get this angle, but this is the front line. Like, you're just so far behind, it's not going to matter at this point. Perfect will burn down from Ondale. A very deserved kill from him. And now Cuz will just go pot, might as well. But that's an inhibitor down. Kwangdong Freaks, they haven't found themselves in this position many times as a team.
Yeah.
You know, how do we close out games? I'm sure they've done it many times in scrims, but they got to do it here in this position. This one of the relatively easier ones to go for with Hextech Soul and 11,000 gold to lead.
Yeah, they're starting with the kill the inhibitor strategy, which is a good one. Very popular when it comes to the end of the game. Corki still got the pressure on the top side. But I respect them completely for playing it slow. I don't think there's a reason to rush this. Your Corki is so strong right now. You have Hextech Soul. You have double inhibitors down, map control. Why risk it? Why risk it? And this, yeah. The Pike.
How much damage do you think that did? That was like 1,200?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe more. I mean, Pike doesn't have a large health pool by any means.
I'll just say a lot. I'll just say a lot and leave it at that.
A big number.
Okay, so this is kind of... It's smart, I think, because they're not going to have the package for Dragon, but they don't want the game to get to Dragon. Because if by some crazy miracle KT steals it, that could be a win con.
Yeah.
The plan is, get Baron. You already have 2 inhibitors down. You kill the third one. Triple inhib plus Baron is game over. So
and they'll just accidentally redemption. So you can see...
A little nervy.
Yeah, just... It's been a while, okay?
Yeah. You know, they haven't won a series since last year.
It's been 12 matches. 12-match loss streak for Kwangdong Freaks as a team.
And especially against KT, who were doing so well in the regular season last year. You don't want to mess this up. So they'll get the Baron. They still have the package. They now go top lane, push the minions in, take the last inhibitor, and that should be curtains. That should just be triple super waves with Baron is very hard to defend against. If they can't crack it for some reason, they could just go pick up the Dragon, and the Baron minions would keep the pressure. The super minions would keep the pressure alive. But I think they should just build to end here. I'm not sure what KT can do.
Yeah. Still eyes on the Bulldog missiles at this point. Yeah, that's a lot more than 1,200 this time. Deft is not a champion anymore. That's 3 missiles and he's dead. He's just out of the game. He doesn't get to play it at all. And that's going to do it. Kwangdong Freaks under 2 turrets will be taking out the rest of KT. Anyone else who wants or dares to step out against this Corki and against this team. Kwangdong Freaks are finally going to do it after 12 match losses. They take down the Nexus, and they get the job done with an 80 carry sub coming in, and they take down one of our best teams here as well. Kwangdong Freaks, congratulations. You can see they are incredibly hyped after this victory.
And I know it's easy to be critical of KT in this series, but the level up, not even on the day, the level up between Game 1 and Game 2 from Kwangdong Freaks, the level of performance they gave, night and day. And I think a lot of people, especially fans of this team, will be so excited with this new level they have shown. Especially when you think about, this is against KT. This is against a team a lot of people have not even just in their top 6, in their top 5, maybe even higher after their week 1. And they have delivered so well. Such a well-deserved victory, and Bull has to feel on cloud 9. What a way to sub in.
I mean, this is the way you're going to do it, right? I would imagine Cuz also feeling pretty good because, you know, he joins Kwangdong Freaks. He was on the first place team last split, and he was trying to, like, build them up, make it happen, get some wins for this roster. They failed in the first couple of matches.
And of all the teams to beat.
KT Rolster.
Gotta feel good. It's gotta feel good for Cuz.
Yeah. Everybody's just so happy. Bull, little celebration as well. Says, I'm Bull.
He's here. He's here.
Get to know me.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
If he gets subbed out after this, I wouldn't know what to say. I would think I'm living in some kind of weird universe. But yeah, shows up, does his job, and we will be watching him in the next series, I would imagine. Bulldog, kind of a, you know, interesting series. He got there at the end with his Corki. Bulldog carry.
I think as well is that, you know, Bull subbing in definitely made a difference, like 100%.
Absolutely.
Everyone else seemed to be doing so much more. Cuz honestly had some, even the previous game, whereas KDF was a bit rough because he was focused out, had some massive plays. And in this game as well, on the Lee Sin was really masterful. Bulldog coming through on the Corki in the late game. Andal, I think his Renata of that game was very strong. A champion we've actually seen struggle this split at the LCK. Pretty low in win rate so far. And he kind of illustrated why it can be so effective.
Just not a result we were expecting today. even after game 1, where we didn't.
I wonder if
Freaks
any
show
of
up.
the Korean side predicted Kwangdong, because none of the global side did.
No. The only spread that I saw that was different was Breon later in the week.
Yeah.
Everything else looked to be. Yeah, this says, why is Bull so good?
I don't know why, but I will agree that he is. I think that is the takeaway. You know, the 2v2 going up against Deft and Beryl, the 2022 World Championship bot lane, and kind of just styling on them, if I'm going to be real. You know, Cuz had this bit of a happy moment in this game, but I feel like this trio, Andal, Cuz, and Bull, kind of rocked the early to mid game and just dominated. No other way to spin it. And I just love the aggression. I love the confidence. I think that is something that, you know, we expected from Bull, but you never know how it's going to translate from challengers to the LCK. And 1-to-1 was a translation, it seems.
I mean, even last year, like Quantum Freaks and Challengers were not a top team, and Bull was not finding a lot of success. But it almost feels like he's just unlocked this next level. They had a great start, by the way, this split. So for 2024, they were having success, and now he gets pulled up. You know, and again, it's not necessarily because Bull was playing like to an insanely high level, but just because Tayin was struggling so much, and he really was given a chance, I guess, to finally show what he's made of.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like you can never fully predict how someone's going to perform up to this level. You know, a player can look fantastic in the level below and just not really be able to live up to it. Or a player, you know, could just end up, Bull was the best option they had, and he turned out to be the best option they had.
Does happen sometimes. Everybody is just so happy. Dude is like, no smiles, no words, he's just doing his job. He's playing Cassante, you know. Who's this? Bull! That's what he said. Everybody's cheering him on. They're just so happy. Like, this is a huge moment for the Quantum Freaks organization, for everyone.
See that 25k Corki damage?
Yeah.
I think 20k of that might have been in the last, like, 5 minutes.
I wouldn't even be surprised. I'm like, yeah, probably.
Like, that's what, like 3 big ones, you know?
That last one where he hit both Deft and Beryl.
Yeah.
And they both like died instantly. Like, what is that?
That's synergy from Deft and Beryl, you know?
Yeah. I guess so. Well, Quantum Freaks, they win. It happens. They had a 12-match loss streak from last year, from last split. They come in and they lost the first couple of matches, and now they finally won against KT Rolster, of all teams. We're done here on the casting desk. I'll hand it over to the space to break that one down.
The answer, Valdez, was not enough Bull. They had Bulldog, but they didn't have the pure Bull himself, who absolutely went ballistic in that game on his famous Callista, one of the picks that was basically permanently banned against him in Challenger. After that was taken away, teams were able to deal with him, but you did have to jump through that hoop. Let's have a look at the draft here. Wolf, what did you think of it?
I mean, Barrel Pike, we're all fans, right? He hovered the Pantheon before that. We're all Barrel Pantheon fans. You know, old Dom 1 days. But this draft started off pretty good. You know, you end up getting the Maokai into the Callista. I like that a lot. Wasn't as big of a fan of the Jax right now. I think Jax is just relatively weak at the moment, isn't being high impact. And then the Draven Pike is fun, but it felt also somewhat forced when they could have actually just played a little bit more scaling. And then Def just got run around in the early game, never got to get his adoration stacks up, and then just wasn't ever going to be very relevant.
I mean, I told you guys at the pre-shows, like, which is like Guangdong Freaks have won against KT Rolster like exactly a year ago, like this. So I kind of knew it's coming, but I mean,
you always knew.
I mean, the draft, as a draft coming, I think the Draven Pike pick is actually into the Callista Arena, like it's all about 2v2 on the bottom. So basically, Guangdong Freaks, they won, even from start to actually level 1. I think all the plan for KT Rolster, it got ruined from the level 1 that as soon as Def died. And also, at the whole game in the 2v2, it's just like Guangdong Freaks had a lead, and they were not really making mistakes.
Yeah, let's have a look at our first highlight here. This is where it all, this wasn't where it all began. Or was this actually the level 1?
Yeah, this is actually level 1.
Yeah, this is actually the level 1. So this is where it all began.
I mean, this is just you know, KT really struggling here in the early part of this game, getting caught at level 1, and then this is just great play from Andil. Had a fantastic game on the Renata. The timing of the bailout with the Rend here, perfect. Waits till the last possible second, guarantees the shutdown there, and then this is just a camping trip for the bot duo here. And Bull, he had a good game too. I think a lot of this was Andil, but he knew exactly what to do with the gold he was given early and how to make sure that Def was just never going to have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Andil plays so well, really, really well in this game, especially from the lane to the all the way at the end. I think the oldest ability usage was really good, the Mikael usage was really good, and it's just like the Kalista Renata, like why the people keep picking. Like I think they proved really well. The picks are really strong and they know how to play it. So I think it's really big dub for them.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think that it's really cool to have an example of just how extraordinarily powerful this can be. We've seen it win before here in the LCK, of course, but this is like the bread and butter of what you're supposed to be able to get done on this particular combo on the bottom side. And that was a hard carry throughout the entire game. Both of them really carrying it through. And of course, Corky Rockets towards the end. Let's have a look at our next highlight here, which may illustrate a little bit more of what Bulldog was able to take care of in the later game.
Yeah, I mean, here, I think just eyes on, I mean, as I said, speaking of the Andil, just keep eyes on the Andil. I think just using Mikasa right away and then ulting actually just correct time. And then here, like, I think it's Azir get interrupted as well to try to flip over. But as soon as Azir is exposed in the middle of the team fight and also tipping from the Bulldog, I think just completely over right here.
I think the fight was relatively disrespectful from KT as well. You know, you have to consider that you're going to that choke point with the Renata ult. The Mikhail's was good, the ult was instant, but then the follow-up ult from BDD was very messy, and KT kind of dropped the ball when they had a few of these opportunities towards the later parts of the game. My takeaway from this too, to be like a little bit more realist instead of super hype on Kwangdong here, is they definitely should have been able to close this game out faster. They definitely should have been able to end things better. Bulldog definitely didn't hit the rockets he needed to. He was sitting on 25k that game in terms of total damage. That's very, very low. I think there's still some tweaking that needs to be made. I think that Kwangdong still need to work on their late game and how they control advantages. But this is a great first step, excuse me.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. And I actually think that we're seeing the power of this top side of the map. With the upgrade of Cuz coming into the team, I think they needed that veteran voice. But if Bull and Andil continue to be able to hold their own on the bottom side of the map, then the pieces of this team can certainly come together and form something pretty nice as well. I'm like, I don't know. I think I'm ready. I'm ready to jump onto a potential hype train. I'm not sure who's going to pick up the POG. I'm kind of hoping that it is Andil, but support votes, if you're not Carrier or Lehens, it's difficult, and so it is going to go over to Bull. He will be solo POG for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really fair enough. Like, it's either, I guess I'm really fine as in either Bull or like Andil anyone, because like they play really, really well. It's just like, personally, I think Andil just had a last mistake, I would say. Like, just some, like Bull, he kind of got caught like a few times, but still, I think the hard carry potential he's shown to us, like this game especially. I mean, even last game, I think just like as a rookie, just from the from this Challengers League player, and it just come to LCK right away and perform this well. It is really well deserved.
And I think it's important to note that this is a bot duo that played together in Challengers. So Bull is now reunited with Andil, so they actually do have a lot of pre-existing synergy, especially in this duo, and it absolutely shows.
Yeah, a few extra support votes here. Jonah Strong on our team, and Cuz also getting a cheeky little vote there from Orcs, so shout out to Cuz. But Bull with a solo interview. It was not on my bingo card. It just wasn't on my bingo card. We've been pretty hard on Bull in Challenger. I think he's had some rough games down there, but being called up, and this is when you need to perform, and he absolutely did. I think that he had been slowly on the rise, but it was a rise from a level that we weren't expecting him to get out of. Let's just say that. But absolutely extraordinary play. Absolutely extraordinary play. And any closing thoughts before we get to the interview, gentlemen?
Yeah, I mean, this is very unexpected. I think it's a really big positive that Kwangdong absolutely needed that I didn't think they were going to get this week.
For me, I think for a step up actually from the Kwangdong Freaks, I think it's actually main focus is right now is a Bulldog. He has to prove himself that he can actually play better and consistency.
And G-Sun's asked me to talk about what I definitely do not want to talk about, and that is predictions KT versus T1. And how rough is my position, gentlemen? Because I flip-flopped to KT, and now I'm feeling a little bit, a little bit.
I'm actually kind of feeling like the way that KT played this series and the way they drafted, there's just a lot of disrespect, and their bigger focus was on T1 this week. So I think you still are fairly safe. Like, I still think it's going to be a good series. I don't think this loss is indicative of KT's overall form. That's kind of my realistic take here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like KT, if they are strong, like as a team, I think they are gonna take these losses actually as advantage looking towards the T1 series. So you're not that doomed.
That's some glass half full, and I absolutely respect it. But now it is time to throw it over to Dear with the interview translation with Bull.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are joined by Bull of Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! The one that broke Kwangdong Freaks' losing streak was Bull. You secured a match win after a back-to-back loss. And this was also your debut match. And you got a solo POG on the day you debuted in the LCK. How do you feel? Up until recently, I was in the CL match. And we just, I just got called up, and I was just trying to mesh in with my team, but I feel like we worked together so hard and we were able to get such a rewarding victory. And you've been around in the CL scene for a long time, but was it nerve-wracking playing on the LCK stage at all? I don't think I was nervous, per se, but I feel like I told myself, I kept telling myself, just play as I normally do. And I think the practice process and just playing on stage was pretty normal for me. It's just went the way that I assumed that it would go. And yeah, we didn't feel any nerves from you. So what can you tell us about your skill sets? I think all you have to know is this is me, this is Bull. What you saw today sums everything up. And you played against Deft and Beryl, the veteran duo. And in game 2, you played you played Jin and Senna against Caitlyn and Hui. So what were your thoughts on the matchup? I feel like it wasn't what we predicted at all. But after trying to piece together our comp, Jin seemed like a good pick, so I think it was just like a good pick overall for our comp that we were trying to go for. And it looks like Senna is high up on the tier list, so how does she feel right now? I think all teams probably have their own opinion on that. But I think for our team, I think we're pretty optimistic about the pick. And game 3, the bot draft was quite interesting. Why did you leave Draven open? I feel like I am pretty skilled at using Kalista and Draven. I think we're trying to come up with the best way to complete the bot comp with the Draven or Kalista, and I think it went just as we assumed. And you completed the comp with Pyke, so what's your game plan here? I didn't expect us to play Draven, or them to play Draven Pyke, but I think it went pretty good. I think our comp was pretty stable. It's because the opponent has to play more aggressively, so I think we were just telling ourselves, just as long as we keep ourselves on our toes, it should be fine. Earlier on, we were able to win the 3v3, but we didn't actually get ahead of ourselves. But after the solo kill, I believe that I told myself bot is so over. And the Bull Andel duo looked so confident today. Was having some playtime together in the past what made you feel more comfortable? Andel is someone that I've played with for a long time in CL. And recently, we were able to build more synergy while playing scrims. And it went pretty well, so I think we just told each other, let's just be confident. And today's debut match is only the start. Would you like to let your fans know what they can expect from you in the LCK? I'll make sure that you see some confident and feisty plays from me. And your next opponent is Nongshim Red Force. What is your goal? To be honest, I was a part of Nongshim in the past, and I left them and I joined Kwangdong Freaks, and it makes me feel, now that I am here, I want to win against them. Congratulations again on your debut match win. And this will be the end of the interview with Bull from Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the translation of the interview with Bull. A solo POG interview with a brand new call-up. Of course, we did get spoiled a little bit with the fact that Team was playing in Challenger this week, but I was not expecting this level of performance from the young man. Amazing stuff. And now we can have a look at the standings. And look at this. Kwangdong Freaks moving on up. Of course, they had a long way to go. So this isn't necessarily going to be the end of their ride if they do want to make it over to the west. But KT dropping down a couple of pegs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher week for D+. Kwangdong Freaks, if they beat Nongshim, they could actually, at the end of this week, make it into the west side, briefly, depending on, obviously, a lot of those score lines. If they lose to Nongshim, though, that's not going to be possible. It is a really rough loss for KT in terms of their schedule and caliber of opponent. They were on a great amount of momentum going to that T1 series. If they lose the T1 series, they go from 2-0 to 2-2 in just 1 week's time.
I mean, legit, I think there's a big chance I think Kwangdong Freaks goes to 2-0 this week, especially against the Nongshim. I did predict the Nongshim earlier in the pre-show, but I think there's if I could change, I'd probably actually change to Kwangdong Freaks. That's how I'm kind of surprised.
I mean, after this game, yeah, maybe. But I also think that Nongshim has a lot more information on how Bull plays, because the whole team played against him for a whole year. They were pretty good.
And he was on their team at one point.
And he was on their team at one point. But all of these players know everything about what this guy does. So having the answers, which are, Ban, Draven, and Callista, and then you're generally okay, could be the option here. Tomorrow, D+ taking on Nongshim is our very first one. Could be a tough one for Nongshim there, as well as OK Savings Bank Breon up against Gen G. And that's going to be a rough one for the bros. But maybe the Giga Chads can get it together. That's going to be it for today's LCK. But we'll be back tomorrow for even more. So we'll see you then. But for now, good night.
프로를 시작하고 나서 이제 첫 번째 미드라이너였는데
우승은 담원 기아입니다.
잘하는 선수여가지고 같이 해서 좋았다 이런 생각했습니다.
큰 변화를 주고 싶다라는 생각이 들었고 그래서 이적하게 됐습니다.
항상 아군이었는데 적군으로 맞는다니까 좀 감회가 새롭고 하지만 크게 의식하지 않고 저희의 플레이 잘해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.